I am a wealthy master in India. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 New Delhi. Ron had never been to New Delhi, either in his previous life or in this life. Now this city, the capital of India, where the parliament, the president and the minister's official residences are located, the pride of Indian urban planning, and the exhibition hall of the democratic system boasted in the newspapers, is right at his feet. Anil, go and see why the driver hasn't come yet. Ron raised his wrist again at the airport exit. Although it was the first time to come to New Delhi, the Sir family had already made arrangements here. To be precise, since Ron took over the limestone mine in Mirzapur, he asked the family to find a place to settle in New Delhi as soon as possible. This kind of business involving large-scale mineral development cannot be done without some connections in New Delhi. The chief ministers of various states will be in New Delhi for a long time, including Anand and Uttar Pradesh. India's business and politics are naturally deeply tied together, and they have to keep an eye on the news from New Delhi. As a representative of the Sir family, Rutan has been staying in New Delhi during this period. This city is just on the edge of Uttar Pradesh, and he is familiar with the customs and practices of northern India. Ron called him in advance, and Rutan promised to come to the airport on time, but he was nowhere to be seen after almost an hour after getting off the plane. Anil came back in a Civic. The driver opened the door with a pale face and sweaty forehead, and trotted over. "Young master, I'm late. The roads in New Delhi are too congested." He bent down and touched Ron's toes. "Where's Rutan?" Ron found that the car was empty. The master was with an assistant minister last night and got drunk. "He hasn't gotten up yet. Forget it, go back first." Ron waved his hand. He knew this driver as Ishan, and Ron had taken his car before in Uttar Pradesh. Ishan stuffed the luggage into the trunk attentively, and bent down to open the door. Ron just stepped in with one foot and stopped again. "What is this?" There was a large, glittering helmet at the foot of the luxurious leather seat in the back row. "It's a spittoon, young master. Why put it in the car?" Ron frowned. "Some guests like to chew betel nuts. If they spit out the residue from the car window, it may stick to the side of the car. So the owner put a spittoon in the car so that it won't damage the car," Yishang explained with a smile. "Usually, he is the one who does the cleaning work every time he goes out and comes back. The betel nut residue stuck on the car is very troublesome. Yishang is always careful, afraid of damaging the beautiful car paint. With a spittoon, it is much more convenient. He only needs to wash the shiny helmet. Put it in the back." Ron frowned in disdain. "Okay, young master." Yishang stuffed the thing into the trunk neatly. "Where do we live?" Ron asked. "Defense Zone, Buckingham Towers Apartments, young master." Yishang started the car. New Delhi also has its own rich gathering areas, such as the Defense Zone, Greater Kailash District, and Vasankanj District, which are close to the power center of India. Ron was observing the city, which is worthy of being the pride of Indian urban planning. All the roads look similar, forming circles with large pieces of grass in the middle. Many people were sitting on the grass, sleeping, playing cards or eating. Then there were 4 roads extending straight out from the middle of the grass. If you drove onto any of them, you would see circles. In the middle was a large piece of grass, with many people sleeping, playing cards and eating. It was easy to get lost driving on such a road. Ishan, who was sitting in the front seat, kept looking around, as if trying to figure out the direction. The roads were very neat, more orderly than most streets in Mumbai. However, New Delhi and Mumbai had a huge thing in common, which destroyed the dignity of this city as a capital. Poor people everywhere. Thousands of people lived on both sides of the roads in New Delhi, most of them from Uttar Pradesh or Bihar. The poor in these two places were easy to identify because they were thin and dirty, and lived under bridges or overpasses like animals. Cars whizzed past them, and they made fires to cook, fetched water to wash clothes, and occasionally scratched lice from their heads. These homeless people were a big trouble for Ishan. They never waited for red lights and always ran across the road at will. Every time Ishan braked to avoid them, Anil, who was sitting in the passenger seat, would curse loudly. New Delhi is also a crazy city. Cars enter the city, driving slower and slower, and the traffic is terrible. Every 5 minutes, there is a throb in the long line of cars, and then Ron and his Civic will move forward 30 centimeters. A large area of car taillights in front of them are lit up, and everyone is honking impatiently, including Aishan. The whole road is full of horns, each with its own tone, merging into a symphony of traffic jams. The air is filled with car exhaust, and wisps of blue exhaust sway and flicker in front of the car headlights, gathering and getting thicker, unable to rise into the air or disperse, and can only slowly and brightly spread horizontally, spreading around the car like fog. Ron looked out the window and saw that the road was crowded with cars, bicycles, tuk-tuks, rickshaws, and taxis, and everyone was fighting for the lane. People riding bicycles and motorcycles wrapped their faces with towels. Looking back, there was also a string of people wearing sunglasses and masks behind the car. It was as if the people on the street were all bank robbers. The air pollution in New Delhi is too serious. Even the third brother, who is immune to all poisons, can't stand it. After more than half an hour, the Civic finally squeezed out of the traffic jam, but Yishan encountered another problem. The houses in the rich area have house numbers, but the letters and numbers on the house numbers are illogical. According to the normal order, Building A should be followed by Building B. As a result, the houses in front are A211, and the houses in the back may be F332. Which genius invented the idea of building Unit F behind Unit A and Building 82 behind Building 13? Yishan has been in New Delhi for almost a month, but he still often gets lost. Can't find the way. Ron saw his embarrassment. Master, I don't know English. Yishan smiled awkwardly. The building in front is Windsor Manor, and the one on the right is Green Heights. Oh, I know how to go, Master. Yishan turned the steering wheel and turned into another road. These high-end apartments all look similar, with shiny glass everywhere, and it is difficult for Yishan to remember. He still likes the manor in his hometown of Varanasi, where the kitchen is bigger than the entire apartment here. Buckingham Tower is the most upscale apartment in this building, with a luxurious lobby on the first floor and an elevator in the lobby. Rutten's apartment is on the 12th floor. Aishan parked the car and took Ron and the others directly up in the elevator. The interior is very modern, and the sofa is luxurious and soft. Aishan first knocked on the door of Rutten's room, and then went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes. He is not only a driver, but also plays the role of other servants. After leaving the manor, the treatment of country masters has dropped by more than one level. Rutten came out of the room sleepily, and he was reeking of alcohol. Brother, I'm sorry, that bastard didn't let me go until midnight last night. Are you connected with the people here so soon? Ron sat down on the sofa with relief. You don't know how difficult the gang of thugs around Yadav are. They will always find ways to get benefits from you. How is it in Uttar Pradesh? I mean the mine in Mirzapur. Ron came to New Delhi this time not only to find the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Pawar, but also to deal with the cement factory. He has already obtained a loan of 30 million rupees in Mumbai, and the money has been used to order equipment and purchase basic building materials. Now it is necessary for Yadav in Uttar Pradesh to fulfill his promise and get another 70 million rupees. As soon as the money is in place, the work will start immediately. The experts you found are constantly wandering around the mine. They drew a lot of drawings, and no one can understand them. We want to build the largest and most advanced cement plant in Uttar Pradesh. It's always right to be patient. The preliminary exploration work has been completed, and building materials are also being delivered to the mine. Anyway, you came at the right time. Let's deal with the Yadav and then go back to Uttar Pradesh. I don't want to stay in this damn place for a day. I can't play with guns and can't find women casually. It's too boring. Rutten has a bad impression of New Delhi. I thought you would like big cities. I prefer the countryside. You know, that's our territory. Rutten made a gun gesture. I'll make an appointment with the minister tomorrow. I've already found a way in Mumbai before I come. Ron got the phone number of the minister of Mabin from Shrawan. They chatted for a few words, but didn't talk in depth. Of course, the business of collusion between officials and businessmen cannot be said openly on the phone. The third brother also has the habit of eavesdropping on the phone calls of big shots. He must go to New Delhi in person, which is both safe and shows sincerity. That's perfect. Let's meet Yadav today. His assistant is slick and very unreliable. Today, Ron was a little surprised. In the afternoon, life in New Delhi starts in the evening. Rutten winked. This is exactly what Ron meant. He was tired from traveling and needed to rest for a while. While the two brothers were talking, Anand had taken the elevator to the second underground floor. This is the servant area. In India, any apartment, any house, and any hotel has a dedicated residence for servants. Some were built at the back, and some were built underground like the Buckingham Tower. The servants' quarters were like rabbit cages connected together, and drivers, cooks, cleaners, maids, and chefs lived in them. They could rest, sleep, and wait in them. If the master needed anything, he just had to press the doorbell. Anand checked every corner of the servants' quarters purely out of habit to make sure there was nothing that was harmful to the master's safety. He had participated in this kind of training in Mumbai. Officer AJ used his connections in the special forces to get him in for several months of classes. Ishan led the way in front. He and Anand knew each other before, so they were considered acquaintances. There's nothing to see here, just a bed, nothing else. Ishan felt that Anand had changed. He used to be a country bumpkin like himself. Now, he walks with his head held high, and his eyes look like he's not easy to mess with. He was a little jealous. We are both servants, but how come you're doing better than me? You dare to look your master in the eye and stand up straight. You're not a qualified loyal servant. Open the door, Anand said lightly. Coming, Ishan nodded and bowed. Damn it, he could never get rid of the servant's habit. The servant's room was indeed very simple. The floor had not been laid yet, and the walls were painted with cheap white plaster with handprints of workers on them. There was a tattered little bed in the middle of the room, just big enough for a person to sleep on, with a mosquito net hanging over the head. Ding-ling-ling. A sharp electronic bell sounded in the corridor. Ishan rushed out in a flash, leaving Anand, who was still in a daze, far behind. Ha, I am the best servant, he thought proudly in his heart. This was the ringtone of the master upstairs calling the servant. Ishan had been trained like a dog and had a natural conditioned reflex. Sure enough, Rutten's orders came from the speaker like a walkie-talkie. He asked Ishan to prepare the car immediately, and they would go to the minister's house later. Chapter 202 The Middleman. Yadav belongs to neither the Congress nor the BJP. He has his own party, the Socialist Party. So Yadav's house is not near the headquarters of these two parties. He lives on Ashoka Road. It is a large house with red walls. There is a metal booth next to the door. Inside, an armed guard is watching the Civic approaching slowly. Rutten rolled down the window. Without saying hello, the guard let them in. He is already a frequent visitor here. He does not need to report, apply, and wait for a reply like ordinary people. As soon as he entered the yard, Ron saw two German shepherd dogs wandering around in the garden, barking from time to time. To be honest, Yadav's ministerial residence reminded Ron of a place, the estate of the Dubey family in Uttar Pradesh. Compared with this place, it is no less beautiful. A peacock flew to the wall and stayed there. It was sunset, and the peacock's dark blue neck and its long tail turned golden in the afterglow of the sunset. But in the blink of an eye, the peacock flew away without a trace. Deep in the garden, there were other animal calls, lions, tigers, monkeys. Ron had no doubt that the minister's home had a zoo hidden for him or his family to enjoy. When they arrived at the door of an office, a tall and thin figure was waiting there. Lamar, does Mr. Yadav have time now? Rutten put his arm around his shoulders affectionately. The minister was in a meeting until the early morning last night, and he needs to rest now. Lamar shrugged with a smile. This is my brother Ron, you have met him. His cement factory was personally ordered by Mr. Yadav to be built. He flew here from Mumbai and just got off the plane. Oh, of course I know him. Sir Electric is very famous. Assistant Lamar smiled and shook hands with Ron. I heard that there are many foreigners in Mumbai. Yes, when they come to India for tourism, the first city they go to is Mumbai. Wow, then you must have seen a lot of foreign women. Lamar was very envious. You can say that. Ron's expression became strange. There are foreigners in New Delhi, but they are too serious, including foreign women, which makes people uninterested. Ron glanced at Rutten, who spread his hands secretly, as if to say that this guy was very difficult to deal with. Don't worry, Ron. As long as the minister wakes up, I will definitely ask him to call you. Thank you, we are very grateful for your help, but when will Mr. Yadav wake up? Maybe in an hour or two, or maybe tomorrow, who knows? It's still early that day. Let's go have some fun. What? Lamar didn't expect Ron to be so direct. Let's go. Let's find a place where foreign women are not so serious. Ron winked at Rutten, and the two brothers immediately carried Lamar out of the door and sat directly in the Civic. Ishan, is there any whiskey in the car? Yes, young master. He took out a bottle of Johnny Walker from the storage box on the passenger seat. Oh, this car is really fully equipped. Lamar sat down with peace of mind. Indian men can't refuse whiskey. Ishan has transformed from a driver to a bartender. He poured wine for the 3 people in the car. After doing all this, he looked at Anil provocatively. Look, how capable I am. Cheers. Ron clinked glasses with Lamar enthusiastically. The aroma of whiskey filled the car, and Lamar showed a comfortable expression on his face. You are a very talented driver. Some people will pour wine everywhere. He was in a good mood. You will never think that he belongs to a caste that completely prohibits alcohol, Rutten joked on the side. So where are the foreign women who are not serious? Ron asked with a smile. Modern hotel, Lamar blurted out. Okay, let's go there. Ron patted Ishan's shoulder. The car is a man's palace. Lamar patted the Civic he sat on with envy. I dream of doing that in the car, Rutten laughed. After drinking, everyone's relationship suddenly became much closer. No, Mumbai, there are too many people on the road there, Ron agreed. That's the benefit of being in New Delhi, my friend. Lamar took another sip of his wine. How are you doing lately, Ron? The cement factory is my most important business, and Sir Electric. That's right, Lamar said, sniffing the cup, but when we in Delhi say situation, that's not what we mean. My dear friend, he smiled and then pointed to part of his lower body. I mean, who is serving you here? Oh, so many people come and go, I can't remember who it is. The men in the car laughed. Lamar laughed the most exaggerated and the most disgusting. Ron was also laughing, the kind of muscle laugh. Rutten was right, these villains were all bastards. Oh, we're here. Lamar kept looking out the window, afraid of missing the good show he had been waiting for a long time. Ishan, stop the car. Ron and Rutten took the lead and walked towards the hotel gate. The two whispered a few words. Lamar followed behind them, constantly looking left and right, like a child who knew he shouldn't do bad things but was still ready to do bad things. He had just started working as Yadav's assistant, and no one had invited him to such a place. Lamar had hinted to Rutten before, but the latter kept asking him to drink, and it was not just for tips. Today, Ron stepped in, and he immediately understood the mystery. He was a businessman, and he understood it at a glance. Lamar liked Ron very much, especially after hearing his conversation with the hotel manager. I know there are foreign women here who provide special services, the kind of very high-end services. Ron handed over a few large rupees. Oh, there are indeed a few European girls. They live near here and are available at any time. Great. Any recommendations? Ron asked. Are you interested in American Hollywood stars? There's a girl who looks very similar to one of them. 60,000 rupees. That's her. Ron looked back at Lamar. What do you think? Okay. Lamar stuttered. 60,000 rupees. Wow, this is enough for him to sleep with Indian women for half a year, a different one every day. The manager dialed the number, and soon a blonde girl rushed in from outside. She really looked like a female star that Ron was familiar with. Lamar's eyes almost went straight. He didn't expect that the hotel manager was serious. The girl was tall and beautiful, and the most eye-catching thing about her was her hair. The golden hair was smooth and shiny, just like what you see in shampoo commercials. This hit Lamar's heart. There were such blonde girls in American movies he watched since he was a child, and he still remembers it today. The manager smiled and said to the girl, please greet the guests in Hindi. How are you, sir? She spoke very standardly, and she reached out and held Lamar's hand. Look, India has improved, hasn't it? Even she can speak Hindi. Ron smiled. Yes, New Delhi is really great. Lamar was at a loss. Go upstairs. Ron winked. The hotel manager enthusiastically took Lamar upstairs, and the European girl also went with him. Does this work? After they left, Rutten asked quietly. Did you find the weakness of that Lamar? What? Blonde hair. He likes blonde girls. Wow, brother, you know a lot about women. It's a common problem among Indian men. Rutten laughed. Indian men are like this. They can't even walk when they see the poster. What should we do now? Just wait here, let's go have a cup of tea. That Lamar won't be very long. How do you know? Weakness. A weakness that can break your defense instantly. Sure enough, after about 10 minutes, Lamar came downstairs tremblingly, as if he had a serious illness. The minister should be awake. Let's go back, he sounded weak. Lamar, are you okay? Ron waved to call the car over. Very good. Ron, that blonde hair is real, genuine. I touched it. He had a strange perfume on him. Once the cement factory matter is settled, Rutten will bring you here again. You can play as long as you want. Okay, let's go find the minister now." He got into the car, and the perfume he brought made Yishan sneeze continuously. "Go, Ishan, stop rubbing your nose," Rutten struck while the iron was hot, without wasting a moment. The sunset had completely set, and the birds in the city began to line up and return to their nests. New Delhi is a carefully planned city, very large, and crowded. But there are still many green spaces in the city, large parks, forest reserves, and large tracts of wasteland, and small animals often run out of the green spaces on the road. When Civic arrived at the minister's residence again, it was almost completely dark, and the wolfhounds in the yard barked loudly. With Lamar leading the way, Ron and the others went directly into Yadav's study. The minister had just finished dinner and was about to watch TV. He looked so leisurely, it didn't look like he had just woken up. "Forget it, now is not the time to dwell on this matter." After saying hello, Ron didn't waste any words and directly took out a loan certificate from the Bombay Bank, 30 million. He was telling Yadav that "I am serious about mining and building a cement plant." Sure enough, with these assurances, Yadav's interest was obviously much higher. "When will the cement plant be put into production?" "No more than 2 years, I'll give you a year and a half at most." "Okay, it's almost 1994, and in another 2 years, it's time to prepare for the next general election." Yadav hopes that the cement plant can become his political achievement, something that he can brag about to the media. "I'll call the Uttar Pradesh State Bank tomorrow, I'll send the money separately." Ron was also unambiguous. "You don't have to run in person, have someone send it to Ramal, he knows what to do." "Okay, this is also for safety reasons, there are too many people watching New Delhi." The two chatted for a few more words, and Ron left tactfully. To do things in New Delhi, money alone is not enough, you have to find the right middleman. They have the ability to bring people into the reception room of politicians, the office of officials piled with documents, or some high-end salon. Ron has just started dealing with middlemen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Chata. The air in New Delhi is really bad, even worse than Mumbai. What makes Mumbai uncomfortable is the stench of various things mixed together, which belongs to nature. Mumbai also has the Arabian Sea, and the air is still good for a few months when the monsoon blows. But New Delhi is different. It is located inland, and the exhaust pollution from cars and motorcycles is very serious. Most people living here are used to wearing masks. They firmly believe what they read in the newspaper, breathing the air in New Delhi is enough to shorten your life by 10 years. Ron and his friends were going to the Congress Party headquarters today, but they got stuck in traffic again on the way. The traffic was so dense that even motorcycles couldn't get through. People supported themselves on one foot, and then one match after another was struck. The flickering orange-red sparks added some cigarette smoke pollution to the air that was seriously polluted by car exhaust. A bullock cart was parked in front of Ron and his friends. The cart was loaded with a bunch of empty barrels of motor oil, tied to the bullock cart with ropes, about 5 meters high. The buffalo in front of us was panting heavily. I don't know if it was because he was tired or because he was choked by the air in New Delhi. Is New Delhi like this every day? Ron frowned. If there is no traffic jam in this damn place one day, it must be because the baboon from the north has come here and people have fled to the south, Rutten complained. I see that there are many places outside repairing roads. It will always get better and better, right? Huh, that road has been stopped for a long time, Rutten sneered. Why? The official in charge of that project was arrested. It is said that he embezzled the bribe from the contractor to his boss. The boss didn't get the money, and the contractor didn't want to give it again. The two sides are deadlocked. Now it depends on who has better self-control. No one cares. Yes, didn't the unreliable middleman get arrested? Rutten asked curiously. No. I'm talking about that road. Ron was numb. The two were completely on different channels. Don't worry, someone will compromise. At most half a year, the road will continue to be repaired. But it's not easy for outsiders to interfere. This is a business between the contractor and the official. This is Delhi, Ron lamented. That's right. The people in this country are half-baked. The capital of a certain big country in the east has 3 ring roads, but we only have one. No wonder we can't catch up with them. Ron smiled bitterly. What a sweet dream, catching up. It would be good if New Delhi could continue to maintain today's upward momentum. A rickshaw driver next to the Civic suddenly coughed violently. He turned his head and spat 3 times in a row. His spit splashed on the side of Ron's car. Ishan glared at him and shook his fist at him. The rickshaw driver nodded and bowed, clasped his hands together and apologized here. Ishan spared him. It's just a spitting meeting. The coughing outside made Rutten very disgusted. I don't know when we can get to the Parliament House today, Ron sighed. Being stuck in traffic in New Delhi is like being in prison. You can't even open the window. Fortunately, half an hour later, the car finally squeezed into the center of the city. On their left was the dome of the General Bucket House, and on their right was the huge bronze statue of Gandhi. The air was very bad, and the smoke was filled, so the full view of these iconic buildings could not be seen at all. The headquarters of the Congress Party is also nearby. It is easy to find. There are always 2 or 3 large billboards with Sonia Gandhi's head outside. But they seem to have come at the wrong time. A large group of farmers blocked the front of the headquarters, but were not allowed to enter. They shouted slogans and were very angry. The slogans were about reducing land rent and taxes. A TV station car drove over and honked a few times. Several guards came out and escorted the car in. Some farmers wanted to follow the car into the headquarters, but they were beaten out by the guards with sticks. We came at the wrong time today. Rutten also became sad. Who would have thought that they would encounter farmers' protests? Judging from their appearance, they would not give up in a short time. Ron called the assistant of the chief minister of Maharashtra in advance, and the 2 sides agreed on a time, but now they could not even get through the gate. Anil, go and get some information. Yes, master. Anil squeezed into the crowd, and Ron raised his wrist to see that it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you like this kind of shiny things now? Rutten joked. When doing business, you have to convince them that you have enough strength. Ron shrugged. He was wearing a gold watch on his wrist, literally, from the strap to the dial. It was dazzling. Indian businessmen are very flamboyant, and they would like to replace the mirrors in their homes with gold. You can't do business here by being low-key. The more you show off your wealth, the easier it is to get a contract. Ron followed the local customs, and his watch, tie pin, and ring were made of pure 24K gold. The value of that watch alone was hundreds of thousands of rupees, which was quite generous. It looks good. Rutten also likes gold. Do you want it? Yes, I want a golden pistol. It must be cool. Ron smiled bitterly. This really fits Rutten's aesthetic. As he spoke, Anil had already emerged from the crowd. Master, these are farmers from Haryana. The landlords there take too much commission, and the tenants can't pay back the usury. 400 or 500 farmers have been forced to commit suicide. Did you hear that, brother? There is no way out of farming. Hemp is the future of Indian farmers. Rutten turned his head. Yes, but we have better options. Mining business is better than farming, whether it's growing sugarcane or hemp. You've gone astray. If I were the master of the General Bucket House, I would definitely allocate funds to encourage farmers to grow hemp, which is the best cash crop. The country will be in chaos. Ron couldn't help laughing. India is already in chaos. It won't get worse. What can I say now? Go back. It can only be done this way. The farmers are very angry. Beep. There was a horn outside. Ron and the others turned around and saw a Cadillac Wood-I extended version car slowly approaching. The theater-style windows were lowered, and a big head wrapped in a green turban was exposed. Is it from the Sir family? Aha, Ron, right? I've seen you in the newspaper. Hello, Mr. Chatta. Ron had heard Rutten's reminder in his ear. Are you coming to the headquarters as well? Yes, but the timing is not right. Let's have a drink together. These untouchables have the patience to waste time here, but I don't. Come, get in my car. I have the best whiskey here, Ponti Chatta, the money bag of Minister Yadav. His Chatta Liquor Company almost monopolizes all the liquor business in Uttar Pradesh. He also owns the Wave Construction Company. Yes, Ron's branch factory in Varanasi was contracted to him. Chatta's attitude was very enthusiastic, and he didn't care at all because of the failure of the business. Rutten also met him twice. They were all from Uttar Pradesh, so the 2 brothers got into Chatta's luxury stretch car. It was a real luxury car with various comfortable configurations, such as audio system, air conditioning, and luxurious leather seats. There was also a refrigerator, wine cabinet, and bar in the back row, which was comparable to the VIP service of the head of state. The newspaper said you are a hero of Mumbai. Haha, people from Uttar Pradesh have become heroes of Mumbai. This is so interesting. Come, we have to have a good drink. Chadha ordered the servant to open the wine cabinet, which was filled with wine produced by his own company. There were various shapes and styles, most of which imitated the packaging of high-end wines from abroad. One of his hands was hanging at his side, and the other hand was missing 2 fingers. It is said that he was electrocuted by a high-voltage wire when he was flying a kite as a child. That was a long time ago. The media in Mumbai likes to make a fuss. Ron smiled and shrugged, his eyes swept across without stopping at his arm. That's how it should be, men. Let the people of Mumbai see how powerful Uttar Pradesh is. The 3 of them raised their glasses and clinked them. Chadha liquor's whiskey can only be said to be average. The rich don't like it, but the middle class or the poor may like it. Great, Ron said hypocritically. Actually, I should apologize to Mr. Chadha. The branch factory in Varanasi was an accident. We called, didn't we? Stanchard didn't care. Commissioner Aditya also helped me a lot. The dam that Ron's uncle was responsible for was built by Inspire Company, and there was much more money to be made here than in his branch factory. It was also because of this relationship that Chadha took the initiative to invite Ron and his friends to get on the bus. I heard from the minister that you are going to build a cement plant. This is great. I just need good cement, a lot of cement. As long as Mr. Chadha needs it, we will of course do our best to supply Inspire Company. When will the cement plant be put into production? About 1.5 years. Too slow. As long as you spend some money, half a year will do. Half a year. Those untouchables are useless. It's better to throw them all into the mine. If you are willing to spend people, you will have a steady supply of cement. I'll consider it. Ron sighed secretly. In Uttar Pradesh, untouchables are consumables. Let's go and have some fun. Chadha patted the front seat and the car started. Chadha's ancestors were Punjabis and believe in Sikhism. He was tall, had a noticeable beer belly, and wore international brands. He was only 35 or 36 years old, still very young. The so-called fun was to take Ron and his friends to New Delhi's carnival party. The rich people in India are keen on holding parties, and there are such carnivals every night near Connaught Square. Chadha is a regular here, and he introduced those blonde and blue-eyed foreign girls to Ron with a bit of show-off. It's strange that Indian men seem to be particularly fond of white women. Yadav's assistant was like this yesterday, and Chadha, who has become a rich man, is still like this. At the party, there was either whiskey, women, or hemp. Ron didn't expand his network of contacts, but he drank a lot of wine. When they came down from upstairs, it was already midnight. December is the coldest season in New Delhi. We should go back. Ron said goodbye to him. It's so cold. Do you have air conditioning in your car? Take my car. Brother, don't drive that broken Civic. In New Delhi, when you ask someone to do something, the first thing they look at is your car. If you drive an Ambassador or a Tata, you will definitely not get any response. Come, try this American car. It's just like a white woman. It will make you feel great. Chadha drove the driver to the back seat and vacated the driving seat. No, I'm drunk and can't drive. Ron's head was dizzy. Oh, my God, all the drivers in New Delhi are drunkards. Don't look at my one hand, but I can drive fast. Chadha laughed and then sat in the driving seat himself. Ron was invited to sit next to him, in Chadha's words, so that he could feel the power. The Cadillac roared and started on the street late at night. Chadha shifted to the highest gear and drove all the way, running through one red light after another. How about it, Ron? Isn't it fucking cool? He turned his head. Suddenly, a small black shadow jumped into the middle of the road. Be careful, bang. The black shadow was knocked away and then run over. Chapter 204. Is it a dog? Crunch. The tires dragged long black marks on the road. A dog. Chad turned around and asked, It's a dog, right? Is it a dog? When he stopped the car, Ron didn't hear any sound, not even a whimper or a bark. Everyone knew what happened to the thing that was hit. I think, maybe I should get out of the car and take a look. Ron really couldn't remain indifferent. No, it's just a dog. Rutten suddenly interrupted him. The street lights were dim, and the thing was a black pile, far behind, and it was impossible to see what it was. There were no other cars around except the Civic that was following, not even a person. Rutten, you are more sensible than your brother. Chad looked at Ron meaningfully. Chad got out of the car, but he didn't care about the little black figure that was knocked down behind. Rutten also acted tacitly. He pulled Ron out of the passenger seat of the Caldecott. The driver in the back seat quickly jumped into the driver's seat, his movements smooth and flowing. "Vijay, you were driving the whole night, did you know that?" Chad had told him threateningly. "Yes, sir," the driver trembled, but still agreed. "It was a great party tonight. Now I'm tired. Let's talk about it another day." Bang! Bang! Two sounds. The Cadillac closed the door, and then continued to shift to the highest gear and drove away. "Don't stand there like an idiot, let's go too." Rutten pushed Ron into the Civic and jumped into the car himself. Aishan didn't delay for a second, also shifted to the highest gear and sped away. They were all qualified drivers and knew how to deal with such things. Ron sat in the back seat in silence, and the black shadow kept swaying in his head. "That was not a dog just now, right? I saw it." The car drove through 2 streets and he finally spoke. "God knows what these kids are doing running around on the streets of Delhi at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's their parents' fault," Rutten cursed. "Is that kid already?" Ron couldn't say the word. "The child didn't make a sound, master, not a single movement, not even a single movement," Anil in the front row said. Ron stopped before he finished speaking. A Buddha had appeared outside the window on his left. It turned out that a little beggar was holding a plaster Buddha statue and came to the side of the car to sell it. They were waiting for the traffic light, and there was a 30-second countdown on the traffic timer in front of them. There was nothing strange about this. In Delhi, there were many beggars selling books, statues or boxes of strawberries on the roadside every night. "Do you like the Buddha statue?" Rutten asked. "No, I was just surprised." "Yes, it's unlucky tonight. We have to confess to the Buddha." Rutten called the little beggar. "Bring it here and have a look." I don't know if the little beggar is a boy or a girl. You can never tell their gender. Anyway, the little beggar stuffed the Buddha statue into the Civic. Rutten handed over 10 rupees, then picked up the Buddha statue and chanted a few times. He was praying in the Hindu way, but he was holding a Buddha statue in his hand. I don't know if Buddha and Hindu gods have any relationship, and whether they can hear Rutten's prayer. The green light came on, and Aishan stepped on the accelerator and continued to drive. "So, it's just like the child just now." Ron understood a little. "People living under the viaduct and overpass, master." "I think so too," Aishan said. "Will anyone look for him?" "I don't think so, master. You know those country people from the countryside, they have 8, 9, or even 10 children in their families, and sometimes they can't even figure out the names of their children. Even if his parents are also in Delhi, even if they know where he is tonight, they won't call the police." Aishan was very sure. Rutten put his arm around Ron's shoulders and signaled Aishan to shut up with his eyes. "Brother, you are tired. Now go upstairs to take a shower and have a good sleep." The car stopped downstairs of Buckingham Tower Apartments, and Anil took Ron upstairs. Rutten and Aishan stayed behind to get water to wash the car. The shadow was hit by the Cadillac, but the Civic was following closely behind. To make sure there was nothing suspicious on the car, they had to wash it inside and out. Aishan scrubbed the car body carefully from top to bottom, and then found blood and flesh on the tire. He wiped it off bit by bit, very carefully, and lay on the ground. "How is it?" Rutten asked. Aishan showed him a piece of bloody green cloth stuck to the wheel. "This kind of cloth is cheap, master. This piece of green cloth," he twisted the cloth with his fingers, "is usually used to make clothes for children." Cheap. Rutten breathed a sigh of relief. "No one will care. There are too many children missing in India every day." "That's right." The next day, Delhi was calm, the streets were still filled with exhaust gas, and the sun still looked hazy. Chadha called and said that everything was done. The judge had been arranged, and his driver had signed a statement. As long as Ron didn't talk nonsense, everyone could rest assured. Indian drivers often encounter this kind of thing. It's nothing strange. Ron didn't want to stay in New Delhi. He wanted to finish his business as soon as possible. As usual, the road was congested, with a large group of thin and dirty people on both sides. Some of them squatted on the ground, waiting for the bus to take them somewhere else. Some had nowhere to go, so they took out mats and slept on the ground. The children were running and playing on the grass, and the parents didn't care at all, not even if there was one more or one less. They came from the backward countryside to the big city to find light, but they were still living in darkness after going around in circles. It seemed that there were about hundreds of people on both sides of the traffic jam. The traffic jam seemed to have no effect on them at all. Ron withdrew his eyes from the car window. There were two different worlds inside and outside the car. I hope I can get everything done today. I can't wait to go back to Uttar Pradesh. Rutan was bored and shot bullets. You don't like New Delhi either. I don't like it. It's so troublesome to die here. There are lawyers and judges. It's too troublesome. Okay, Ron shouldn't ask him. Today they were not going to the Congress headquarters, but to the General Chamber, where the official residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra was located nearby. The car drove up the Resina Hills, stopped several times along the way, and was inspected by the sentries. Finally, it stopped in front of a curved roof building near the General Chamber. Ron and Rutan got out of the car, carrying bags in their hands. A bald fat man received them at the door, and Ron took a closer look. It was him, no doubt. This man looked very similar to Maharashtra Minister Sharad Pawar. And they were probably from the same family. They found the right person, and the fat man was Minister Pawar's assistant. They were also middlemen in the usual sense. They were senior relatives of politicians, and confidants of the same hometown or caste. This was the first time Ron dealt with a minister of Maharashtra. Before they established a deep friendship, the middleman was responsible for passing on the message. This can avoid the embarrassment of officials asking for bribes in person, and there is room for maneuver if there is a problem. It must be said that the operation of the Minister of Maharashtra is much more meticulous than that of Yadav in Uttar Pradesh. The former still pays attention to a bit of reserve, while the latter is no different from a robber. When Ron first met Yadav, he asked him to raise the price. Mr. Sir, I didn't expect you to go to New Delhi in person, the fat man greeted him with a smile. This is a big project. The minister must personally review it. Is he available now? Maybe I can go in and ask. He stared at Ron's wrist. Do you think the minister is optimistic about the planning of the Sir Park? I think he should be optimistic, but he is still a little hesitant. Someone has to convince him, someone close and influential. Ron said nothing, untied the watch, and then put it on the fat man's wrist himself. Oh, Mr. Sir, no, look, it fits so well. Ron grabbed his shiny wrist and shook it. Really? The fat man smiled happily, the golden light of the sun reflected on his face, and the greasy sweat shone. Of course, he is more suitable than me. It's about the Sir Park. I need you to say a few more good words. You really made me suffer. The fat man raised his wrist and gestured twice, then went into the study to report very straightforwardly. Rutan wanted to say something, but Ron shook his head at him. About 5 minutes later, the fat man came back and winked at Ron and the others. Just give me the bag, thank you, we will go back to Mumbai for a drink another day. Ron handed him the red travel bag in his hand, which was heavy. In addition to the bag, there was also a paper envelope, which was left for the fat man alone. The minister admires your Sir Park plan very much, and Mr. Rahul also called a few days ago. It's okay, just have this sentence. As soon as he entered the study, Ron saw a dark bald head sitting behind the desk. After seeing his face clearly, a TV drama character suddenly popped up in Ron's mind, Duan Yanking. Yes, it was a certain Chinese actor named G, Mr. G. Maharashtra Minister Pawar probably looks like that, the Indian version of Duan Yanking. He raised his head and smiled, an ugly smile. Please sit down, Mr. Sir. Excuse me, Minister. Ron sat down and took out the information from his briefcase, the development plan of Sir Electric, the budget growth of future investment, and the planning map of Sir Park. Just giving money is not enough, you also need a reliable project plan. These ministers in South India are a little different from those in North India. They also love money. But they hope that the areas they govern can be effectively developed. In layman's terms, Southern politicians embezzle public funds, but they also work hard to make the pie bigger. Politicians in North India take as much pie as they can, and in a blink of an eye, others can't even see the crumbs of the pie. So unlike talking about money directly with Yadav, Ron was going to talk about his grand plan first. However, Minister Pawar spoke first. Sir, I heard that you have a good relationship with Thackeray, huh? Ron was stunned. This seemed a little different from what he thought. Chapter 205 Joke. I visited Mr. Thackeray's home a few times, Ron answered vaguely. I've heard about it. He helped you deal with the factory dispute, and you also asked him to speak for Sanjay Dutt. In Mumbai, this is not an ordinary relationship. Pawar looked at him with a smile. Mr. Minister, I'm a businessman. Ron spread his hands helplessly. No matter who manages Mumbai, we will give full respect. He said it very tactfully. Whether it is the Shiv Army or the Congress Party, businessmen will not offend either side. Businessmen are cunning, and Brahmin businessmen are even more cunning, Pawar said lightly. Mayor Shravan highly appreciates Sir Electric's contribution to Mumbai. We also helped a member of the Congress Party to get a seat on the Mumbai Municipal Commission. I heard about it. Pawar glanced at him. Otherwise you wouldn't be sitting in my study today. Pawar is a member of the Congress Party. The Shiv Army and the BJP are allies. The relationship between him and Thackeray is very delicate. Both of them are in Mumbai. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. It is hard not to guess what they think of each other. But it is not necessarily true that they are completely hostile. In the final analysis, the Shiv Sena is fighting for the interests of the Marathas and Hindus. Among the members of the Congress Party in Mumbai, there are many Marathas and Hindus, and they are natural allies. Parties, caste system, religion, geopolitics, they are mixed between the Congress Party and the Shiv Sena. There is integration and opposition. It is complicated, very complicated. Tell Thackeray that the Shiv Sena has already controlled the municipal corporation, and don't stretch your hands too far in other places. Ron's eyes moved, and he immediately understood the meaning. I will call Mr. Thackeray. We are all from Mumbai, and we can sit down and talk. The phone is fine, Noel responded. Ron understood that this was to make him the middleman for the dialogue between the two parties. He is a businessman, and he has good relations with both the Shiv Sena and the Congress Party. Naturally, he is suitable to be this broker. Noel will not call Thackeray directly, which can avoid the two party leaders from having an unpleasant quarrel on the phone. After the middleman brings them together, there is room for maneuver. Politics is also the art of communication. Okay, now let's talk about your Sir Park. Rahul and I probably mentioned it. Noel was relieved after the important matters were discussed. This plan is thanks to him. Ron quietly took out a blueprint. In Rahul's draft, the park has lawns, ponds, and a fully equipped employee community. The factory is beautifully planned, and the towering office building is eye-catching. Are these factories used to produce water air conditioners? Noel pointed to the specially marked place on the blueprint and asked. No, that's the TV production line. TV? Noel raised his voice slightly. Yes, Indians own TV. It was almost 1994, but India still had no local TV brand with independent technology. If you want to ask where the TVs on the market now come from, 90% are imported from Japan and South Korea, and the remaining small part comes from other assembly manufacturers in India. The so-called local TVs all rely on foreign parts for assembly, or simply import the whole machine, and then replace it with their own logo, which is considered domestic TV. There are 2 TV factories in Mabon, all of which are OEM products. These relabeled products have no quality guarantee and are ridiculously expensive. Even the middle class cannot afford them. After all, India does not have its own TV technology. Even assembly is a technical job. Now that Ron said that Sir Electric was going to produce TVs, Noel was shocked. How did you do it? I mean, can Sir Electric really produce TVs? Isn't it just buying them and replacing them with our Hindi labels? We are negotiating with several foreign TV manufacturers about technology introduction, and the supporting production lines will be placed in Sir Electric. The production line, this is the key point. Regardless of whether it is foreign technology or not, as long as it is manufactured in India, it is an Indian domestic product. Noel can completely declare to the outside world that this is a real Indian brand. If you take a few more photos of the factory, or take the media to visit the workshop, they will rush to help you put on the halo of the light of domestic products. Noel instantly thought of several routines to gain fame, provided that the plan is reliable. Are you sure that the TV production line of Sir Electric will really be put into operation? Of course, our negotiations with foreign countries are going smoothly. Otherwise why would I spend so much money to build the Sir Park? Well, Ron just sent a fax for inquiry, and the so-called negotiations were all fake. But this did not affect his boasting about the grand plan of Sir Electric. It was not bad to get the land. How many years is it expected to be put into production? 2 years, 1 year. I will help you call the license and other approval procedures. Okay, Ron agreed immediately. During this time in New Delhi, he had already figured out the style of Indian officials, who like to show off. If you dare to say 1 year, he will dare to ask you to shorten it to half a year, regardless of whether it conforms to objective laws. Indian businessmen will always agree to it, and they will also completely ignore whether they can do it. For them, getting the license is the key, and when it will be realized, no one knows. That is not important. Ron follows the local customs. He dares to agree to mines and cement plants. What about TV plants? First, cheat the land into his hands, and then he will have countless reasons to deal with official inquiries later. I approve this piece of land. Noel made the decision immediately. With the money, the project is not only reliable, but also has a gimmick, so he, the chief minister, is not vague. That's great. Ron clapped his hands exaggeratedly. Oh, Mr. Minister, Mumbai people will soon have their own TVs to watch in the future. You have to do this well, Noel instructed with great style. Of course, it's just for the TV production line. We owe the bank too much money. The land in Sir Park. At this time, the fat assistant took 2 steps forward and whispered a number in Noel's ear, 3 million. That was the money that Ron had just put in his travel bag, and the fat man had counted it. The planning of Sir Park is related to Mumbai? No, it is related to the industrial development of the entire Maharashtra. You only need to pay 1/3 of the stipulated amount for 200 acres of land, and the money will be paid off in 5 years, Mr. Minister, you are truly far-sighted. Ron shook Noel's hand, excited and incoherent. The land worth 70 to 80 million rupees now only costs less than 30 million, and it will be paid in 5 years. Alice, the minister's kindness is not enough. After leaving Noel's official residence, Ron felt refreshed. The air in New Delhi is not that bad. Ron, we gave away millions again this time. Rutan was unhappy. Do you think you lost money? It's only 200 acres, and he dared to charge us 3 million rupees. In Uttar Pradesh, 1 million rupees is enough, and the land itself is free. Mumbai is the Garuda in the hearts of many people, so it's normal to be more expensive. Ron gave away 3 million, but saved more money. That's 40 to 50 million rupees, a difference of more than 10 times. In India, don't be stingy to give money to officials. They will use state-owned resources to compensate you for your efforts. For Noel, how much the government's land sells for has nothing to do with him, and he can't put it in his pocket. 3 million rupees is real. Whether the land in Mumbai sells for 100 million rupees or 10 million rupees is all a matter of his words. This is a kind of cash-in, a win-win between businessmen and politicians. Who lost money? My Great India says, basic operation, don't be stupid. Back in the car, Rutan still looked sorry for the bribe. Brother, you even gave away your gold watch. It's easy to see the king of hell, but it's hard to deal with the little devil. We can't let them form a habit. That's right, so we need to make friends with higher-level bigwigs. Then there's only Zongli. Rutan looked at the dome of Zongtong Mansion with a sneer on his face. Look over there, Ron pointed out the window. What is that? That statue? To be precise, it's a group of statues. In the front is Mahatma Gandhi, holding a cane. Behind him are his people, following him out of the darkness and into the light. Rutan squinted at the statue. What's the matter? I've seen it many times. We just gave a gift to a minister and now we're driving past Gandhi's statue. This is so ironic, like a joke. I don't know how many times he has seen this joke every day. Maybe he doesn't find it funny anymore. Yeah, that's our system. Don't worry about it. Things in India are so complicated. What I'm more concerned about now is when we can go back to Uttar Pradesh, anytime, but it's better for the family to send someone to New Delhi permanently. I don't want to come to this kind of hell again. Let others come. Ron has 3 uncles, each of whom has several children, a family of more than a dozen people. There are many people willing to come to New Delhi, and young people like Rutan who don't like the world are the exception. By the way, do you know that Shada? Ron asked. He's from Moradabad. His ancestors came from the north and moved to Uttar Pradesh in the 1960s. North, yes, Baba Yang, there's basically only one religion over there. Sikhs like Shada, or other Hindus, can't survive there at all. He seems to have some gang background. Ron had seen his men, and they didn't look like good people. Brother, we are from Uttar Pradesh. Doing business in Uttar Pradesh is absolutely impossible without guns. Well, I should have thought of it. It is very difficult to get a liquor license, even harder than mining. Don't look at that guy because he is disabled, but he has a strong character and does things arbitrarily. His 2 brothers are no match for him. He is indeed very capable. Ron nodded. Just based on the demeanor shown by the other party when he first met him. Don't talk too much about what happened last night. We don't need to offend the Chatta family for a beggar, Rutten reminded him. Of course, I'm just asking which people in the future in the north need special attention. We will talk about this issue slowly when we go back. Rutten patted Ishan in front of him and signaled him to speed up. By the way, his car is nice. Ron remembered the extended version of Cadillac. Are you interested? You know, Indians are very particular about ostentation. Wow, that will cost a lot of money. Forget it. Our next focus is the cement factory. First make a fortune, then buy a car. All the formalities have been completed, and the Uttar Pradesh Bank has also responded. Now, Ron is going to start his own mining business. Chapter 206, Country Mouse. Muna felt like he was living a life in heaven. Not only did he not die, but he was alive and well. The wound on his waist kept him lying down for almost 2 months, but he finally survived. This was thanks to the magic medicine left by his master, which kept him alive even after being shot. Apart from the magic medicine, Muna couldn't think of anything else that could save him. In his memory, there was a friend who played with him when he was a child. He died of diarrhea. Diarrhea, in Kanha village, this can kill people, not to mention being shot. In order to thank his master for the magic medicine, Muna prays to the 36 million Hindu gods every morning, praying that they bless his master. He has every reason to do so. After all, his master saved him and gave him a job. Yes, Muna is now guarding the mine for the Sir family. He lives in a newly built mud house at the foot of the mountain, which is incredibly spacious. There is enough food here for him and another servant, and sometimes they can have a good meal, eating rice mixed with chili curry and boneless chicken nuggets. Muna had never enjoyed a weekly chicken meal like this in his life. It was like being a king, eating chicken every week and licking your fingers after eating it. The house he lived in had a roof. Yes, he did share a room with a sad-looking guy named Dorji, another caretaker left by the Sir family. Dorji slept in a big bed, and Muna slept on the floor under the bed. But even so, a room with a roof had a roof after all. It was much better than sleeping on the dirt road outside the tea house, where Muna had been sleeping for a long time. There was only one straw hut for a dozen people, and at night the women slept together, their legs intertwined like millipedes. The men slept in another corner of the room, and the whole family lived together. Muna was always woken by various rustling movements at night, and finally he just moved outside the tea house. Now he slept in a house with a roof and ate chicken that only kings could eat. Most importantly, Muna got the thing that the Kanda dreamed of and valued most, a uniform. A khaki uniform. The success of bus conductor Vicha is obvious to all in Kanha village. His khaki uniform is proof that he lives like a human being. Now Muna is also like a human being. He patrols along the river in uniform every day. His shadow is reflected in the river, a shadow in khaki uniform. He walks, and it walks too. Muna walked back and forth along the river for more than a dozen times, just to appreciate how he looks in khaki uniform. If he had a whistle, he would be a more impressive person than Vicha. Standing by the river, Muna suddenly found a large cloud of dust in the distance. It was a truck. Countless trucks. Muna had never seen so many trucks in his life. He was so scared that his legs kept shaking. Could it be the helpers found by the crow's relatives? They came to take revenge. Muna subconsciously reached out to grab the whistle from his chest, but he grabbed nothing. He remembered that he didn't have a whistle. That was his dream. Daji! Daji! Muna shouted and ran back. The mine seemed to have heard the noise, and many people ran out. Daji stood in the front. Daji, it's Crow. Daji kicked Muna over. Don't talk nonsense, it's the young master who brought people here, master? Muna didn't care about the footprints on his khaki uniform, and jumped up. Trucks were getting closer and closer. Not only trucks, but also many monster-like big guys, as tall as the buildings in the manor. But Muna's whole mind was on the Civic in the front. He knew that car. He had seen it in the tea shop. The rumbling truck drove to the foot of the hill, the dust settled, and the door of the Civic opened. Master, Muna flew over almost as soon as the boots landed. He lay on the ground, wanting to kiss the tip of the master's shoe, but was afraid of dirtying the boots. In the end, Muna kissed the mud in front of the tip of the shoe. It smelled of dry limestone powder, bitter. Hey, are you okay? Ron looked at the boy on the ground in surprise. Master, it was the magic medicine you left behind that saved me. Muna squatted there, answering cheerfully like a dog. Get up, Muna. Your name is Muna, right? Yes, master, you remember me. Muna shouted even more happily. You're lucky. Ron was really a little surprised. In a place like Uttar Pradesh, being shot is no joke. Muna is also a low caste, and his living environment is not much better than that of stray dogs on the roadside. Master, during your absence, the mine, Pa, Daji pushed Muna to the back. Young master, not a single stone was lost in the mine. Well done. From today on, the mine will be taken over by someone else. Young master, just arrange your work. Daji was happy in his heart, and he could finally leave this god-forsaken place. There was no village in front and no shop behind, and he had to run a long way even to drink tea. He was obviously the second driver of the old house, but he was left here to guard the mine, which was a waste of resources. Muna was not happy. He only knew that the mine did not need anyone to guard it. Then could he still live in a house with a roof, and eat rice with chili curry and boneless chicken nuggets once a week? Ron ignored the two servants' ideas. He was discussing the next construction plan with a construction team. The 30 million rupees from the Bank of Bombay had all been used to buy building materials, which were piled up on the open space in the mine. The 70 million from the Bank of Uttar Pradesh was also going through the process, and the next step was of course to start construction, and mining was the first step. As early as last month, geological experts completed the exploration, and the limestone mine in Kano village had a reserve of more than 100 million tons, which was a veritable large mine. Because of the rich reserves and relatively open terrain, the mine can be directly mined in the open air. In addition to the trucks, the monsters that Muna had just seen, drills, excavators, loaders, crushers, these were mostly imported goods, some were bought, and some were rented. Ron's capital surplus was not enough to handle all the equipment. 100 million rupees should be spent on the cutting edge, such as building a cement plant. The mine is relatively simple, mainly roads and transportation. The equipment that entered the site today is all for the preparation of early mining. For example, clearing vegetation and leveling the land. First, use bulldozers and rollers to build transportation channels to facilitate the entry and exit of heavy equipment. The next step is blasting, mining, and crushing, which are not that technically difficult. India's mechanization conditions are limited, and mining still has to be transported outside by human carts. It is a bit slow, but it is cheap. There are farmers everywhere in Uttar Pradesh, and there are plenty of people to do it. When there is money later, mechanized equipment will be installed. Otherwise, 100 million rupees cannot build a cement plant. Including the mine, 500 million rupees is about right. Transportation is not too troublesome. Ron plans to build a cement plant on this vacant land. The limestone from the mine is simply crushed and sent to the cement plant for the next processing. The cement plant has also been designed and covers an area of about 100 acres. This mine, including the surrounding farmland, used to belong to crows and honey badgers. Now that the two beasts are dead, Ron certainly accepted it without hesitation. It doesn't matter how much land the cement plant occupies. As for what to do with the farmers who used to farm the land? There are mines and cement factories. Why do we need to plant the land? Come to the factory to work. Ron gave an order, and the rumbling monsters started trembling. The mine and cement factory were built simultaneously, and the farmland was flattened by bulldozers when it was still sprouting green shoots. In the distance, local farmers came over crying and shouting, but were quickly driven away by the serf family. In principle, they were already Ron's serfs. How the land was used depended on what Ron said. Notifications were a waste of time. Look, this is the good thing about being a landlord in Uttar Pradesh. Mobilization, land expropriation, compensation, etc., all do not exist. In other countries, the land expropriation process can be dragged on for several years, but in India it is just a matter of a landlord's word. The life and death of the farmers can be considered at the last minute or not, it doesn't matter. Seeing more and more farmers coming, Ron sent people to publicize the expropriation notice. The serf family wants to use the land to build a cement factory. Don't plant sugarcane or anything like that. Don't worry about having no food to eat, you will all come to the cement factory to work. You can come today and see if there are any broken stones on the ground. Clear them all. 10 rupees per household per day. This is enough for a family in rural India to live on for 2 days. They buy things in paise, not rupees. The dark and thin farmers were skeptical. Such a high salary sounded a bit unreal. But whether they believed it or not, it was a fact that farmland was flattened one after another, and they had no room for negotiation. They could only choose to accept it or retreat. There was no third option. Brother, You are still too kind. Rutten couldn't stand it. You have to leave them some hope of survival. You can't be reasonable with these country rats. You have to use this, you know. Rutten took out an AK from somewhere and walked directly towards the group of farmers with it. Duh. 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 He fired a few shots into the air, and the farmers who were so noisy just now screamed and ran away. Rutten fired a few more shots at their feet, and everyone stopped where they were and didn't dare to run around. He shouted a few words loudly, and the cowering farmers came back to help clean up the site. They worked hard and were as obedient as buffaloes. They didn't even dare to mention the 10 rupees. See? We have to treat them like animals. Only in this way will they respect and fear us. Don't go too far. Sooner or later, we will have to leave Uttar Pradesh. We may need their support then, brother, don't be stupid. Indian farmers will never leave their villages in their lifetime. Okay, Ron shook his head. Give us the compensation we just mentioned. Otherwise, we won't be able to find workers. You have the final say. Rutten waved his hand indifferently. Mining is still interesting. Look at that yellow crane. It looks like a monster. It was indeed a monster. It sat on the edge of the pit, swallowing piles of soil with its big steel mouth and spitting them out. The workers under the monster's huge mouth looked not much bigger than mice. They were like small animals obeying its orders and circling around it. In such a cold month, they were still sweating profusely, and their wet shirts stuck to their shiny black skin. Ron also showed some joy. Uttar Pradesh was still promising. Chapter 207 Bad Omen. The area around Kano village has now become a construction site. Not only are all kinds of machines roaring on the hill, but there is also a road roller rolling around at the entrance of the village. The children in the small square in front of the tea shop no longer run after the truck. They are so shocked by the huge road roller that they can't speak. Some timid children burst into tears when they saw the monster-like iron wheels rolling over them. More teenagers are happily surrounding the road roller and pointing and talking. This is the first time they have seen such a steel behemoth. Look at that big iron wheel. It's bigger than a water buffalo. That's its hoof. The places it steps on are harder than stones. This monster doesn't need to eat grass. I wish I had one at home. Stupid. It drinks oil, just like a truck. The teenagers chattered and looked at the driver in the yellow cockpit with admiration. I just don't know if he needs people to work. If he can climb to the top of the behemoth and sit down, he must be very proud. The tea shop owner who was watching the excitement from a distance sneered, these little guys are still daydreaming. This is a construction team, not a human trafficker who lures people to work in the city. If you want to make money, you don't have to go so far, just go to the construction site in the east, and you will always find work. Tisk, tisk, that big iron wheel is really scary. The bumpy mud ground is rolled by it and becomes as smooth as marble. The tea shop owner heard from the workers who came here to drink tea that they first need to build a road to the main road to Varanasi. The cement produced later will be sent from here to other cities in Uttar Pradesh. This scene is really magnificent. Kano village has never had so many people. Some are preparing the land, and some are building roads. The few kilometers from the village entrance to the mining area are full of people, densely packed with people, at least thousands of people. There are workers from outside, and there are people from Kano village. Men and women from the village all go to the battle. They carry blackened hammers and crooked bamboo baskets, and go out to beg the manager of the construction site to give them a job. Winter is not the harvest season, there are no food crops to exchange for money, but life must go on. In previous years, the men in the village would go to the city to work at this time. Now there is a construction site at the entrance of the village, so of course they don't have to go that far. They were so tired that they bent over and panted, and the marks on their shoulders were about to melt into their flesh and blood. But they were smiling. The new landlord paid them, and the women were also around. This was like a paradise. The tea shop owner felt a little awkward. He was not used to seeing smiles on the faces of low-caste people. But this should be a good thing. He was not sure. The villagers might go to the tea shop to drink more cups of tea when they had money. Muna, the tea shop owner suddenly saw a familiar figure. He was wearing a khaki uniform and walked proudly on the road like a rooster in the village. This little bastard has climbed up the ladder now, and he never comes to the tea shop again. Boss, Muna put his palms together and bowed. Why are you here today? The tea shop owner asked with a slanted eye. My cousin Lena is getting married and she still needs a little dowry. Borrow money. The boss raised his neck higher. My brother got married right after my cousin, and he can pay back the money with a dowry. I am still a servant in my master's house, and I have an income every month. I heard that you found a good master. Why don't you borrow from him? The boss asked knowingly. In India, servants will never show their bad side to their masters. For example, drinking, gambling, and being a drifter are taboos for servants. Once discovered, they will definitely be driven away by the master's family. Borrowing money is not a taboo, but it will definitely not please the master. Muna is not that stupid. This is the servant status he exchanged for his life, and he must not throw it away. Only 3,000 rupees, we can pay it back in less than a month. That construction site, Muna pointed to the small hill in the distance. I can bring people into work. This is a kind of proxy power, a symbol of status. Muna can introduce villagers to work on the construction site, which means that he is valued by the master. Who did your cousin marry? Asked the tea shop owner. She is from Mangal village. His wife just died. Who is your brother going to marry? He continued to ask. A girl from the next village. Her family is a cowherd. Muna became confident. Cowherd refers to the Yadav caste, which is very powerful in Uttar Pradesh. The other party agreed to the marriage only after hearing that Muna was taken in as a servant by the boss of the construction site here. In the past, Muna's family would never dare to think of such a good thing. It was simply pie in the sky. The tea shop owner knew that Muna's family had the capital to repay the money. Pay back 3,500 rupees in 1 month, and 4,500 rupees after more than 3 months. Deal. Muna gritted his teeth and agreed. This is naked usury, and what's more unscrupulous is that he borrowed 3,000, but he might only get more than 2,000. But there is no way. His cousin is getting married, and as the girl's family, they must be severely blackmailed. They have to give the man's family a new bicycle, cash, silver bracelets, and organize a grand wedding. They can only do these one by one. Cousin Leena's situation is special, so the dowry is naturally higher. Indians like to hold weddings, and they want to hold them in a grand manner. The more grand the better. Muna's family has prepared a large barrel of liquor, waiting for them to drink at the wedding. 3,500 rupees is a huge sum of money, and many people in Kano village don't have that much in their lifetime savings. But Muna is not worried about the usury he owes, because his brother will get married immediately after his cousin gets married. His grandmother is ready to make a big fuss about the girl's family. They are being eaten by others, and they have to eat others. After taking the money from the tea shop owner, Muna was in high spirits. In the past, the old man often hit his head with a large spoon dipped in syrup, and there are still small white dots on Muna's neck and arms. Now, he can borrow money with a clear conscience. Muna touched the khaki uniform on his body, which is his armor. The master will live in the manor of Crow and his family for the next 2 days, and he has to serve him well, especially to show his face more. Well, it would be nice if he could give himself a silver whistle. Muna walked happily on the hard dirt road rolled by the roller, his chest puffed up. Who is that? The car came from the south, bringing a trail of dust. Muna didn't know many words, but the Mirzapur on the license plate was very familiar to him. The white SUV drove straight towards him, with its headlights flashing and the horn honking. Muna wanted to dodge, but the car rushed towards him, as if it was going to knock him directly away. Squeak. With a sharp brake sound, the car stopped less than 20 centimeters away from him. Muna shrank into a ball in fear, thinking he was going to be run over by the tires. Just like the grass under the iron wheels of the roller, it was crushed into the soil. Hey, the window of the SUV rolled down, and a drunk young man greeted him. What? Muna was still in shock. Do you know who is working here? The young man pointed to the roller in the distance and asked. From the big city, Varanasi. Are you, idiot? Don't you even know Rambay? Another young man in the car cursed. Rambay? Muna was confused. Rambay? This kid has never heard of the reputation of the Tripathi family. Tripathi? A flash of lightning flashed through Muna's mind, and he realized something in an instant. But he still looked silly, just looking at the people in the car in a flattering way. What kind of knowledge can this country mouse have? The leading young man was too lazy to care. Boy, do you know how many people there are there? A lot. Muna gestured exaggeratedly. How many? The young man frowned. 10,000 people. The whole village of Kana is there. Nonsense. How many people can there be in a country village? Rambay, do you want to go and see? In Mirzapur, no one dares to not give face to Karan Bey, his companion encouraged. The young man was a little tempted, but finally waved his hand. There's a very important party today, come next time. Rambe, is there a girl you like attending the party? There was laughter in the car. I'll definitely get it tonight. The off-road vehicle drove past, bringing with it bursts of exaggerated laughter. Muna wiped his sweat, his eyes still in shock. Why did the people from Kalimbe come to the countryside? No, I have to inform the master quickly. When Muna rushed to the construction site, Ron was inspecting the mine. Mr. Sir, look, these are all high-quality limestone, calcium oxide, and the grade is very high. The expert in charge of the mine was still the last time. Gore. Can it be used directly to process cement? Ron twisted the lime in his hand. The excavated limestone ore must be crushed and screened first, so that it is convenient to transport and the efficiency of processing in the cement plant is higher. The huge excavator has dug a large pit in the mine, enough for 2 large trucks to drive in parallel. The workers are reinforcing the supporting steel plates in the tunnel, and the drilling rig behind is on standby. It will enter the bottom of the pit to drill a hole. After it is filled with explosives, there will be a bang, and the limestone blocks will be broken all over the ground. Then the workers and trucks will enter the site to further crush, load and transport the limestone ore. This is roughly the operation process of mining, and it has just begun. When will the first batch of ore come out? Ron was a little impatient. If we wait for the equipment to be in place, it will take about 2 months. Small-scale manual mining will only take half a month. As early as last year, after obtaining the license, Ron had already placed an order for equipment from Neon. Some special engineering vehicles are not available in India, so they can only be bought from abroad. This kind of machinery is what Xiaori is best at, but it is too expensive. The long delivery time is also a problem. Usually it takes 4 to 8 months. Ron uses domestic products if he can, and buys second-hand if he can. But key equipment cannot be bought second-hand, so he can only buy new ones. First, manually mine, and store the excavated ore nearby. When the cement plant starts, no matter how much ore is mined, it will not be enough to digest it. Yes, Mr. Sir, expert Goer responded respectfully. He is also from Uttar Pradesh, a Vaishya caste. He has always been very flattering to local tyrants like the Sir family. What about the cement plant? How is the progress? The foundation has already been laid. The plant can be completed in 3 or 4 months. The trouble is the rotary kiln and the feed tower. It will take more than 6 months at the earliest. Is there any faster way? Ron frowned. This kind of large-scale mining is indeed difficult to deal with. The original wet kiln in the mine can be used as a makeshift, but the efficiency is a bit low. Gore shrugged. Ron suddenly realized that the artificial cement kiln that Crow and his team used to have was still there and had never been dismantled. Try it first, just as a way to accumulate experience. I'll arrange for someone to deal with it. Ron wanted to say something, but Muna hurried over. Master, I just met someone from Kalimbe. Who? Kalimbe, the king of Mizable. What are they doing here? I don't know, but they definitely don't have any good ideas, Muna concluded. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. There is almost no need to guess about this kind of thing. Don't worry about Kalimbe. This is the territory of the Sir family. Ron waved his hand nonchalantly. A small county town is not the king of the underground. Who are you trying to fool? Chapter 208 Covet. Mirzapur is not a city, but a county or a town. The population of this small town is less than 200,000, which is several times less than the population of Varanasi, which has a population of 1 million. However, in the vast land of Uttar Pradesh, even a small street with hundreds of people will breed a leader and a violent group around him. Mirzapur is no exception. The rule of the Tripathi family here is deeply rooted. Since their ancestors, they have managed this small town like an iron barrel. By the time of Kalimbe's generation, the police station in the town is no different from his family's servant room. If there is any disturbance in the city, or any signs that are unfavorable to the Tripathi family, the police will notify Kalimbe immediately. The gunfight that took place in a small village on the border of Mirzapur some time ago did not cause much waves in the town. Because it is far away from the city and it is a low-caste village, no one cares how many people die. However, as the director, Gupta always has to know the general situation of what happened in his jurisdiction. The most important thing is who fired the gun in Mirzapur. This must be notified to Kalimbe. When Gupta arrived at the Tripathi family's estate, Kalimbe was enjoying afternoon tea. Are you talking about the small country landlord who was killed last time? No one was left. Even his family fled in panic that day. The Varanasi people, yes, Gupta answered respectfully. Kalimbe remained calm. He didn't really care who Crow was fighting with. He was in the arms business. The more fiercely others fought, the better his business would be. As long as Mirzapur was not in chaos and the foundation of the kingdom he ruled was not in chaos, he didn't care about the affairs of the small villages in the countryside. However, Gupta's tip-off made Kalimbe take this matter seriously again. That Crow bought dozens of guns from him, enough to arm a small gang. Now he was cleaned up, not to mention that the news didn't spread much. Kalimbe was alert in his heart. It must be a crushing gunfight. Who are they? Mineral business, minerals. Kalimbe frowned. I sent someone to inquire about it myself. Some time ago, someone was exploring there. It was said to be a limestone mine. Of course I know that. That Crow is doing this kind of business. Kalimbe had long been aware of the Crow's secret sale of cement. But he looked down on it. He only made a few hundred bags of cement a month. He could not make as much as he could by selling a few double-barreled shotguns. No, Kalimbe, that's a big business. I heard that many people have come to Kano village now to prepare for the opening of the mine. When did it happen? Yesterday? Markbu, bring today's newspaper. Kalimbe turned to the big man beside him and ordered. Soon a local newspaper from Uttar Pradesh was handed over. Kalimbe quickly searched through it, but did not find what he wanted. Gupta wanted to say something, but Kalimbe raised his hand to interrupt him. He got up and went to the living room to pick up the phone. As the king of Mirzapur, he certainly had close connections with politicians in Lucknow. Mr. Rao, have you heard about the mine in Mirzapur? Oh, of course, that was approved by the minister himself. You will see the news in the newspaper tonight, but this is my territory, Kalimbe said in a low voice. Kalin, the mine is on the border of Mirzapur. And a small part belongs to Chandwali next door. It has no conflict with your business, and the other party is not an outsider. They moved my people. Really? I didn't see any news of fighting in the newspaper. Are you mistaken, Rao? Kalimbe's tone became stiff. If you want to have enough funds for the next election, you shouldn't talk to me like this, okay, Kalimbe? The other party is very powerful, both in terms of money and people. It is a large project with an investment of hundreds of millions of rupees. Except for the minister, no one else can get involved. Kalimbe hung up the phone silently. He finally understood why there was no news. Before the dust settled, their minister had already locked in the business. Gupta, tell me everything you know. The other party is a Brahmin like you, with the last name Sir. Originally, he was active only in Varanasi. Recently, a descendant of the family came back from Mumbai, and then the current mining business was established. How much do you know about that mine? I don't know. Few people go to Kano village. The news just came yesterday. Kalimbe's eyes were dim. An investment of 100 million rupees actually speaks volumes. Dad, Ram's voice came from outside. When did a big businessman come to Mirzapur? Where is the businessman? Kalimbe turned around and asked. A small village. It seems to be called Kano. I passed by Tiana yesterday and there was a construction team working on it. Kalimbe and Gupta looked at each other and knew what was going on. Where did you go yesterday and why did you come back now? He asked his son. I went to a classmate's house in Changudli to attend a party. I drank too much last night. Ram felt a little guilty. He had forced himself on me last night. How many people were there on that construction site? Kalimbe's focus was not on his son. Several hundred, maybe more than 1,000. Ram shrugged. Don't run around lately. Pay more attention to the family business. Yes, Dad. Ram was a little absent-minded. His father had the final say in the whole of Mirzapur, and he couldn't get involved in the family business. What else could Ram do except being a rich second generation? Waving his hand to send his son upstairs, Kalimbe turned to the police in front of him. Gupta, keep an eye on Kano village. Yes, Kalimbe. Watching Gupta leave, Kalimbe sat in a chair and fell into deep thought. Of course he wanted to get a share of the mining business, but not now. The investment of 100 million rupees has not yet seen results. When the cement plant is on the right track, it will be time for the Tripathi family to take action. Kalimbe is a shrewd businessman. He is only used to picking fruits, not being a sucker for investment. No business in Mirzapur can spare him. This is related to the family's reputation. Otherwise, how can he suppress those challengers who come one after another? Do you know the king of Mirzapur? What bullshit king? Here, Ron pointed at his feet. The boss of this territory. I've heard of him. He seems to be involved in smuggling and arms business, but they are all inferior goods. Rutten fiddled with his beloved pistol. Yesterday Muna told me that the other side's people appeared in Kana village. Why? Rutten looked up. Are they planning to attack this place? I don't know, but I think it's better to be careful. Don't worry, brother, the family has recruited some more people. It's fine if they don't come, but if they come, they will end up like those two beasts. But, what's wrong? Ron asked. Not enough guns, Rutten said with a smile. Ron had a headache. His brother was not interested in business or anything, but he loved all kinds of guns. This thing is a completely money-burning job, and it can even be said to be a bottomless pit. You want to buy a gun again, this time, in addition to the AK, there is also a Brahmin light machine gun. Rutten's eyes lit up. Light machine gun, Ron took a breath. This is mainstream stuff, designed by the British. Rutten's weapons were all bought from the Indian Army, including the AK series, Beretta pistols, and military daggers. As long as they were paid, the officers in the army dared to sell anything. They even dared to cheat on the food and replace it with pig feed. What else was there to be afraid of? After doing business several times in a row, Rutten was no longer satisfied with the firepower of small pistols and rifles. He set his eyes on the Brahmin light machine gun that fired 500 to 600 rounds per minute. It was put into service as early as the 1930s and 1940s, and it was a complete antique. But who can blame India's military industry for being so lame? It is still made by various countries. The Brahmin light machine gun, which others despise, is India's standard weapon, and it is the dream gun in the eyes of local armed forces like Rutten. $3,000 a gun, with 500 rounds of bullets. I finally found a relationship to get this. There are only 3 guns, and I am waiting to pay. How much is this batch of arms in total? Ron went straight to the point. 4 million, and some bullets by the way, Rutten gestured. I'll have someone go get the money these 2 days, but we better keep a low profile. Having too many guns will make more and more people wary. As long as they don't come to cause trouble, I won't come to kill them, Rutten said confidently. He thought he was already a good citizen of the northern gang who abided by the law and never took the initiative to fire the first shot. The two beasts couldn't blame him either, because they had the official approval of the northern gang. It was the 2 rural landlords who were against the government. Since you want to expand the team, you can also recruit locals if they are suitable, Ron told him. They have to pass the assessment first. Rutten was unmoved. Assessment? Who knows if that bullshit king has spies here? We just got here, so it's better to be careful. You can do it yourself. Anyway, the mine must be foolproof. Ron thought about finding a few guides first, so that he could get twice the result with half the effort. Rutten trusted people from his hometown more. What he called the assessment was probably something like a token of allegiance. Speaking of which, the servant Muna was suitable. With him taking the lead, the people in Kano village obviously cooperated a lot. This is of course also related to Ron's good deeds during this period. He has been in Kano village for such a long time, but he has never killed anyone. He will get angry, but he will not beat or scold servants. He will not do things like the 2 beasts to kill servants. The villagers work hard at the construction site, and he pays them according to the amount, and will not deduct wages without reason. This can be called a great good man in the northern gang. If he performs 2 more rituals, he will be a saint. As for Rutten, well, the villagers are afraid of him. He looks difficult to mess with, and he has a gun in his hand. Although he didn't kill anyone, the animals near Kano village suffered. The sound of gunfire every day makes people terrified. Sometimes the pigs of the villagers were killed by mistake, and no one dared to go up to argue. If the Brahmin master is in a bad mood and even kills people, it is unfortunate. Muna is also afraid of Rutten. Every time he meets him, he will take a detour. Unfortunately, he ran into him today. Boy, I heard that your family is going to have a wedding, Rutten asked. Yes, master, my brother is getting married. Oh, there's wine to drink, master. It's a great thing that the master is going. Really? Rutten looked at him with a smile. Really? Okay, stop teasing him. Ron waved his hand in the distance. Rutten laughed and walked away, leaving Muna alone to wipe his sweat secretly. Muna, what's the matter? Oh, master, I came here to ask for 2 days off. Go ahead, relax. Ron took out a 500 rupee note from his pocket. Master, Muna almost cried. By the way, can you help me find out something? Ron suddenly waved him over. The guide still needs to be trained. Chapter 209 Red Wedding. Muna was so happy that he felt like flying. His master had given him a task. Muna was not afraid of working or enduring hardships, but he was afraid that his master would not arrange anything for him. If a servant had no work to do, could he still be called a servant? There was no such reason in the world. Muna once dreamed of being free, but now he found that there was nothing wrong with being a servant. The premise was that he had a master like Mr. Sir, who was the best master in the world. If you don't believe me, look at the 500 rupees in his pocket. He had never heard of any master giving a servant so much money. My God, the master actually asked him to convey his blessings and wish his brother a happy wedding. Muna wanted to kneel down and kiss his toes, but unfortunately the master didn't like it. Look, he was the best master in the world, and this was another piece of evidence. Muna also didn't forget his task, to find out the news about the king of Mirzapur. Well, this was incidental. What he really had to do was to pay attention to the actions of several nearby villages, especially outside the village of Kana. Any rumors or gossip should be reported to the master as soon as possible. Muna was full of confidence, and he was familiar with everything around him. But the most important thing now was his brother's wedding, and this time it was finally their turn to take advantage. His grandmother Ruta was very cunning, and she did not give in when talking about the dowry, which made Yadav angry and anxious. In the end, their family won a great victory, and the dowry was so generous that Muna drooled. 5,000 rupees in cash, the bills were brand new, all just taken out from the bank. A Hero brand bicycle, and a thick gold necklace for his brother Raja. It was a big profit. Not only could it easily repay the high-interest loan from the tea shop owner, but there was also quite a bit of surplus. Yadav is worthy of being the largest caste in Uttar Pradesh. It is incredible that he can take out so much dowry. Muna walked into the house, stepped over a pile of scary cow dung, and heard the chattering of his ants from a distance. Some of them were feeding cattle, some were winnowing grain, and some were sitting on the ground, staring at another woman's scalp, carefully searching for traces of lice, and then pinching them to death one by one with their fingernails. They were talking and suddenly stopped what they were doing, and Muna knew it was time for a quarrel. Sure enough, the women exchanged a few dirty words, and then began to throw metal bottles and cans at each other. Then they tore hair, but after a while, they kissed the back of their hands first, and then touched each other's cheeks to show that they had reconciled. This is the daily life of rural women in North India. Quarreling is their only pleasure. The men are busy with their own things far away and don't care about these. In the past, when they were away from home because they went to work in the city, the women quarreled like this. They quarreled like this at home, no matter. Muna, come and help, brother Raja called him to carry the wine. A few days ago, my sister Lena got married, and there was still some wine left from the wedding. Grandma Ruta was adamantly opposed to buying new ones, so the leftover wine on the table came in handy again. Did you see the girl? Muna asked her brother secretly. I took a glimpse in the room, she's not ugly. Are there any actresses in the Durga movie that we saw last time who are pretty? Of course not. Then do you like her? Raja choked, then smiled and patted Muna. Grandma said it's your turn next. Muna blushed for the first time. He didn't really want that, he was just looking forward to the generous dowry. Tomorrow night, our whole family will have a good drink, Raja smiled. Drinking, it's great, Muna licked his lips. The last time my cousin Lena got married, he got drunk for the first time. Only a few days had passed, and he already missed the smell of wine. Time quickly came to the afternoon of the next day, and almost the entire village of Kana went out. The young people in the village found a donkey from somewhere, and they let Raja sit on the donkey's back, and then led the donkey to the next village. The wedding organized by the Yadav family was more grand than that of my cousin Lena. A black tape recorder played movie interludes, and people drank and danced all night. Raja was drunk and staggering, Muna was also drunk and staggering, and his uncles were also drunk and could not open their eyes. But they could still walk. They wanted to take the bride back to the village, where there would be a celebration. In traditional Indian weddings, there is also something similar to a sedan chair, and the bride sits on it and is carried by the young people of Kana village. Raja sat on the donkey, and Muna followed him. A large group of people beat gongs and drums, sang and danced. In the distance, there was a beeping of car horns, but it was drowned out by the music. Rambe, there's a wedding procession ahead, and the road is blocked. The young man driving turned his head and said, Marriage? People are getting married in this damn place, look at those slutty women, all of them are shaking their hips, The little follower laughed obscenely. "Ram, give them a taste of their own medicine," another follower encouraged. Ram licked his lips and shook his head. "Let's go, guys." He approached the celebrating crowd with a gloomy look, and the men, women, and children did not notice him approaching. Ram listened to the noisy drums in his ears, put his hands on his hips and lowered his head. Suddenly, he waved his hand and joined the hip-swaying team. The scene changed so quickly that the two little followers were stunned for a moment before they shouted and cheered. They treated this as a dance hall and indulged in revelry. Ram was an expert in this. His movements were exaggerated and obscene. He specifically circled around women, and even stuck out his waist and stuck out his tongue. Finally, someone noticed him and walked up to him gently. "Dude, don't be so excited. Get out, idiot," Ram cursed angrily. "Wait, who are you?" The visitor realized that this young man was not from Kana village. "Who am I?" Ram, whose interest was disturbed, took out a pistol from his waist without saying a word. "Who do you say I am?" "Oh my God, don't do this." The villagers in front of him were trembling with fear. "Hurry up, bastard, keep dancing." Ram laughed with a pistol in his hand. The drums, trumpets, and songs on the radio continued, and the people celebrating around him didn't notice the episode at all. The person pointed at by the gun could only dance again with a bitter face under Ram's gaze. Haha, Ram and his little followers laughed wildly. They held bottles of wine in their hands, and after each of them took a big sip, Ram simply fired a few shots into the air to liven up the atmosphere. The villager in front of him was Muna's uncle. After hearing the gunshots, he dared not stop, and forced a smile and continued to twist his hips. Bang, 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 Ram fired a few more shots. He liked this feeling of being domineering too much. Muna in the crowd suddenly shuddered. He seemed to hear the gunshots. He was too familiar with the sound. Crow fired that shot right in front of him. The sound of drums and trumpets disappeared, and the crowd gradually quieted down. They all heard the gunshots. Muna wanted to squeeze over, and suddenly something dripped onto his arm, with a hint of warmth. He turned his head and widened his eyes. It was blood. Not only on his arm, but also on the donkey he was leading. Reddish-brown, covering the donkey's gray fur. Muna looked up blankly. Raja's right eye was black and rumbling, and the black blood covered half of his face. Raja staggered, then fell headfirst onto the donkey. The donkey brayed twice, then ran away with the body. The crowd screamed in fear, and dispersed in the blink of an eye. Several followers looked at each other, their eyes evasive. Ram rubbed his forehead with his pistol in frustration, and just when the followers thought they were going home, he suddenly laughed. Look, no one is blocking the road now. He still had to go to Chandivali, where there was a girl waiting for him to rape her. The car whirred past the entrance of one village, and when passing the mine, Ram fired 2 more shots at it. He was the son of Mirzapur, and except for his father, he was the king here. Ron was awakened by the news from the mine before dawn, and someone was injured there. He lived in the former manor of Crow, not far from the mine. After telling Anand to drive over in a hurry, he saw a large group of people gathered there. Rutten had arrived earlier. He happened to get up early to go hunting, and then met the worker who informed him on the way. How is it? Ron hurried over. Gunshot wound, Rutten gestured. Gunshot wound. Ron was stunned. He thought it was an accident in the mine. He didn't hear clearly just now, which made him extremely nervous. The mine collapsed. That would be a big problem. How did he get a gunshot wound? Ron squatted down to check on the worker. He was shot in the calf, but luckily, no bone was injured. Sir, I was patrolling on the mine, and then my leg was stabbed, and then I rolled down from it. The worker had a sad face and wailed. He was completely in trouble. Don't talk, I'll help you deal with the wound. Ron was already good at this kind of work. In India, you can always encounter various accidents. Especially the poor, they are injured for a variety of reasons. Among them, external injuries are the most, and it is also the field that Ron is best at. He even thinks that his surgical skills can be compared with real experts. The workers who were watching here stared with wide eyes. They never knew that their boss had such a trick. He was a Brahmin, but he was willing to treat low-caste people. Most of the workers here were Shudras, and Vaishyas were a minority. They could not afford to see doctors. Ron's dazzling movements made them dare not even breathe. The injured workers had no anesthesia and could only bite the towel and endure the pain of stitches. After more than half an hour, everything was done. My master is a famous miracle doctor in Mumbai. Mumbai, you know. Garuda, Anand boasted proudly. He is a miracle doctor, a miracle doctor, the crowd whispered. Do you know what my master's surname Sir means? The sun god, Surya, Surya, go away, Ron waved his hand. If he didn't stop them, these people would come over to touch his feet again. After comforting the workers and having them carry him back to have a good rest, Ron and Rutten walked aside. What happened? Someone saw a white SUV passing by here, and that's when the gunshots were heard. SUV, Ron frowned. Was this someone seeking revenge, or was he deliberately looking for trouble? Don't worry, I've sent someone to investigate. If anyone dares to touch my people, I'll put a few holes in his head. Rutten's face was fierce. Don't be impulsive, you must find out the other party's background. Ron had just said half of his words when he saw Muna and a few people carrying a stretcher and rushing here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Scapegoat. Master, Muna ran over crying, please save my brother, Muna. Ron went over, what's going on, my brother, please look at my brother. Muna's uncles hurriedly put down the stretcher made of wood and boards, and they stepped aside and looked over eagerly. Ron stepped forward, and then his body trembled imperceptibly. The young man on the wooden board looked young, and he was still wearing a gorgeous groom's uniform. But there was a big hole in his right eye, and black and red blood and suspicious paste flowed out of his eye socket, crawling hideously all over half of his face. Ron squatted down, tried his breath, and put his fingers on his wrist to feel it for a while. Muna, master, your magic medicine. Please use the magic medicine to save my brother, just like you saved me last time, Muna begged. He was also shot last time and thought he was going to die. But the master saved him with that magical medicine. Muna, it's too late. Ron slowly got up. Master, Muna burst into tears. Ron shook his head. The man on the ground was already a corpse. Even if Lord Shiva came, he couldn't save him. Muna cried. That was his dearest brother. His mother died of illness, his father died of vomiting blood, and now his only brother is dead. Last night, the donkey carried his brother's body all night, and Muna followed it all night. He hoped to send his brother to the master and then ask for a magic medicine. Now it's over, everything is over, it's too late. Mother, father, brother. Muna kept crying and couldn't stop crying. He had too many questions. Why couldn't his family live a good life even though the two beasts that plagued the village died? He had obviously put on a cocky uniform and became a big man in the village. His brother had obviously found a job on the construction site and didn't have to ride on a truck to go to the city to make a living. Their family had hope, but why did people around them die one after another? He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't even do anything to the murderer. Muna's uncles comforted him, saying that everyone in the family loved him, and they had to deal with Raj's funeral first. They said a lot, but they never mentioned the murderer. They were just low castes. How could they have the courage to cause trouble to the high castes? Those people had cars and guns, they must be big shots in the city. Ron sighed, but Rutten suddenly thought of something. Muna, who shot your brother? It was them. Muna slowly raised his head. The king of Mirzapur. I know him. Are you sure? He drove the white car and just came last time. Master, you know. Ron's eyes moved. He remembered that Muna had mentioned this before. Muna, tell me everything that happened last night. Don't leave anything out, Ron instructed him. Muna stopped crying. He described in detail what happened at the wedding, and several uncles also supplemented it. After listening to the stories of several people, Ron and others were almost certain that the injuries to the mine workers were also caused by that group of people. That young man should be the son of the Triparty family. Who cares about the bullshit king? I'll take people to take them down right now. Rutten was about to call for help without saying a word. Ron stopped him in time. If we go like this, we will suffer a great loss. We don't even know the other party's strength, manpower, and relationships. It's too reckless. Mirzapur is just a small town, brother. Rutten didn't take the Triparty family seriously. Others have forgotten that we were just rural landlords in Varanasi before. The other party has been doing arms business here for so many years. Maybe they have more guns than us. We will suffer a great loss if we go like this, but this matter can't be let go like this, otherwise how will others see the Sir family? Of course, The workers in the mine were shot and Muna's brother was shot dead. This is a complete murder case. We have to put some pressure on Luck now. Oh, you mean? Rutten's eyes lit up. Yadav is definitely not willing to see an accident at the mine. He has boasted to the media that our cement plant is regarded as a benchmark project in Uttar Pradesh. Recently, newspapers in Uttar Pradesh have been reporting on this matter, and Ron even went to Lucknow to attend a media conference. Uttar Pradesh's previous development was entirely dependent on agriculture, and the ministers who took office were all responsible for making money. There were no industrial projects in the entire state that could be presented. The emergence of the cement plant attracted a lot of media coverage in the state, and Yadav was not polite to take all the credit for himself. At this critical juncture, he was most reluctant to see an accident at the mine. This matter will not end so easily. The Tripathi family must at least give an explanation. Ron is not a good man now. He knows that in Uttar Pradesh, sometimes you have to show your fists. I understand. I'll make a call and check the other party's background. By the way, Rutten already knew what to do. Call some other people in the family over. There are still too few people at the mine. Ron took care of him. The Sir family has a large population. Ron has 7 or 8 cousins alone. Some of them are married, some are doing business in the city, and have already taken root in Varanasi. But there are also a few who have just graduated from school, and it is just right to pull them over to help manage the mine. At critical times, family members are more reliable, and Ron dare not use outsiders. Master, thank you. Muna knelt on the ground and kowtowed. He didn't understand politics, he only knew that the master wanted to seek justice for his brother. The Sir family will not treat their own people badly. Master, if you need people to go to Mirzapur, please take me. Ron was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently. Uttar Pradesh, there are countless such tragedies every day. Ram, who came back from Chandoli, was in a good mood. Last night, he not only raped the beautiful girl, but her sister also did not escape his clutches. It was just an ordinary family. Facing a devil like him, the whole family did not dare to resist. Whistling, Ram shook the key in his hand and walked into the living room leisurely. His father Karim and his paralyzed grandfather were enjoying lunch. Ram sat down as if no one was around. His stepmother Beena greeted him warmly. Come, Ram Bey, I cooked mutton today. I've eaten outside. Ram sat down and pinched a nut and put it in his mouth. Karim was talking to someone around him. They were holding pistols in their hands and seemed to be discussing the quality of the guns. The whole family was accustomed to all this because it was the business of the Tripathi family. After explaining a few things, Karim turned his head and looked at his son. Have the batch of guns I asked you to deliver a few days ago arrived? Not yet, Dad. I'm a little busy recently. I'll go in a few days. Ram threw peanuts into his mouth casually. What are you busy with? Karim stared at him. Visiting a few classmates, and there is also the school election. I want to be the president of the student union. Really? Karim wiped his hands and sat down. Right, Ram felt a little guilty. I was canvassing for votes from my classmates, and there was a bastard who wanted to compete with me, but I beat him up and the problem was solved. Campaigning for votes? Going to a female classmate's house to canvass for votes, raping 2 sisters, and then killing a groom on the way? Dad, Ram swallowed. It was just an accident, you idiot. Our congressman in Lucknow called home. Karim threw the towel in his son's face, and was so angry that he wanted to slap him. Impossible, Dad, it's just a low-caste village. They don't dare to go against the Tripathi family. What about the mine? Karim stared at him. Ram was at a loss for words. I was drunk. There was no one in the wilderness at night, so I just fired 2 shots randomly, and I just happened to hit their workers. Huh? Ram was stunned. It was a coincidence. I didn't shoot at anyone on purpose. Ram, Karim interrupted him, the problem is not shooting. The Tripathi family has the right to shoot. The important thing is who to shoot. I told you many times that mine, don't touch it now. Karim angrily asked the servant to bring a basin to wash his hands. He hadn't eaten much for lunch, but now he had no appetite at all. In the morning, Councillor Rao called him and said that the Sir family was asking about him. Then Gupta from the police station also came to tip him off, saying that Ram had killed a groom and injured workers in the mine. Karim only realized what had happened at this time. His son's mess made him passive. Even the chief minister seemed to pay attention to this matter. The cement company in Mirzapur was regarded by him as an important achievement during his tenure. Karim didn't want to clash with the Sir family at this time. His rule in Mirzapur was deeply rooted, and he could take his time to slowly build it up. Ram disrupted his plan, and now he had to face the possible attack from the Sir family directly. Dad, you are the king here. We can just take over the mine and do it ourselves. Karim was almost laughing with anger. Do you know how much it costs to invest in that project? 100 million rupees. You pay for it? Ram was stunned. He didn't expect a mine business to burn so much money. The Tripathi family has an arms factory, but the total business scale is only in the tens of millions. Even if all kinds of black industries and smuggling are counted, it may not be possible to raise 100 million rupees. Yadav will not allow us to mess around. He must at least see that the mine and cement plant are built. Karim knew the trick very well. When the cement plant is built and production is on track, that will be the opportunity for the Tripathi family. Karim has already inquired that the Sir family only gave Yadav a bribe, but held on to the shares of the mine. All the Tripathi family had to do was promise Yadav a certain share, and he would definitely support Kalan in taking over the cement factory. No alliance is unbreakable, and interests are the key. But now is not the right time. And no one can touch the mines in the hands of the Sir family. Yadav has already warned Kalan through his men not to stretch his hands too far. No one should have cared about the dead low-caste groom. As a result, the Sir family made a fuss about him and forced the state police to file a case for investigation. Gupta of the branch has received a notice from above, and this case must be explained anyway. Who was with you last night? Kalan asked. Guru and Prav. Ram was confused. Kalan winked at the tall Makbu at the dining table, and the latter immediately understood and left. Dad, Ram seemed to realize something. Ram, remember. If you want to be the king of Mirzapur, you can't treat anyone around you as a friend. Kalan had a blank expression. Soon Makbu came in with a short guru, and Prav went to the countryside and was not in town. Kalan, the little follower guru, excitedly stepped forward to touch his feet. He usually only hangs out with Ram, and today he was personally summoned by Karan, and he was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. Guru, Karan smiled, you are Ram's right-hand man, right? Of course, I can die for Ram Bey. The short guru slapped his chest. Well, now there is a chance. Karan smiled with satisfaction. What? Guru looked left and right in confusion. The tall Makbu stepped forward, and Guru finally saw something wrong in his eyes. That was murderous intent. He didn't understand what was going on, but his instincts drove him to run away. As a result, before he could take a step, Guru was grabbed by the neck by Makbu and lifted up. Guru's legs were in the air, kicking hard, but he couldn't say a word. Karan picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, as if no one was around. Ram watched quietly, his eyes trembling. Finally, Guru stopped struggling, he stared wide-eyed, and died with his eyes open. Send the man to the mine and tell Gupta that the case can be closed. Karim got up and went upstairs. Chapter 211 People. Looking at the body in front of them, Ran was speechless and Rutan was depressed. They didn't expect that the king of Mirzapur would react so quickly and decisively. Don't you want the murderer? This is it. They didn't even need anyone else to do anything, they brought the so-called murderer to justice. One life for one life, this couldn't be fairer in Uttar Pradesh. The Mirzapur police station also quickly closed the case because the guru was indeed at the crime scene that night. The villagers testified that there was someone else? Not true, it was too dark, you must have seen it wrong. It was a brilliant move to kill the guru directly, and Ran and his men didn't even have the chance to interrogate him. With the cooperation of the Mirzapur police station, the Lucknow headquarters has accepted their application to close the case. Yadav's assistant also called, meaning that there should be no more complications. Apparently, the Tripathi family also had connections in Lucknow. Damn, that shit king is so despicable, Rutan cursed angrily. This matter can only end here, Ran also sighed. Morally speaking, the Tripathi family has already explained to the Sir family. If they continue to pursue them, it will make the Sir family look unruly. It was just a worker who was injured. The Tripathi family did not hesitate to severely punish the murderer. No one would have any objection. Otherwise, how would other forces and officials in Uttar Pradesh view the Sir family? As for the case closing process full of loopholes, has anyone in Uttar Pradesh really paid attention to this thing? The poor go to the police, and the rich have long jumped out of the system. We underestimated that Kalam Bey. He is very capable to be called the king of Mirzapur. I would rather fight him. Rutan had no place to vent his anger. He was impulsive and irritable, But he was not stupid. The matter of picking on Kalimbe was already a false cause. This is a tyrant. We have already made a feud with him. We must be more careful of him in the future. Ron didn't like this, it was too passive. I will stay in the mine in the future. If he dares to come, it's just what I want. Rutten was ready to put the hempgrass sideline aside and let the family take care of it. This is a large project worth hundreds of millions of rupees, and there is no room for error. In a few days, the family will send more descendants here. It is a critical period for the expansion of power, and everyone must do their best. I will stay for a while before returning to Mumbai, at least until the situation is completely calmed down. Ron is ready to continue to stay in Mirzapur. The construction of the mine is proceeding in an orderly manner. The construction team comes from Orissa, which is the state with the richest mineral resources in India. They have rich construction experience, and roads, power grids, and water pipelines are all being laid. The tunnels of the mine have reached the ore veins directly. If mechanical efficiency is not pursued, manual mining can be carried out. The foundation of the cement plant is solidifying, and the construction of the plant will only be faster in the future. Ron expects to try to produce cement manually next month, and 1 or 2,000 tons per month will not be a problem. The cement plant will be officially put into use in the second half of the year. This kind of large project is much more complicated than Sir Electric appliances. No wonder only the government and giants could handle it before. Be patient, it is already January 1994, and he will start the road to take off at the end of the year. The Muna family has been gloomy recently, and their days are getting worse day by day. Raj's unexpected death dragged this family, which was just about to rise, into the abyss again. The most realistic problem facing them is that they have no money to repay the loan sharks. The groom died before the bride was married, and the Yadav family broke the marriage the next day. In fact, the bride ran back home in fear on the night Raja was shot, and she didn't even enter Muna's house. Since the marriage was not completed, the dowry must be taken back. Muna's grandmother, Rutu, threw a tantrum, but it was useless. Yadav was not someone they could offend, so they returned all the brand new 5,000 rupee bills, the Hero brand bicycle, and the thick gold necklace. Without this generous dowry, the tea shop owner's loan sharking would certainly be out of the question. As soon as the Yadav family left, the tea shop owner came to collect the debt. No one can hide the affairs of Kano village from anyone. Muna's family couldn't come up with 3,500 rupees, so the tea shop owner asked Muna to work for him to pay off the debt. Of course, this was not possible. Muna was now the hope of the whole family. He found the best master in the world, the big boss of the mine. As long as he had a job, the family had hope of rising. If he lost his job, everything would be over. But the tea shop owner was very tough, and he wished Muna would lose his job. A country mouse, actually dreaming of making a name for himself? It would be better to go back to the tea shop and be hit on the head with a big spoon dipped in syrup. The tea shop owner did not allow the people of Kano village to break out of the cage, and servants should be servants from generation to generation. Old Rutu hoped that Muna would ask Ron for help again, but Muna refused. He had already asked his master for his brother's affairs, and how could a servant cause trouble to his master every day? He frowned and thought hard, looking for a way to solve the usury. If it really didn't work, at worst he would give all his monthly salary of 300 rupees to the tea shop owner. With the interest compounded, he might have to pay off the usury for many years, but at least there was hope. The family would have to go back to the hard life they had before, with no income, no savings, and barely enough to eat. In the end, it was Ron who discovered his abnormality. After asking a few villagers, he found out the whole story. Ron called Muna over and asked him, "Does your family owe loan sharks, master?" "I didn't spend money recklessly or gamble. The loan sharks are because, I know." Ron waved his hand. "How much did your brother owe for his wedding?" Muna breathed a sigh of relief. If the master mistakenly thought that he owed loan sharks for gambling, it would be over. 3,500 rupees, originally my brother could have paid it back for his wedding, but, Muna suddenly stopped. "This is 3,500 rupees, Ron handed him the money. "Master," Muna was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. "I'll lend it to you, but there is a condition, you say." Muna's eyes flashed with determination. He had made up his mind, and he would not hesitate even if he had to kill someone. "Live well," Ron said with a smile. "Master." Muna suddenly couldn't speak. "I'll give you a task. Let's get as many people as possible in Mirzapur to support the cement factory. Let's start with Kana village. Yes, master, Muna said loudly. He left the mine and walked towards home. As he walked, he suddenly burst into tears. He couldn't control himself, and his tears flowed out. He suddenly understood a truth. The master never treated him as a servant, he just treated him as a person. A person. This was the first time Muna was so close to this word, and he would never forget it. Muna paid back the high-interest loan from the tea shop owner, but the disappointment in the other's eyes did not make him feel much pleasure. He returned to his shack-like home, rummaged through the boxes and cabinets, and finally found a cloth bag he had hidden. The bag was covered with dust and had holes of various sizes gnawed by insects and ants. But the things inside were still there. Muna carefully opened the cloth bag, and the yellowed pages made his heart tremble. Yes, he had read books, and he should be literate. Rural areas in India are very poor, but there are still government public schools. Muna's primary school teacher was a fat man who loved chewing betel nuts and always spat out the red betel nut juice. The 3 walls of the classroom were covered with his spit, as if they were covered with a layer of short red wallpaper. He often took a nap at noon, and at this time, the students would quietly steal betel nuts from his pocket and share them. They chewed betel nuts and imitated the teacher, with their hands on their hips, their waists slightly bent back, and poof, they took turns spitting betel nut juice all over the 3 dirty walls. On another wall, there was a mural of the Buddha sitting under a tree, surrounded by several Sikh deer and squirrels. Over time, the mural had become dim and mottled. This was the only wall that the teacher spared. He was not competent and often embezzled the funds from above. The government once had a plan to provide students with 3 pancakes, yellow lentils and pickles at lunch every day. But Muna and his friends had never seen any pancakes, yellow lentils or pickles. Everyone knew what was going on. The teacher pocketed their lunch money. He had a good excuse for corruption, he hadn't received salary for half a year. This was a fact, and everyone knew it. You can't expect teachers in Indian public schools to be responsible. They will use Gandhi's protest method to demand salary, that is, if they don't get paid, they won't work. Of course, he is also afraid of losing his job, because although the income of state-owned enterprises in India is very meager, they can make a lot of extra money. Once, a truck brought uniforms issued by the government to the school. As a result, they didn't even see them. A week later, someone saw these uniforms being sold in the neighboring village. No one blamed the teacher. You can't expect a person to leave the pit without stinking. Everyone knows that if they were in his situation, they would do the same. Some people even admired him for being smart, clean and neat, and not being caught. Students studying in such a school can imagine their academic performance. But Muna is different from them. He likes to read. One day a man in a blue hunting shirt walked towards their school. The clothes he wore were the most high-end Muna had ever seen. The khaki uniform pales in comparison. They crowd at the door, staring at his clothes. He holds a cane, and when he sees students gathered at the door, he swings it so hard it makes a whizzing sound. Students rush into the classroom, open their textbooks, and sit down. This is a surprise education inspection. The man in the blue hunting jacket, who should be called the supervisor, taps the holes in the wall with his cane and knocks on the red wall. The teacher is so scared that he keeps saying, "I'm sorry, sir, I'm sorry, there is no dustpan, no chair, and no uniform. Damn it, how much teaching funds have you embezzled?" The supervisor turns around and writes 4 sentences on the blackboard, then points his cane at a student and says, "Read." Several students who were called up stare at the blackboard. "Sir, let Muna have a try. He is the smartest in our class. He reads well." So Muna stood up and said, "We live in a beautiful country." "Not bad," said the supervisor, "compared with these villains and idiots. You are really a smart, upright, lively and lovely student." That day, the supervisor gave him a book as a gift, The Life Story of Mahatma Gandhi, a reader for youth education. Muna has kept this book until now, and it is the shining gold in his heart. Unfortunately, his father died of illness later, and the family had no income. Muna had to drop out of school and work as a waiter in a tea shop, earning a meager income to supplement the family income. He has always kept in mind the task assigned by the master today. His intuition told him that if he wanted to win the hearts of the people, he must first learn to read. Chapter 212 Missing. Muna, can you still read, master? I didn't finish primary school. Muna wanted to close the book, but stopped, looking embarrassed. You're good at studying, So why did you drop out? My father died, and I have no money. Muna still remembered the day he left school. He was sitting in the back of the classroom, holding the small slate and chalk that his father bought from Lucknow. He concentrated on memorizing the alphabet. His classmates were noisy, and the teacher was drowsy as usual. At this time, Raja stood in front of the classroom door, gesturing for him to go out. What's wrong, brother? Where are we going? Raja didn't say anything. Do you want to take my books and chalk? Take them. Raja put his hand on Muna's head and led him away. His father's treatment cost a lot of money. At that time, the family borrowed a large amount of high-interest loans from the two beasts. Now he came to collect the debt. He said that if he couldn't pay the money, Muna's whole family would work for him to pay off the debt. It was at that time that Lena's cousin was raped by the beasts and became pregnant. In order to save her other cousins from their evil hands, all the men in the family had to work to pay off the debt. Muna was taken to the tea shop. Rajak put his hands together and bowed to the boss, and he followed suit. Who is this? The boss looked at Muna with a sidelong look. My brother, Raja said, come and work with me. So Raja dragged the stove out of the tea shop and asked Muna to sit next to him and learn how to break coal. He dragged out a sack of large coal, took out a piece of coal, smashed it with a brick, and then put the broken coal into the stove. Push harder. Raja taught him how to break the coal. Push harder. Push harder. Finally, Muna broke a piece, and Raja stood up, smashed all the coal in the bag like this one by one. After a while, two classmates came from school to watch Muna work. Later, a few more came in twos and threes, and he heard them laughing. What animal can you only see once in your life? A boy asked loudly. Coal knockers, another boy answered. They laughed even harder. Ignore them, Raja said, they'll go away if they find it boring. Muna said nothing. You hate this coal smashing job, don't you? Muna said nothing again. Raja picked up the largest piece of coal and held it tightly. Just imagine this piece of coal as my head, it will be easier to smash it. Muna moved his lips but said nothing. He no longer blamed his brother. Raja also dropped out of school after their mother died of illness. In rural India, it is more difficult for a child to receive a complete primary education than for a teacher not to embezzle. What books do you want to read? I'll bring some to you when I go back to Varanasi, master. That's enough, that's enough. Muna grabbed the yellowed reading material, at a loss. Reading is a good thing. Look at those workers. Ron pointed to the mine. Only those who can read can do the easiest and highest paid jobs. Master, 300 rupees is already a lot, Muna whispered. Ron was stunned, then laughed. I have some books later, you can take them and read them first. Thank you, master. Ron didn't mind his men reading more books. He hated idiots. Complete illiterates would not be valued by him. Muna was still young, and it was good that he had the heart to learn. Ron, I have inquired about the Tripathi family. Aditya came from a distance. What do you mean? Ron went to meet him. They have a close relationship with Councillor Rao, and they also have good relations with other gangs in Uttar Pradesh, both black and white. Ron nodded as expected. You know, they are in the arms business, and they have a great advantage in this regard. What about their style of doing things? This is what Ron was concerned about. Ruthless. Aditya's comment was quite brief. Crazy East. Ron sighed. Don't worry, this is a quality shared by people in Uttar Pradesh. Aditya shook his head. Ron laughed. This place is really fucking amazing. When are you going back to Mumbai? It's about the beginning of February. I also got a piece of land in Mumbai and I need to go back to sign the formalities. Ratan and I will be watching here. It will be fine, okay? There are many things waiting for him in the Sir Industrial Park. Ron can't stay at the mine all the time. Aditya and his friends know the rules better about things in Uttar Pradesh. The fact is that Ron didn't have to wait until the beginning of February. The next day, he hurried back to Mumbai. Anand is missing. Anand has been walking at night recently. He needs to visit the pharmacists one by one to observe their conditions and tell them when to go to the Merck laboratory for the next injection. This business is not a one-time deal. You have to keep track of the current situation of your pharmacists for a long time. Anand has a strong sense of service. He used to be a tour guide and knows how to get more business. As long as Merck is satisfied with them, the second and third phase clinical trials will be handed over to them. This is a big business, and it makes a lot of money. Passing through the empty market, we came to Arthur Band Road. The market stalls were covered with white canvas, making them look like corpses covered with white cloth in the freezer of a morgue. Anand's footsteps caused scattered echoes, as if ghosts were reverberating around. But he didn't care at all. He was thinking about something else. Today, a medicine man was in a miserable state. He was abused by his family and bullied by his neighbors. It seemed that he might not be able to survive the next injection. It was Anand who saved him. Anand told his family that if they didn't take good care of him, they would definitely not get the next welfare distribution. The family immediately came to touch his feet and apologized repeatedly. This was the small power Anand had. He did a good thing and had to show off to his wife and children when he returned. Anand's way of courting was not to give flowers or buy clothes for the woman he loved, but to tell her stories about the outside world, stories of men fighting against the demons of desire and evil and injustice. He told her gossip, scandals, private inside stories, and told her about his heroic deeds, hilarious pranks, and strange things. He walked hurriedly, his mouth kept moving, shaking his head and waving his hands, rehearsing the story he was going to tell. Suddenly, a policeman on a bicycle came slowly to the intersection ahead. Anand avoided the puddles on the street and turned left. When he passed a dark private driveway, another policeman on a bicycle jumped out. Anand finally felt something was wrong. He had been in Mumbai for many years and knew that policemen in the same neighborhood would not patrol separately. There was only one exception, that is, catching a fugitive. Anand turned into a side street and started jogging. Just halfway there, a police jeep appeared at the end of the side street. With a clatter, the policeman on a bicycle caught up with him. The jeep stopped, and Anand stopped too. 5 people came out and surrounded him, and they were silent for several seconds. The silence was full of intimidation, and a light rain began to fall from the sky. They approached, their eyes shining surprisingly in the night rain. "Sir, are you looking for the wrong person?" Anand slowly backed away. "I'm a good man. I know Officer Rajesh, that loser who was dumped by his wife." A deep laugh came from the night. "We are one of us, Mr. Sir, get in the car," the leader said in a low voice. "Hey, seriously, Dr. Sir knows, can we?" Anand wanted to pay. But before he finished, the leading policeman laughed and interrupted him. The laughter was very unpleasant. "We are looking for you," he said, and the other policeman laughed. "We know everything. Get in the car immediately, otherwise don't blame us for beating you with iron and bamboo sticks and throwing you into the car." Anand was forced into a corner and had no way to retreat. He had no choice but to follow them. Of course, he didn't want to go to the police station. That place was more dangerous than the most dangerous gang area. But the 5 men surrounded him tightly, and the chubby Anand couldn't fly away. He climbed into the jeep and wanted to sit down, but was kicked to the floor by the police. That was where he should be. Several people in the back seat of the jeep were holding him with their hands. The car drove 2 short blocks and arrived at the police station near Haynes Road. Walking into the yard of the police station, the street outside was empty, and a gorgeous building in the distance was flashing colorful lights. The night policeman was a short, fat, overweight Mabin man. Like other fat men, he wore a uniform that was at least 2 sizes smaller than his body. Anand showed a flattering smile. He was also from Mabin. He hoped that the police would give him a little consideration for the sake of being from the same hometown. As a result, the 10 policemen in the police station all had sullen faces. They stared at him, panting loudly, and said nothing. "Catch him and beat him up first," the officer on duty in the police station said. "Officer," Anand was shocked. "Beat him hard, beat him hard. If possible, don't break any bones, but beat him hard, and then put him in jail with the others." He spoke in a casual tone, as if Anand didn't exist. People who are familiar with the routines of the Mumbai police know that something very cruel will happen next. So Anand ran away, pushing past the policemen who were surrounding him and rolling out from under the desk. He ran outside, into the gravel-covered courtyard, and ran out. As soon as he reached the door, he ran into another patrol. He was dragged back to the duty room, and the police who chased him beat and kicked him along the way. They tied Anand's hands behind his back with hemp rope, took off his shoes, and tied his feet together. The fat policeman took out another rope and had his men completely entangle Anand from head to toe. He was panting and staring at Anand until he had more and more ropes on his body, like a mummy. The police dragged Anand into the next room and hung him up, hanging him on a hook at chest height, and let him dangle face down. "Take a plane." The fat policeman roared through gritted teeth. The police turned Anand's body, turning faster and faster. He was hanging in the air, his hands and feet tied so that he could not move. His body kept spinning, and finally he felt the earth shaking and he lost consciousness. Chapter 213 Torture. Even though Anand's eyes were black from being spun, the police did not let him go. 5 or 6 men beat him as he spun, using all their strength to beat him non-stop, the iron and bamboo sticks snapping. The sting and pain from the beatings passed through the ropes to his face, arms, legs, and feet, all of which were spared. He was bleeding, he screamed in pain, and he begged for mercy. But the police turned a deaf ear and continued to beat him. The police tortured the prisoners for interrogation, and the strange thing was that Anand's pleas for mercy did not receive any response. It was as if they were just beating him, and there was no intention of letting him speak. Anand was beaten to death, and someone reached out to stop the spinning and freeze him. Just when he thought it was over, the man spun him in the opposite direction and continued to beat him. After beating him enough, several police dragged Anand up the steel ladder to the detention room on the upper floor. He was tied up like a dumpling, and he was dragged up the hard steel ladder, with bruises on every step he touched. Anand didn't even have the strength to scream. They threw him in the corridor of the detention room. The police on duty ordered the prisoners nearby to untie Anand's rope. He stood at the door of the detention room with his hands behind his back. When Anand was helped to stand up by the prisoners, the police grabbed his unconscious face with his hands. Anand opened his eyes in a daze, and saw his twisted smiling face through the blood. The police cursed him with dirty words and spat in his face. Anand couldn't even hide because the other prisoners held him tightly. After humiliating him, the police threw him into the first cell. When closing the door, the other party's expression seemed to say, "Boy, you're done, your life is over." Metal collided, the steel door closed, and the keys jingled. Anand looked at the prisoners around him, all of whom had lifeless eyes, crazy eyes, resentful eyes, and scared eyes. The boundless chill quietly climbed into his heart, making his body tense. He had no idea what had happened, why he had been arrested, why these people beat him up and then ignored him. However, his horrible days in the detention room had just begun. Here, like outside, there were also classes. There were 4 cells in this police station, each about 9 square meters. The corridor was only wide enough for 2 people to pass by each other, and it was more than 10 meters long. At the end of the corridor, there was a urinal and a key-shaped squat toilet, both without doors. The 4 cells and the corridor were all holding prisoners, a total of 240 or 50 people. They were so densely packed, like a beehive or a termite mound. A large group of squirming human bodies were close together, with very little space for hands and feet to move. The feces in the toilet were piled up to the height of the ankles, and the urine pool was overflowing. The stench of feces and urine filled every space here. Mumbai was still a little cold in January, and the cells were full of groans of pain, shouts, whispers, complaints, and screams of conflicts that broke out every once in a while. Anand was first in the first cell, which only held about 10 people. They were the farthest from the toilet, clean and with a place to lie down. Those imprisoned here were all rich, and they could bribe the police to beat up any other prisoners who tried to squeeze in. The prisoners called this cell the Taj Mahal Hotel, a 5-star treatment. The second cell held about 30 people, all of whom were thieves with criminal records. In order to protect their territory, they would use the most vulgar means to sneak attack challengers. The third room held more than 40 people, who sat shoulder to shoulder against the wall, and each took turns to stretch their bodies in an open space in the middle. The people in this cell were not as vicious as the first 2, but they united and worked together to resist the new invaders. The last cell was closest to the toilet, and the conditions were imaginable, and the prisoners in it were the most cunning. Usually newcomers would pass by the first cell, and they might try their luck there. But each of the 10 people had a little follower in the corridor, who would push the newcomer away and threaten him with words to get out. Shouting the next room. The next room. Get out. The twisting bodies desperately pushed the man into the corridor. If he went to the second room, he might be suddenly attacked. At this time, the uneasy newcomer could only go to the third room, but was beaten and kicked by several people at the door. The next room. The next room. The newcomer was pushed all the way to the fourth room, where he would be warmly welcomed as an old friend. Come in, friend. Come in, brother. If anyone believed it, they would be on a pirate ship. The 50 or 60 people crowded in the dark and smelly room would immediately surround him and strip him naked. The stolen clothes were distributed according to the status of the prisoners in the cell. Jewelry, money, and any useful things were all gone. The newcomer could only pick up the dirty clothes that others didn't want to cover his body. At this time, he could either stay and join the next robbery, or go to the corridor to fight for territory with hundreds of people. In the end, even the corridor had a hierarchy, and a small foothold had to be fought for several times. The best position was at the end of the corridor near the first room, and the worst position was at the back where the stench was wafting and feces and urine were overflowing on the floor. However, beside the disgusting toilet, there were also people fighting for the shallower areas of the muddy mud. Those who were forced to stay at the end of the corridor and forced to stand in the muddy mud that covered their ankles day and night. Some of them would collapse due to exhaustion and eventually choke to death. The prisoners could only eat one meal a day, which was served at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Most of them were dal and ramen, or rice with thin curry sauce. There was also competition for meals, and the last person in line often got nothing and went hungry for a day or even longer. The people in the first cell had already arranged with the police, and they even had a small steaming pot and 6 or 7 plastic bottles for storing tea and food. Even during detention, they could enjoy hot tea and snacks, and the fuel came from the clothes and shoes of other prisoners. The treatment of a 5-star hotel was not only that, but they were also served in the toilet. There, the rich would plug their nostrils with shirts or cloth strips and hold hand-rolled cigarettes in their mouths to remove the stench. They pulled their trousers to their knees, held their sandals in their hands, stepped barefoot into the pile of shit, and then squatted. The toilet flushed well, but more than 200 people used it every day. If someone didn't aim it right, shit and urine would accumulate in a pile. The rich stepped over the filth and rinsed it under the faucet. There, someone would wipe their feet with rags in exchange for the rich people's cigarette butts. Anand was sent to the first room by the police himself. The people inside believed that he was a rich man. He stayed there safely until the next day, and was invited to have afternoon tea by the people in the first room. Anand was beaten to a pulp and was hungry and thirsty. So there was no reason to refuse. He ate and drank a lot, moved rudely, and looked like a starving ghost. The people in the first room looked at each other with suspicion. They exchanged glances and started to talk to him. Anand had no ulterior motives. He burped and revealed everything about himself, including his last name. He firmly believed that Indians were kind and righteous, and that everyone here was in trouble and should help each other. He even boasted that he would give them a generous reward after he got out. But when he wiped his mouth and raised his head, he saw that everyone in the room was staring at him unkindly. What's wrong? He had a bad feeling. Throw him out, someone waved his hand in disgust. Before he could struggle, several people came in the corridor, slapped him several times, and then dragged him outside by his hair. Anand screamed all the way. His old injuries had not healed, and new injuries were added. He shouted and said that he had someone in Mumbai. He knew Officer Rajesh, and he and Ron Soul were good brothers. No one believed him, and the people in the first room even laughed. The famous Mr. Soul would be a brother to Dalit? This untouchable is crazy. The people crowded in the corridor watched him make a fuss, neither helping him nor adding insult to injury. They were all eliminated from the 4 rooms, the lowest level of the detention room. After being beaten up, Anand stumbled to his feet. Someone tried to tear off his clean clothes, but he screamed and pushed them away. The experience of just a few hours made him no longer dare to trust anyone easily. He was pushed back by the twisting bodies in the corridor. Next room. The people in the second room were eyeing him covetously, and they were ready for a ruthless sneak attack. Anand hesitated for a moment and did not dare to move forward. So he was pushed back again. Cowards did not deserve to stand here. He kept retreating, and his short and thick figure was pushed around. The stench became stronger and stronger, and before he knew it, his feet were already standing in a pile of feces and urine. His intuition made him stop. This was the 4th room. Come on, man, come in, they greeted him warmly. You are injured, I will bandage you. For a moment, Anand almost took a step, but stopped again. It was this sentence, he used to hear it often. He missed Ron. The crowd continued to push him, but Anand did not move. A man squeezed over. He was taller and fatter than Anand. He grabbed Anand's arms with both hands and tried to search him. Anand struggled and cursed, and the two of them were in a stalemate. Everyone watched quietly, and their breath enveloped the two of them like a vortex. Anand gritted his teeth and insisted that he could not retreat anymore. Behind was the toilet area. At the end of the corridor, a figure lay motionless in the foul filth. People who were driven there would not have a good result, and most of them could not survive for more than a month. But he was injured after all, and his strength gradually faded. Seeing that he was about to be pinned to the ground by the man, Anand suddenly hit his head on his nose. 3 times, 5 times, 7 times, his forehead just reached the man's chin, and the other person's face was covered with blood. The crowd looked at him with horror. They pushed him, pulled him, and held his hands. Anand desperately moved forward. He bit the man's face and tore it like crazy. The man screamed and let go, waving his arms and legs desperately, crawling hard in the corridor to escape to the iron gate. Anand chased him and grabbed his clothes. The man hugged the iron gate and shook, screaming for help. The guard came in and saw Anand spitting out the blood and flesh in his mouth. The man's ear was missing a piece and bleeding. The iron gate was closed again, and the guard just looked at him in confusion and ignored him. Anand squatted in the corridor. This was the door of room number 2, and this time no one chased him away. "Brother, good move," someone next to him chatted with him. Anand remained silent. "How did you get in?" the man continued to ask. "I don't know," he answered. "Don't know, they arrested me at night, didn't tell me what crime I had committed, and beat me up." "Then you're in trouble. You may have to stay here for 2 weeks. Can you get out after 2 weeks?" There was a light in his eyes. "No, you will be sent to Arthur Road Jail in 2 weeks. And they warn people here not to help you, especially those who have left. Have you offended a big shot?" "Yar, I dare not help you, otherwise I will be in big trouble." Anand looked desperate. He had to find a way to contact the outside world, at least spread the word. As long as Ron got the news, he would come back to save him. Alice, Anand sighed again, not knowing whether Ron Baba had returned from Uttar Pradesh. Chapter 214 Return without success. "Frida, don't be anxious, take your time, Ron. Ron. You have to save him." Anand's wife burst into tears. Her hair was disheveled and her face was haggard. She had spent the past few days in complete fear. She knew very well what it meant for a low caste like them to disappear in Mumbai, but she didn't want to believe it. "He is a good man, he has never hurt anyone, Lord Shiva should bless him." "Yes, he is a good man, nothing will happen to him," Ram comforted her. He had just got off the plane and rushed to Sir Electric without delay. Anand's home was in the legal slum behind, and many familiar neighbors gathered at the door. They were also comforting the sad and desperate Frida. Several children looked at them eagerly. The oldest Jamal held his mother's arm, and the younger ones giggled and crawled around in the house. When Frida saw Ron coming, she seemed to see the savior. She knew that the only one who could save Anand was Ron. She went to report the case, but the Mumbai police didn't care about the life and death of Dalits at all. "When did he disappear, and where was he last seen?" Ron asked. "A week ago at night, he said he was going to a patient's home to check on him. The patient was not in good condition. But he never came back." Rajiv searched all the patient's homes, but couldn't find him. Rajiv was the boy from the leprosy slum. He worked behind Anand and was usually responsible for running errands for Merc. "Sulbay, I wanted to go with him that day, but Anand Baba asked me to go back." Rajiv lowered his head in self-blame. He also had a small house in the slum, and there were several children from the leprosy slum living with him. Anand didn't let him come home late because Rajiv needed to take care of those children. Ron sighed lightly. His intuition told him that this matter was not that simple. Anand was not alone normally, but that day was an exception, and then something happened. This seemed like a premeditated action, and maybe the person behind it had been watching him for several days. But who would target Anand? He has no power, nor is he rich. At best, he is just a Dalit who lives a good life. If it is not for him, then who is it for? The answer is self-evident. Ron frowned and thought. Anand is now only responsible for the drug testing business. They have stopped smuggling drugs for a long time. There should be no competitors in this business. Why are they targeting Anand? Is there anything special recently? I mean, has Anand said anything? Or behaved unusually? He has a good temper and is happy every day, Frida answered. Okay, Ron's mind also appeared that round smiling face. He looked around and finally looked at Rajiv. What does Luca say? I have looked in South Mumbai, but there is nothing. At this moment, Luca squeezed in from outside. He rushed here as soon as he heard the news that Ron returned to Mumbai. There is no palace either, he added. Ron glared at him. It was already this time, and he still had time to talk about those things. Brother, Anand is also my brother. In the past few days, I have been asking around in the black market for information, Any results? No, it's like he disappeared out of thin air. Luca shrugged. He disappeared so cleanly that Ron was more certain that someone was behind all this. You guys pay more attention to the places he usually goes to. I'll go and get some information. Ron got up immediately. He was going to go to the police station to find AG. The slums and Luca and the others couldn't provide any valuable information. This matter was not something they could handle. He was just wondering who is the mastermind behind the scenes and why he chose Anand. Ron's business should not have the kind of life and death competitors. First of all, travel companies can be ruled out. The profits of hundreds of thousands of rupees every month are simply not on the table. Not to mention travel agencies, with the endorsement of Hard Khan, the gangs in Mumbai avoid them. Sir Electric Appliances? Unlikely. The only one with whom there was a conflict, Bainaya, had long disappeared, and even the other party's factory was incorporated. Other electrical appliance brands also don't make sense. The current market in India is one where demand exceeds supply, and it will be an incremental market for a long time in the future. The pie's getting bigger and bigger, but it is still far from the stage of fierce competition. The only business that Ron has that conflicts with others is mining, but that is far away in Uttar Pradesh. He thought about it all the way but couldn't figure out who is the mastermind behind the scenes. The most urgent thing is to find Anand first. Among the people Ron knows, the short and fat man is one who can really be called a friend. His intuition tells him that Anand is just locked up and his life is not on danger. Otherwise, why would the other party spend so much money to mess with a Dalit? AJ's office has moved back to the Bandra district, which is far less grand than the previous South Mumbai. When Ron entered the door, he met a police superintendent and his informant reporting to AJ about the gunfight that had just happened. Are those people on the field from the Dawood gang? AJ asked. It's not clear yet, boss, but sporadic gunfights in the outfield have been happening for 4 days. The superintendent shook his head. On the field and outfield are terms used in cricket matches. It seems that what they are discussing is not a gang fight, but a cricket match. In fact, for many gangsters, the excitement of belonging to a gang is no different from the pride of playing for a cricket team. The gang leader, like the captain of a team, must be the smartest one. He has to arrange the fielders and carefully arrange the batting order. He has to change the players on the field from time to time and take the opportunity to test the ability of new members. The Mumbai gang has its own operating system, which is not as violent and chaotic as the outside world thinks. Find out who is on the field as soon as possible. Age waved his hand. Boss, don't worry, we will find out the main lineup within a week, the superintendent promised. Yes, officer, the thin informant also nodded and bowed beside him. Girish, you'd better hurry up. If you get this done, I can withdraw the case against you, Age promised him. No problem, officer, the informant was overjoyed. He immediately came to Age's desk, bent down, and whispered something to him in a hurry and low voice. Age nodded frequently and wrote and drew on his notebook. Ron's arrival didn't seem to attract his attention. He issued various orders, roared from time to time, kept asking questions, and threatened the prisoners that he would cripple them or even kill them, or he would harm the people they cared about most. For a full half hour, AG was dealing with various emergencies in this restless city, and this was under the premise that his jurisdiction had been greatly reduced. When did you come? It was not until the informant left that AG found that there was another person in the office. It's been a while, Ron shrugged. I thought the police's informants were all undercover colleagues. Do you also recruit gangsters? I have the handle on them, AG chuckled. In order to get away with a crime, these informants will do everything possible to help the police spy on the news. Of course, it's not so easy to win over the informants at the beginning. It's a psychological warfare. You have a little information in your hand, but you have to make the other party believe that you actually know more. The suspect will also weigh the truth of AG's words, and only reveal a little at a time until he is sure that he can get away safely or has to surrender. Every time, AG is like a street vendor selling sugarcane lemon juice. He must squeeze the information he wants from the suspect. At first, sugarcane juice comes out, and then the essence of lemon juice. This is not just a simple threat of force. Beating the suspect black and blue does not mean that everything is under control. Insight into their psychology is the key. AG will hint at the beginning of the interrogation, he already knows everything and is waiting for the other party to confess. Sometimes this is enough, and sometimes the suspect also wants to test, how much do you know? Therefore, the interrogation is a game. Both parties must be alert and always guess each other's thoughts. And if the personnel involved in the interrogation only hold batons or wires, it will not be of much help. Okay, tell me, what's the matter with you coming here suddenly? He asked. One of my friends is missing, Ron told him about Anand. After listening to the story, AG frowned slightly. It's a bit troublesome. What do you mean? Ron asked with concern. It's too long. It's enough time for them to do anything. The day that AG mentioned was of course to take Anand away. Whether it was a transfer or something more cruel, a week was more than enough. My intuition tells me that he is still in Mumbai. There is no reason for those people to bother him. Are you saying they are coming for you? AG asked. I just suspect that my friend has no conflicts with anyone. He is also a low caste. I'll make a few calls for you. AG picked up the landline on the table. He made several calls in succession, but all failed. South Mumbai has not received similar reports recently, and no bodies matching the characteristics have been found. Ron was a little speechless. Obviously, Frida and the others had reported the case. Forget it, the police system in India is rotten to the core. Please keep an eye on the news here at the police station. He is a very important friend of mine. Let his family come to me. What? Ron, who is about to get up, was stunned. Other police stations don't take missing cases, so I take them, AG said lightly. Ron smiled. See, he had more than one friend, a real friend. Contact me if you need anything. He was about to leave. You'd better be careful, AG reminded him. Ron turned around. If they really came for you, then they have achieved their goal. You mean, you've already returned to Mumbai, haven't you? Ron paused, then nodded and left. He returned empty-handed. And AG didn't find any useful information here. Anand really disappeared out of thin air, leaving no trace. Ron and AG didn't know that the person who really took Anand away was not a gangster kidnapper or an enemy, but the police themselves. Only the police can make a person disappear completely without revealing the slightest clue. Indian police arrest people at will, and they don't even have to report it. Sometimes they themselves don't even know who is in the cell and what they have done. Anand was thrown into a dark detention room, like being on an isolated island outside the world, with no wind blowing in or out. Ron didn't give up, he was still thinking of ways. Chapter 215 Prison. My friend, your only hope now is Arthur Road Jail. You will have a chance there. I don't want to go to jail. What's the difference between us now and being in jail? Anand was silent. He wanted to be a good person. Good people should not go to jail. When you get to Arthur Road Jail, you can spread the word. That prison is big and holds 12,000 people. You will always find a chance. How do you know? Anand asked. I am what they call a repeat offender. Anil, the prisoner next to him, shrugged. I committed theft. I stole things from the construction site, copper wires and plastic pipes. I have been in jail 3 times. This is the 4th time. Do you like it here? What? Anna looked at him like an idiot. Then why do you always find excuses to come in? You obviously don't have to do that. God, Anil put his hand on his forehead. You are an idiot. Ron Baba said the same thing. Anand sighed. Who? Ron Baba? Ron Soul? That's not funny at all. Anna looked down on him. Really, he's my brother, and he is also a good man. Yar, Dr. Sir is indeed a good man, but he can't control the life and death of prisoners. If he knows I am here, he will definitely come to save me. I have to find a way to send a message out, then you will follow me to Arthur Road Prison. If you are lucky, you will be imprisoned for 3 years. If you are unlucky, you will be imprisoned for 5 years. After I get out, I will help you send a message. 3 years, Anand screamed. The premise is that you are lucky enough. No, it's too late. Anand held his head and almost collapsed. Okay, men, it's time for dinner. Anil pushed him and got up to line up. Every prisoner here will receive an aluminum plate as a lunchbox when they come in. It is the only metal utensil they can carry. There is no knife, fork or spoon, and they eat with their hands. There is no cup either. When drinking tea, they scoop the tea into the plate and sip it with their mouths. Anand's plate was lost. It was stolen one night on the 3rd day after he came in. He knew where the plate finally went. It was in the 4th room. The plates here can be used for other purposes besides eating, such as making a makeshift heating pot. Fold 2 aluminum plates into V shape to serve as a rack, and then you can put a 3rd aluminum plate on top. A simple heating pot is ready. You only need to put some combustibles underneath to heat tea and food. The reason why the first room can eat hot food at night is all thanks to it. However, the heating is done in the fourth room, because the sandals and shirts used as fuel will produce pungent smoke when burned. The rich people in the five-star hotel can't stand the smell, so they ask others to do it for them. The fourth room specializes in looting, and there will always be torn clothes and rotten shoes left, which is the perfect fuel. The head of the room helps the first room heat up the food and charges a fee. This is one of his main sources of income. It's the other people in the room who are not so happy. The oily soot from the burning is everywhere, and the dirty floor, walls, and even the faces of people in the fourth room are all smoked black. The life of the aluminum plate is limited. After being folded several times, it will become brittle and deflated, and then it can no longer be used. Therefore, new aluminum plates were needed. Anand's plate was stolen and exchanged for something else. But he couldn't find out because he didn't know who the thief was, and the people in the fourth room wouldn't treat him well. The leader there was as strong as a gorilla, and Anand was very tactful and didn't cause trouble for himself. Anil sympathized with Anand, so he would secretly lend him his plate. The hot bean paste came from the iron railing, and Anil gathered his fingers and sucked it up in a few gulps. Then he handed the plate to Anand. Time was tight, 6 or 7 minutes in total. If Anand couldn't get food during this period, he would have to starve for a day. They had seen the eyes of people who were dizzy with hunger, and they were green like wild dogs. Anand hurriedly put the food into his mouth, and before he could scoop some tea, a policeman appeared at the door. The key was inserted into the lock. The iron door opened, and the policeman stood at the door and looked around. "You, come here," he looked in Anand's direction. Anil took the plate calmly and gave him a look of "May the best come to you." Anand was taken to the interrogation room again. This time, a more stylish policeman sat behind the desk. The other party did not speak, but just winked at the people around him. The fat policeman immediately grabbed Anand's collar. "Now I give you a chance to confess, kid, take it well." "What?" Anand swallowed his saliva in fear. "Are you doing illegal business for someone?" Anand trembled. "Officer, I'm just a street guide in Mumbai." Snap! A loud slap fell almost immediately. "Do you think I'm stupid? Tell me. Are you doing smuggling business?" "Kid, you'd better tell the truth. We have enough evidence," the fat policeman said half-truthfully, which is a common method of interrogating prisoners. He hinted to Anand that the police already knew everything, and now confessed to be lenient, otherwise resisting will be strict. "Yes, this is the psychological offensive and defensive battle that AG said. The people sitting here are all old policemen, and they are familiar with these routines." "Officer, I really didn't. I've been a tour guide in Mumbai for almost 10 years, and anyone on the street can vouch for me." Snap, snap, snap. This time the fat policeman used a bamboo stick instead of iron, and Anand's face swelled up almost immediately. "I remind you again, don't think we don't know what you've been doing recently. Is it an organ?" The fat policeman's eyes became dangerous. "Officer, you're really mistaken. I'm just running errands for someone. I don't know anything." He continued to be beaten, from slaps, bamboo sticks to belts. There was no intact place on his face. Bruise, blood, wounds, redness and swelling, made his whole face deformed. "Did you say last time that you knew someone? Was it him?" Anand shook his head. His intuition told him that he couldn't admit anything. "Speak." The whip fell again and again. Anand hung his head and said nothing. "Speak or not? Speak or not?" The sticks banged like raindrops. Finally, the fat policeman was tired of beating, and Anand was no longer in human form, and he couldn't even open his mouth. "Boss, this guy is a tough one." The stylish police officer was indifferent. The fat man gritted his teeth and said, "Let him take a homemade plane." The rope was tied too tightly this time. When Anand was put down, his limbs were completely numb. "Send this untouchable to Arthur Road Jail," the fat man ordered his men to carry Anand away. "Boss, why should we waste time on this untouchable?" He was puzzled. "We are only responsible for arresting people, but we can't kill them. That's the business of the big guys." In fact, the initial notice these policemen received was to kill Anand directly. But the big guy was not from the police system, not even an official, so the police naturally would not do it. They knew that this untouchable had a relationship with the famous Dr. Sir, who was also a big guy. Mumbai police are very smart in leaving a way out when doing things. However, they have to give Anand enough pain to do their job for money, which can also be regarded as an explanation to their employer. "Boss, that's Ron, sir. Will there be any problem if we interrogate him like this?" To be honest, the fat man felt a little uneasy. "Don't be afraid of shit," The stylish policeman cursed. "Put the whole thing on that guy." The fat man's eyes lit up. "That's right. Ron's soul is a big shot, and the one who wants to deal with him is also a big shot. When big shots fight, the safest way for them is to watch the fire from the other side. Of course, it's not impossible to do some small things. For example, torture this lowly person and dig out some useful handles from his mouth. No matter whether the fight wins or loses, they may be able to make a fortune from it in the future. In order to clean their own butts, these big shots will not hesitate to pay a lot of money to keep their mouths shut. They are not afraid of Ron's blame. This can be completely pushed onto his opponent. You are fighting to the death. It is normal to dig up dirt on each other. Now that no valuable information can be dug out, just throw this hot potato to the prison. People can't die in the police station, just torture them, and both sides can get through in the future. They will never completely offend the other party, but it is impossible to let people go. They took money from others and promised not to leak the news, which they can always do. When Anand was thrown back to the detention room, his limbs were so numb that he couldn't stand up. People in the corridor stayed away from him. They knew that this man must be a thorn in the eyes of the police, otherwise there would not be special care again and again. Anand was also afraid, but he still used an aluminum tray to collect water and gently wipe the dried blood on Anand's face. "Brother, you are so miserable." Anand moved his mouth that was swollen like a sausage, but couldn't make any sound. "You must hold on until Arthur Road Prison." Anand's worries were unnecessary. The next day, they were stuffed into a blue prison van. There were a total of 80 people, and the carriage with a capacity of only 30 people was packed. The prison van rushed through the streets of Mumbai that Anand once loved to death. Entering the prison gate, the prison guards pulled them out from the back of the car and asked them to squat on the ground. Anand's body had not recovered yet and he could barely walk with his legs. The prison guards checked them one by one and then instructed them to enter the prison one by one. They squatted on the ground and dragged their legs. The Arthur Road jail was very large, and it took them half a day to get there. There were prison guards waiting for them inside. The prisoners were divided into different prisons, and Anand deliberately stayed at the end. Someone told the prison guard that this untouchable could speak English. So the prison guard ordered Anand to stand up in English to test whether he really understood. Anand stood up with his stiff and painful legs, and the prison guard ordered him to squat again. He squatted, and heard the order to stand up again. From the laughter of the surrounding prison guards, Anand knew that they were teasing him. He was silent, but he could only follow and do as he was told. Just half a month of prison life has taught him that the consequences of disobeying orders will be miserable. After more than a dozen endless times, Anand's only feeling in his legs was about to be lost. Finally, the prison guard seemed to be tired of this game. He stared at Anand coldly and slowly smiled evilly. "Someone asked me to take good care of you. Now go that way." He pointed to a passage leading into the prison. It was pitch black in there, like a big mouth ready to devour someone. Chapter 216 I am a good person. Anand walked into the corridor, and after 2 steps, there was a sudden right turn. His instinct told him that the road ahead was not easy to walk. Several prison guards poked his back with batons, urging him to keep going. He staggered into the archway and turned right. On both sides of the long corridor, there were more than 20 people lined up, each holding a bamboo stick. Anand had never been to prison, but he knew what it meant. Before reaching the iron gate at the end of the corridor, the people on this road would try every means to torture him. Whipping, beating, kicking left and right. The best way is to run fast to shorten the torture time. Sadly, he is now numb all over and even walking is painful. Fear makes people dry their mouths and hatred suffocates. He walked forward slowly. Those people wore white shirts and white shorts, white hats on their heads, and thick black belts around their waists. The copper buckle on the belt was printed with numbers and titles. The title was Cell Warden. Cell Warden, this is a police supervision system inherited from the British colonial period. Murderers and other habitual criminals serving long sentences are sentenced to at least 15 years. For the first 5 years of their sentences, they were ordinary prisoners. In the second 5 years, they were given some privileges and could work in the kitchen, laundry, prison property and cleaning team. During the third 5 years, they were often promoted to warden, and were given the hat, belt and bamboo stick, which gave them the power of life and death. Yes, the wardens in front of Anand were all prisoners. The prison guards rarely interfered with the daily operation of the prison. The routine, Order and discipline were all the responsibility of the wardens, including beatings. 2 rows of murderers who had transformed themselves into prison guards were waiting on both sides of the corridor to serve Anand. They raised their sticks and stared at him, ready for Anand to rush all the way and deprive them of the entertainment of beating people to tears. Anand did not run, he could not run. He limped forward step by step. The bamboo sticks swung down, cracking and landing on his arms, legs and back, and the skin was immediately torn. Some hit his head, neck and face. Their strong arms used their maximum strength to whip, and the bamboo sticks fell on his exposed skin. The pain was like being burned by red-hot metal and like being electrocuted. The end of the bamboo stick hit him until it bloomed, leaving tiny cuts wherever it landed. Blood flowed from his face and bare arms. Anand was crying and mumbling to himself. He continued to walk forward, step by step. When the stick hit his face and ears, he would twitch uncontrollably. He walked neither fast nor slow, and his hands were always at his sides, holding on to his filthy trousers. At first, the attacks were like a storm, but as he walked further in, he was covered with fewer and fewer sticks. When he was about to reach the end of the corridor, the attacks almost stopped. They were wondering why this guy didn't dodge or evade. The people in the 2 rows of the corridor stopped and looked at him. "I am a good person. I want to be a good person." Ron Baba, sobs and whispers echoed in the corridor, and the blood blurred his eyes, making them bloody. "Still no news?" "No, sir. Ali Baba has mobilized all its forces to look for him," Rajiv answered. "Let Ranjit also help to find out the news in the black market. They have the most up-to-date information." "Yes, Mr. Sir," Rajiv left worriedly. 3 weeks have passed, and there is still no news about Anand. Ron tried many ways. He asked AJ from the police station, Johnny from the gang, the black market, and the slums. He asked all these places, but there was no news. If the gang really came for him, or wanted a ransom, they should have contacted him earlier. As a result, he returned to Mumbai for such a long time, but he didn't receive any hints or calls, as if nothing had happened. Ron could only take the initiative to find people, including asking people in the leprosy slum for help. But he was not sure whether he could find Anand. This was too unusual. If he was really kidnapped, even if he was transferred, there would be clues left. For example, taking away his car, 3 meals a day, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. As long as he interacts with the city, there will definitely be traces left. But none of these are there. What kind of place can achieve this? Unless the group has a complete system of living supplies and is independent of the city. "Boss," Amal knocked on the door. "Come in." He came back to his senses. The owner asked for 10 million rupees. If he can drive those tenants away, 10 million rupees is no problem, Ron sneered. He wanted to buy the land northeast of Sir Electric Appliances, or to be more precise, the property buildings. The planning of the Sir Park has been approved by Maharashtra Chief Minister Noel. It is expected that the permit and approval procedures will be completed soon. In this case, Ron must find a way to resettle the slum residents on his site as soon as possible. In addition to being busy with Anand's affairs during this period, he has not been idle. Ron is trying to take over the old office buildings that he and Amal went to see together. Unfortunately, the landlord there heard that someone was willing to be a sucker, and immediately asked for a huge sum of money. He completely ignored the fact that he had been forced to use dilapidated buildings to fight against tenants over the years. This is the Bombay businessman, who will never miss any opportunity to rip off customers. "Boss, do you want me to bring someone to teach him a lesson?" Amor's eyes were fierce. "He is not a good person. The factory in Banio was destroyed by him. Don't bother, just tell him 1 million rupees, otherwise you will be a landlord who can't collect rent for the rest of your life." "I'll do it right away." "Wait," Ron called Amor back. "What are you going to do with the tenants in the building?" "Boss, don't worry, they will move out obediently in less than a month." Amor whispered a few words, and Ron smiled dumbly and waved his hand to let him go. It takes evil to deal with evil people, and conventional means cannot be used to deal with deadbeat tenants. The owner is also a bully who is afraid of the strong and dares not to use force just because there is a law firm in the building. For so many years, those small companies paid him a few dozen rupees every month and could occupy the building openly. With that, they still had the nerve to ask for 10 million rupees? It was hard to say whether his monthly rent added up to 10,000 rupees. He really dared to ask for 10 million rupees. If it weren't for the planning of the Sir Park, which would be reported in the newspaper soon. Ron didn't even want to give the 1 million. He just didn't want to make a big fuss and become negative news. Speaking of the Sir Park, it is also a big project. According to the blueprint planning, it will cost at least $30 million to fully configure it. Converted into rupees, it is about 900 million. Of course, this is India. The employee community can be sloppy, and don't think about sports fields and entertainment facilities. Sewage treatment and environmental protection facilities can also be cut off. These things are incompatible with India. Removing these flashy things can reduce the project cost to 500 million rupees. Ron doesn't have that much money. In October last year, the funds available in the account were about 60 million. It is now early February 1994, and the total profit of Sir Electric in these 3 months is 50 million. The profit margin of water-cooled air conditioners is quite satisfactory. It is winter, so there is no obvious growth. On the contrary, the sales of cheap electric fans continue to rise, and nearly 150,000 units have been sold in 3 months. Since absorbing the electric fan factory in Banaya, the styles of Sir Electric fans have become more diverse, and the quality is more reliable than before. Although the price is only 300 to 500 rupees, the profit margin is barely maintained at the level of 40%. However, this kind of electrical appliance has a mature market and stable sales, which can be regarded as a bottom-line product. Last year, Sir Electric appliances made only so much profit, barely reaching 100 million rupees. This is far from the budget of 500 million rupees for the Sir Park, and Ron can only find a way from other places. Last year, the travel agency sent more than 5,000 people to work in the Persian Gulf countries, and most of the visas were issued once every 6 months. On average, each person left and entered the country a total of 4 times with the help of the travel agency. The service fee alone is 40 million rupees. They also provide intermediary services for foreign workers, including housing, round-trip tickets, and bus tickets. After deducting employee salaries and operating costs, the net profit is also about 50 million. Forget about the travel company, it is better not to mention it. Those small sums of money can only meet Ron's daily expenses. Other smuggling of drugs and testing of drugs earns dollars, which cannot be touched. After a rough calculation, Ron's capital is only 150 million rupees. What should he do with the remaining 350 million? Loan? With the endorsement of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, the bank is no longer a threshold. The original loan of 30 million is nothing, and the bank must listen to the minister. Although the bank and the administration in India are 2 independent systems, the voice of bank executives is actually very low. With a little pressure from local officials, the bank will lend money obediently. In addition, the banking system lacks supervision and corruption is prevalent. As long as the kickbacks are appropriate, the president does not care whether the borrower meets the conditions. With Ron's current social status, it is easy for him to borrow 200 to 300 million rupees. Look, most of the money he spent on buying land and building the park was paid by the bank. The mining and cement companies in Uttar Pradesh also operate in a similar way. Using the money of state-owned banks to quickly take over state-owned assets is an oligarchic style. Ron has already applied for this batch of loans from the Bank of India, and he will start construction as soon as the process is completed. After careful calculation, he already owed the bank 400 to 500 million rupees, which was much more than his entire net worth. He was completely insolvent. If it were in other countries, he would have gone bankrupt long ago. But this was India, and when he took out a loan, the bank didn't even check his assets. It was outrageous, a completely makeshift team. What could he say? Of course, he was enjoying vested interests. Well, Ron was going to use the bank's money to buy himself another house. He was still renting a house, as the houses in the fort area were too old. The real wealthy area of South Mumbai was near Malabar Hill. If it weren't for Anand's incident, he might have been looking for a property a long time ago. Ron didn't know how Frida's family was doing, so he was going to go and see. He had just stood up when the phone on the table rang. "Ron, come to Bandra," it was Mary's voice. "What's the matter?" he asked. "We found clues to Anand's disappearance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 The Deepest Despair. Anand walked down the corridor and was escorted by the cell warden and several prison guards through the prison to one of the many large dormitories. The large dormitories were 20 meters long and 10 meters wide, with high ceilings. There were iron windows that looked out onto the open ground around the building, and there were tall iron doors at each end of the dormitories. Near one of the iron doors was a bathroom with 3 clean squat toilets. They gave Anand 5 minutes to wash the blood off his face, neck, and arms and use the extremely clean squat toilets. There were 180 prisoners and 20 cell wardens in the large dormitories. A quarter of the area was reserved for the cell wardens, who had their own clean blankets. When sleeping, they could stack multiple blankets together to make a soft mat on the floor, leaving space between them. The others were squeezed into 2 rows in the remaining 3 quarters, with the Chu River and Han River separating them from the cell wardens. The ordinary prisoners also had a blanket, which was usually piled in a corner and folded neatly. When sleeping, the prisoners lay on narrow blankets, shoulder to shoulder. Their heads were against the wall, and their feet were spread out in the middle of the dormitory. The bright night light would always be on, and the warden on duty would take turns walking between the 2 rows of feet. They patrolled back and forth, all carrying whistles. The whistles were hung under their necks, and they would summon the prison guards when they encountered something they could not handle. Anand was required to sleep in the general prisoner area. He took a blanket from the corner and spread it next to Anand. He couldn't sleep on the first night, not because of the pain on his body, but because of the lice hiding in the blanket that disturbed him. Its bite was stinging and the size of a thumbtack. Every time, it would suck its belly into a round shape, and put it on the stone floor. When you press it with your hand, it is full of blood. The prisoners in the prison will be bitten several times every night, and those round wounds will soon fester and then become pustules. Those prisoners who stayed long enough would even have more than 100 festering and infected wounds on their bodies, and nothing could cure them. Anand wanted to get up and catch lice, but Anand warned him not to act rashly. Because those wardens would beat anyone who didn't sleep, let alone fight against them. No matter what they do, in order to save your life, never fight back. This is not a world of the living, men. We are all dead here, you can't do anything. Although Anand listened to him, he was still beaten with a bamboo stick by the warden on duty for no reason. In the next few days, this situation kept repeating. Those wardens beat him when he was eating, washing, and even when he went out for a walk, he would be beaten for no reason. Anand was silent, and he endured special targeting again and again. He always had a rage in his heart, so he sent the message out. As long as Ran Baba knew he was here, he would definitely come to rescue him. He firmly believed in this. Those wardens became more and more aggressive, not allowing him to go to the sink early, but staying at the last one. There is a big valve at one end of the wash basin, which is turned on by prisoners every morning for everyone to wash. However, the water supply is not unlimited. When the water tank above is below the water level, the water will stop flowing. As soon as the valve is opened, hundreds of prisoners will rush forward to grab the thin stream of water in a small water pipe. When Anand came forward with the aluminum tray, there was only a trickle of water in the water pipe. What's more terrifying is that there are hundreds of water bugs like silk threads wriggling in the water. Dude, they live in the water tank. When the water level is low, water bugs will come out of the water pipe. But they don't bite people, and they are much cuter than lice. Anil held the aluminum tray full of water bugs, poured the water in it onto his chest and back, and then reached under the water pipe to get another tray. Although the water in the front is clean, there are many people rushing for it. When there is no one at the back, a few people can take a good bath. Of course, Anand knows water bugs. He has lived in the slums and is familiar with these little things. They will soon die when exposed to the air, so there is no need to worry about them becoming parasites on the body. He carried a plate to the tap where the water was running less and less, and then poured the water full of wriggling bugs into his shorts. The weather in Mumbai had begun to become mild, and if he did not take a shower, his body would soon become a nest of lice. As expected, Anand was beaten with a few sticks because he was the last one to wash. He endured it and was not even angry with the warden. Because 2 young prisoners were about to be released. They were Marathi people, and they lived in a village not far from Anand's hometown. They were illiterate country youths who came to Mumbai and were arrested when the police were searching for unemployed youths. The 2 men had been in prison for 3 months without any formal charges, and now they were finally going to be released. Anand met the 2 men and told them Ran Sol's name and where to find him. He promised that as long as they were released from prison, he would give them a generous reward, including arranging jobs for them. The two young men put their hands together to express their blessing, and then left with bright and optimistic smiles on their faces. Later that day, the warden suddenly called everyone together. His tone was even more violent than usual, and he asked the prisoners to squat against the wall with their heads in their hands. Soon Anand saw the two young men who wanted to help him being dragged into the dormitory and thrown into the open space in the middle. They were almost unconscious and had been beaten severely. The wounds on their faces were bleeding, their lips were swollen, and their eyes were bruised. Their bare arms and legs were covered with snakeskin scars from being beaten with iron and bamboo sticks, just like Anand. These two dogs wanted to take a message to the outside for the untouchable. The warden roared, "Anyone who wants to help the untouchable will end up like this, do you understand? Now these two dogs will have to stay in prison, in my territory, for another 6 months. 6 months. Whoever dares to help him will end up like this." Anna looked at Anand with a worried look, as if to say, "Brother, this is really a big trouble. No one will help you later." The fact is that Anand was in bigger trouble. The group of wardens gathered together for a few words, and then surrounded him. They forced him to lie on his back with his head against the iron railing. Then they found iron handcuffs from somewhere and raised Anand's hands above his head and tightened them. Then they tied his legs together at his ankles with coconut ropes. The warden squatted down, put his face close, and smiled. If you want to know how evil people are, just look at his smile. They started beating him, taking turns to hide him, focusing on his face and below. They kept beating for more than 20 minutes, and they were panting and could no longer lift the bamboo sticks. The bamboo sticks embedded in Anand's flesh, breaking his skin from head to toe. Anand suddenly started to laugh, a silent laugh. He was looking at them. The warden seemed to be provoked. They continued to beat him, and even called the warden next door to take turns beating him. Anand was covered in blood and flesh, and his eyes could hardly be opened because of the scabs. But he was still laughing, a laugh of never giving in. He thought he was going to die, his hopes were dashed, the whole world was gray and cold. He, a pariah in the eyes of others, decided to despise all living people, those who stood in front of him before he died. This completely angered the warden, and they dragged him away and put a metal ring around his neck, like dragging a dog. They dragged him to the field outside, under a big tree, and then let everyone come out to watch. Anand's limbs were also tied with ropes and stretched out in a big shape. 3 people on each rope pulled with all their strength, as if to tear his arms and legs off. He was placed on a big rock, and his left arm was stretched straight. Then a warden climbed up the big rock and jumped on Anand's left arm. Snap! The arm was broken in the opposite direction, and the flesh and bones made a creaking sound that was unbearable to listen to. Anand couldn't scream because his mouth was blocked and the collar on his neck was too tight. The blue veins on his neck seemed to burst, his legs began to twitch and spasm, and violent tremors spread throughout his body. Several wardens turned him 180 degrees and placed his right arm on a large rock. The same man went up, first looking around proudly, then jumped onto his right arm. His right arm broke with a sound, and Anand fainted. The warden pulled the rope and dragged him away from the open space. His arms were dragging on the ground behind him, drooping and lifeless. After venting their anger, the wardens were worried that Anand would not be able to hold on. So they wanted to find some painkillers to feed him, but there was no doctor in the prison. They carried Anand out of the dormitory, through several clean and spotless courtyards, to a tree-lined corridor. On both sides of the road were open spaces surrounded by fences, and there was a sentry box in the open space. A new prison guard here was said to be smuggling drugs to prisoners. These common anti-inflammatory and analgesic drugs have always been in high demand in prisons. Wardens sometimes act as brokers to help these prison guards sell drugs to prisoners. They carried the man in. The new prison guard was sitting there chewing betel nut with a dejected look on his face. Anyone who used to be a patrolman with a majestic appearance on the street and could collect bribes every day would be sad when he was suddenly thrown into the company of habitual criminals with little money. Hearing that his wife had cheated on him, this guy filed for divorce, and then he was transferred to another post. It was his father-in-law from her mother's side who wanted to teach him a lesson. "What game are you playing again? Killing someone is quite troublesome, sir. I accidentally went too far." The head of the cell smiled. "Do you think I should give him some medicine?" The prison guard yawned and stood up with an impatient look on his face. He walked closer and squatted to check the condition of the figure on the ground. As soon as he lifted the hair that was soaked with sweat and became dirty and tangled, his hands froze in midair. Anand had woken up. He had been stumbling all the way, and thousands of wounds on his body were screaming. He tried to raise his head and open his eyes, and then he saw the prison guard in front of him, Rajesh, the patrolman they bribed first at Victoria railway station. Rajesh recognized Anand almost instantly. Even though he was tortured beyond recognition and was barely thinner than a monkey, he still recognized him at a glance. He wanted to scream, but suddenly saw Anand's mouth shape. He understood, and he stood up angrily. Look at him. You idiots. He looks like he's been skinned, sir. It's the boss who asked us to beat him. Several wardens were embarrassed and shirked the responsibility. The boss they were talking about was the head of the prison guards, the highest-ranking police officer in Arthur Road Prison. I told you to beat him, not to kill him. Rajesh stood up and quickly took out a few pills from the drawer, then personally poured water and fed them into Anand's mouth. What's wrong with his arm? This untouchable wants someone to take a message out. Let's teach him a lesson. Broken bone. You idiots are so brave. Don't you know the prison rules? Only blood can flow, no bones can be broken, sir. Then, what do you think we should do? The warden came to find medicine in a hurry because he knew this rule. Now he was a little scared after being scared by Rajesh. Take good care of him, don't let him get hurt again. Don't make it public. I'll find a doctor. There's a guy who is very good at trauma. Rajesh left in a hurry, and the warden stood around nervously. Anand was laughing with tears, laughing with trembling body. Chapter 218 Dr. Soul can't always be a good person. After receiving Mary's call, Ron rushed to Bandra as soon as possible. It had been a whole month, and he had tried almost every possible way, but he had not found any clues. He was surprised that there would be news from Mary, but now was not the time to worry. Anand was the key. Where is he? Ron asked impatiently as soon as he entered the apartment. I don't know, Mary shrugged. What? Ron raised his voice. Hey, don't get excited, take a look at these photos first, Lena comforted him. Oh, sorry, I'm a little anxious. Ron went straight to the table in the living room. There were many scattered photos on it, most of which were about the palace. The shooting angle should be on the second floor of the street across the street, and the view was very clear. There were photos of the palace's architecture, both during the day and at night. There were more people entering and leaving the palace, and one face was particularly eye-catching. It was a man, tall and thin. He had a long dark brown braid behind his head, reaching his hips. He was white and beardless, without even eyebrows, and the spiral tattoo on his chin seemed to absorb the gaze of the observer. Abu. The eunuch in the palace. What do you mean? Ron didn't quite understand. Take another look at this photo. Mary pulled out a single one. It still showed Abu, but the background was not the palace, but a street somewhere. Ron looked around and didn't find anything unusual until his eyes accidentally swept across the edge of the photo. There was a back view, short and strong. He was tilting his round, fat face, showing his signature smile. Anand. Ron's mind suddenly exploded. Where is this? How did you take the photo? He asked anxiously. Near Haynes Road, you know, we have been keeping an eye on this eunuch. I didn't notice it when I was sorting out the photos before, but I found something unusual today. Ron remembered that before he went to Uttar Pradesh last time, Mary and the others said that Abu had been in and out of the palace frequently recently. They had unfinished grievances with Lady Elizabeth, and they were always keeping an eye on the situation there. As Lady Elizabeth's confidant, Abu was also a key target for tracking. Look at his eyes, Mary pointed at the photo and said, definitely not well-intentioned. Those were eyes of hatred, disgust, coldness, and venomous snakes. Why does this lunatic hate Anand so much? Ron frowned. Maybe he doesn't hate Anand, Mary reminded softly. You mean, me? Ron had an idea. Yes, he remembered it. Abu had shown this kind of resentful look when he helped TR rescue people in the palace. Later, when Ron and Anand were eating on the street, he saw him in the crowd again, with the same look. At that time, Anil had taken people to track him, but they returned empty-handed. He now understood that Abu might have decided to attack him because he saw the close relationship between Anand and Ron. Ron was always surrounded by bodyguards, and ordinary people had no chance at all. I guess Abu also felt it was difficult, so he chose Anand in the end. But Ron couldn't understand why Abu had such a strong hatred for him. Just because he and Hila had colluded to deceive his master? Just because he had threatened before leaving the palace? Damn it, throughout history, dead eunuchs are indeed perverts, lunatics, and paranoids. I think I have to go to the palace. Ron stood up. You'd better not go there like this. Mary stopped him. Maybe they are waiting. What do you mean? If they arrested Anand just to vent their anger, then it's fine. But if not? You'll be walking into a trap if you go there. Ron paused, and he remembered AG's warning. Besides, what evidence do you have that they arrested Anand? This photo doesn't prove anything. This is another problem. The gangs have to have a legitimate reason to do things. He went there with a lot of noise. Not only would he not be able to get the person, but he might also be humiliated. Ron had calmed down. This matter was more complicated than he thought. Mumbai is not Uttar Pradesh after all, and you can't just shoot with a gun to solve the problem. This is the commercial center of India, and it has its own operating rules and systems. The most important thing is that it represents modern civilization. He is a businessman, not a thug. You too, maybe I have to leave. Ron already knew who to go to. Don't be impulsive. The palace is not as simple as you think. Both Lena and I need to be careful. Mary took care of him. Don't worry, I hate violence the most. I will find a suitable middleman. Who? Mary was worried. She knew that Ron cared about Anand very much. Had Khan, the underground Black Emperor. Yes, remember when I bought the land? It was he who helped me deal with Lady Elizabeth. This was the most suitable person Ron could think of. Had Khan had a high enough status and was an acquaintance of both parties. They had dealt with each other like this once before. Okay, be careful. Mary stopping him. I won't act rashly before I'm sure. Ron took the photo. Sitting in the car, he looked at the face in the photo, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. Of course Ron hated violence, but if the other party crossed the line first, then don't blame him for not being martial. Master, Anand, who was sitting in the front, suddenly spoke up. Something is wrong, huh? Ron looked up. That man, Anand pointed out the window with his eyes. At the door of a coffee shop on the roadside, a man with a small beard stared straight at their car. He was short, thin, and not good looking. But his eyes were very special, dark and shining. Anand, Ron asked softly. Killer. Ron's breath trembled, and his body tensed up. Anand stretched out his hand and pressed down, signaling Ron to lie down, and he took out a pistol from his waist. With the other hand, he picked up the walkie-talkie and said a few words. The taxi following Ron rushed towards the coffee shop, causing the nearby passers-by to scream and panic. The man with a small beard jumped away alertly, stared at this place fiercely, and then quickly disappeared in the crowd. 2 or 3 people got out of the taxi and chased after him, and Ron's car continued to move forward. It was not until 3 blocks that Anand relaxed his vigilance slightly. What's going on? Ron was still confused. That guy pretended to be a coffee drinker, but he doesn't look like one at all. He's a poor man. Can you tell which gang he belongs to? Most of the killers in Mumbai are gang members, without exception. I don't know, but he's a herdsman, Anand was very sure. Why? He has a prayer mark on his forehead. This is a common feature of many herdsmen. The more pious they are, the more obvious the mark is. Herdsman? Which gang in Mumbai has the most herdsmen? Ron already had a guess. Things were getting more and more complicated. First it was the palace. And now it's the gangs. They all turned their attention to him. Why? Ron couldn't figure it out. He thought he didn't have a deep connection with the gangs, and there was no complicated interest relationship. It didn't make sense. At this time, Anand's walkie-talkie received a response. The people who had just chased the killer said they had lost him. The other party was not acting alone. There were at least 4 people covering for him. It was obvious that this was a long-planned thing, not a whim of some madman. Ron frowned, and he patted the driver's seat in the front row, indicating that he should go back first. After what happened today, he became more cautious. Mary was right. No matter how urgent the palace was, they could not put themselves in danger. He needed to make a phone call to Hardhan. Today's matter was definitely not over. Everyone praised Dr. Sir is a good man. Yes, that's right, he is a doctor. He can save people, but he can also kill people, all in a matter of thought. Back in the fortress area, before Ron got out of the car, he saw a uniformed policeman pacing anxiously at his door. Rajesh, he finally recognized the man in front of him. Mr. Sir, Rajesh ran over, quick. Save Anand. Anand. Ron was stunned. Yes, He is in prison, and the situation is very bad. Wait, Ron's thoughts were a little confused. You mean he is in prison? Yes, Arthur Road Prison. Why is he in prison? Not the palace, Arthur Road Prison. He was tortured badly. I was just transferred there, and I just found him today. Go in and tell me everything you know. He had just come back from Mary, and had originally determined that the culprit of Anand's disappearance was Abu from the palace. Maybe Anand is now being held somewhere by the other party, but Rajesh's arrival shattered these speculations. Rajesh told Ron that he had just been transferred to Arthur Road Prison as a prison guard in early February. As for the reason, well, that's not the point. Anyway, after breaking up with his wife, he lost his lucrative patrol job. Being a policeman is always profitable, and prison guards are also policemen. Rajesh used to deal with Anand, and influenced by him, he simply moved the business of selling medicine to the prison. Where there is demand, there is a market. His business was very good, and within a few days, he became famous in Arthur Road Jail. Then there was the previous incident. Rajesh himself never expected that Anand would be in jail. Rajesh had heard about his disappearance, but he didn't pay much attention to it because his wife was divorcing him at that time. He was so miserable. You don't know, I almost didn't recognize him. His arm was broken, and those people were afraid of causing a death, so they came to me. Rajesh, you helped a lot. Sulbay, look at what you said. Anand is also my friend. I can't just stand by and watch him die. You go back now to help watch him, and I'll take care of the rest. After the matter is over, tell me which police station you want to go to. Oh, Sulbay, you are too loyal. Rajesh left happily, but Ron's eyes became colder. Gangs, killers, palaces, jails, Anand, his anger was burning. Dr. Sir can't always be a good person. He picked up the landline on the table and made a call. AG, do me a favor. Chapter 219 Confusion. Anand was in pain all over. There were blood scabs in his eyes and he couldn't open them. His mouth tasted of blood and water. The wardens took him back to the dormitory and bandaged his arm hastily. Rajesh didn't know where he found the quack doctor, and his technique was really poor. After the treatment, he asked the warden to give Anand a good treatment to prevent any accidents. Rajesh didn't act rashly. He had just been transferred to Arthur Road Prison and his foundation was shallow. It was almost impossible for Anand to be brought here quietly without being noticed by Mr. Sir. It was almost impossible to say that there was no support from the top of the prison behind the scenes. So he sent them away like ordinary prisoners, but at the end he gave Anand a reassuring look. Back in the dormitory, the wardens poured a bucket of water on Anand. Thousands of screaming wounds made his body tremble uncontrollably. The wardens were afraid that Anand, who was covered in wounds, would attract the attention of other prison guards. So they decided to give him a bath, but of course they would not do it themselves, as there were plenty of slaves in the prison. Anand was so dirty that the man was reluctant to do it. Only after being beaten by the warden several times did he become diligent. He used hot water and soap to wipe Anand's body, and the warm touch and pain continued to attack. This was the first time Anand enjoyed a hot bath in prison, a hot bath with soap. He was covered with scars, many of which were seriously infected, and he even had a high fever. Those lice bit him every night, and there were hundreds of wounds that were oozing pus and painful. They not only sucked his blood, but also reproduced in the warm and moist wounds. He could clearly feel the larvae wriggling. After taking a hot bath, he felt much better. But the high fever still did not subside. He was panting, his heartbeat was abnormally fast, and his breathing became rapid. He even had hallucinations in his head, seeing the slums and his family and friends there. Frida, Jamal, Vinod, Sanjay, Luca, and Ranbaba. In his trance, it seemed as if someone lifted him up with strong arms. When Anand regained consciousness, he was already in the prison warden's office. A senior prison official sat there. He was in his 50s, with gray hair and a very short mustache. He was wearing a golf suit and seemed to have just come off a course. He sat in a high-back chair with an intricate carving, a bit like a bishop's chair, and several guards stood beside and behind him. God, I really don't like how my weekend starts, he said, raising his ring-covered hand to check the time. There's still someone who hasn't arrived, but why is he like this? He spoke English in a perfect accent, and must have received an elite education in a high-end Indian school, perhaps even in the colonial era. Several wardens were uneasy, and they were very glad for their previous decision. This guy had just taken a shower, otherwise no one would have suspected that he was a corpse. Sir, You ordered us to deal with him properly, the warden explained aggrievedly. Still alive, of course, that's fine. It's not a bad thing to suffer a little. Someone knocked on the door, and in came two other prison officials, a plainclothes policeman, and Luca. Wow, Luca shouted, wow, man, you look miserable. What did you do to him? The official and the police exchanged blank glances without saying anything. Sit down, the prison official in golf sports were ordered. Anand turned a deaf ear to him and just stared at Luca. He was worried that this was an illusion. The focus of his vision slowly pulled back, and Anand saw his current appearance from Luca's eyes, approaching death. Man, Luca helped Anand sit down, you look like you were bitten by a dog. I don't mean to make you angry, but you look like someone killed you, buried you, and then dug you out. Why are you here? The doctor is not convenient to come out, so I have to do it for you. It's okay, I will get you out of this damn place. The official behind heard it and immediately coughed, then looked at the policeman next to him, who understood. 50,000, he said, in dollars, of course, 50,000, Luca suddenly screamed, are you crazy? For $50,000, I can buy 500 people. This is ridiculous, man, 50,000, the official repeated in a calm and authoritative tone. I know someone is trying to recruit him, he was confident, with his hands flat on the desk, his fingers rising and falling together, as if dancing. No way, men, look at this guy, what have you done to him, huh? You destroyed him, and now you want 50,000, someone is willing to use their connections to kill him, and it's fair to pay 50,000 for his life. The policeman was calm. Damn, who would mess with a slum dweller, Luca cursed. The policeman didn't say anything, and the official just watched quietly. Okay, you are so cruel, Luca sighed, it's ridiculous. In half an hour, I will raise the money and take him away. Wait, Anand suddenly interrupted, and several people turned to look at him. There are 2 people in the dormitory who helped me. They were sentenced to stay for 6 more months. I want them to go with me. The policeman looked at the official with an inquiring look, and the latter waved his hand contemptuously and nodded in agreement. This kind of trivial matter is not worth mentioning. There is another person, Anand panted, called Anil. He can't afford the bail. It's not much, probably a few thousand rupees. I hope to help him bail. The 2 people showed puzzled expressions. They didn't understand why Anand cared about the life and death of such a poor little person. These insects had never entered their eyes. There were too many. The police and the official looked at Luca, as if to say, this guy is crazy, if you are sure you want to pay this money. Brother, is there anything else? Luca leaned in and whispered, I'm just asking, because if we continue this discussion, we can get them a group discount. Anand shook his head with difficulty. He was weak and had no strength. His body was sweating and shaking. Luca came over and reached out to gently support his shoulder. It's okay, brother, I'll be back soon. Within half an hour, I promise. Anand's eyes flashed, like a soul breaking free from a deep and dark place and regaining its freedom. It took less than half an hour, just more than 10 minutes, and Anand was sent out of the prison. Across the street, there was an ambulance waiting there in a low-key manner. Anand was carried over, and there was a familiar figure waiting next to the ambulance. Ron Baba, his voice trembled. Anand, you? Ron's eyes immediately turned red. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was Anand. His thin head looked particularly large, and his body was only about 40 kilograms. His round fleshy face was replaced by protruding cheekbones. His eye sockets were deep and bloodshot. Both arms were covered with thick gauze, and his body was covered with deep bruises in the shape of a tortoise shell. Ron Baba, am I a good person? He asked. Yes, you are a good person. You are the best person in the world. Why should a good person suffer this? There were tears in his eyes, and his lips trembled slightly. A good person almost killed me. Listen to me, Anand. Ron grabbed his dry branch-like hand. Frida and the children are waiting for you. Let's go to the hospital first, then take a shower and have a good sleep. But you are a doctor. Yes, can you help me treat the wound? Okay, but I have lice. Don't worry, I have prepared a lot of medicine, top-notch medicine. Frida will dislike me. No. I guarantee that she can't wait to have a big fight with you on the bed now. Then she will have lice too. The ambulance drove away quietly and headed straight for the most luxurious private hospital in South Mumbai. The people that Anand wanted to save were also in the taxi behind, following far behind. When Anand woke up again, he was lying in the hospital. Under him was a soft white quilt that seemed to be about to fall off, and there were no lice. The singing of the starling outside the window pierced the morning silence. The sun had completely appeared on the horizon, and the golden light pierced through the foggy air, dispersing the dew. The morning breeze blew, and the wounds of all sizes on his body ached slightly. Frida went to prepare hot water, intending to trim his messy beard. The door of the private ward was pushed open, and Anand looked away absent-mindedly. He was not worried about outsiders coming in, and there were bodyguards guarding the door. "I thought you were still asleep." It was Ron who came in. "It's so quiet here that I can't sleep." Anand shook his head gently. He was used to roaring, screaming, begging, and sobbing in prison, and the sound of bamboo sticks beating even helped him fall asleep. "Next, don't think about anything, just have a good rest." "Who is it?" Anand looked at him. "I got you into trouble, and they came for me," Ron sighed. Anand didn't say anything, still looking at him. "Although there is no evidence, the palace has been basically locked, and the gangsters may also be involved." The palace, Anand has been there more than once, and he didn't expect that the place that gave him extreme pleasure would also bring him extreme pain and torture. "This matter will not end like this, I promise." Ron looked serious. "Why was it Luca in the prison that day?" "It's not convenient for me to show up. You know, someone is dealing with me. The guys in the prison are all fence sitters. They don't mind ripping me off." Ron was not far from the prison at the time, and he had the money ready. $50,000 is indeed ridiculously expensive, but if he goes, it will only be higher. "I was not the only one on Haynes Road that night," Anand said. "What? The night I was arrested, there were people besides the police." "Who?" Ron sat up straight. "The big guy, one of Hardhunt's men, Johnny." Ron trembled slightly, and his hair stood up. "It was too dark, I only saw a silhouette. He seemed to be passing by, very far away." "Johnny? Why Johnny?" Ron's eyes flickered. He had clearly called to ask, but Johnny hadn't mentioned Anand at all. Was he involved in this matter, or was Hardhunt involved? Ron found that the whole picture was like a mystery. Solving one question would lead to another. "Ron Baba, what?" He came back to his senses. "Count me in." Anand had a completely new expression on his face, an expression that didn't belong to him at all, and a grayness bloomed in his pupils. Chapter 220 Killer. Anand has been released from prison, but he was tortured badly. The doctor said that he needs to rest for at least 3 months to recover the functions of a normal person's body. Especially his arm, which was severely fractured. Fortunately, it didn't take too long, otherwise it would be hard to say whether he could eat rice with his hands in the future. Ron asked him to rest assured and wait until he fully recovered. The business of the medicine man was temporarily managed by Rajiv, and Luca also stayed in Mumbai. After leaving the hospital, Ron got on the car again and drove straight to the Bandra police station. Since he encountered a killer on the road 2 days ago, his team has become larger and larger. Not only is there a van in front and behind, but there are also taxis mixed in. Outsiders have no idea which ones are his people. Ron said that this matter is not over. After rescuing Anand, what he wanted to do most was not to seek revenge from the palace, but to deal with the killer. The gang really annoyed him this time. As a businessman, he is kind to others. He never takes the initiative to cause trouble, and will never touch the gray cake of the gang. In addition to cooperating with Merck, Ron is now doing all legitimate business. If it weren't for the lack of US dollar channels, he would have been the cleanest businessman in Mumbai. But it was useless. Gangs never need a reason to cause trouble. In addition to various illegal businesses, kidnapping and extortion are also a big source of their income. Ron can get to where he is today without any harm, and the various halos and tacit understanding between the black and white worlds are the key. But now some gangs can't sit still, they can't help but reach out, wanting to make a big deal. There are countless gangs in Mumbai, and no more than 3 dare to think that he will reach out. Ron has roughly guessed who it is, and now he needs to make a final confirmation. When he came to AG's office, he was dealing with various shooting incidents as usual. As the most developed city in India, Mumbai is not at peace every day. "Have you found your friend?" AG raised his head from his desk. "In Arthur Road Prison, it was done by the Haynes Road Police Station." "Haynes Road," AG frowned. "The palace," Ron uttered a word softly. "The palace is on Haynes Road, and it is only a few hundred meters away from the police station." "I'm sorry, I can't help much." As a policeman, AJ knew nothing about what his colleagues there did. "It's not your fault. That's not your jurisdiction. You've done your best." Haynes Road is in South Mumbai, and AJ's police station is in West Mumbai. The two have nothing to do with each other. Especially after he was marginalized by Thackeray, his power and influence have shrunk significantly, and his colleagues may not give him face. The police stations in India don't have computer systems, and they can't just search for the names of the prisoners. All the case files are recorded on paper. Some stubborn policemen don't even bother to register the Dalit prisoners after they catch them. In their eyes, the life and death of these insects is not even worth writing a few words. Although AJ took over Anand's missing case, there is no way to make any progress in the short term. Fortunately, the person was found, and he can close one of the piles of files. "So what are you here for today?" he asked. "Help me check this person. The police station in Mumbai should have records of him, who, a killer, maybe a repeat offender." Ron took out a sketch, which he specially asked someone to draw. Many people around him saw the killer that day, so after piecing together the details, he basically restored the man's appearance. "He looks familiar," AG frowned. Anil said that this killer is definitely not a newcomer. "He must have a criminal record in the police station." "Wait for me." AG called an assistant and explained a few words. "All police stations in Mumbai will receive files on any killer who is responsible for more than 2 deaths, and they will be included in the list of special attention." Sure enough, the assistant only left for 2 minutes and returned to the office with a file. AG opened it and took a look, then handed it to Ron. "Mohsen, he has 7.5 deaths. The police in Mumbai have never caught him once. There are 5 records of detention." AG pointed it out to him. "I don't understand." Ron frowned. "Can a murderer who committed a serious crime like this be released again after being imprisoned?" "He was released on bail." AG's tone was somewhat helpless. "Bail? A killer can be released on bail?" Ron's eyes widened. "Yes, it's just as you understand. The police will call their boss and ask him how much money he is willing to pay to keep his killer safe. The Indian police department is the biggest gang. That's because he didn't fall into my hands." AG's voice was cold. "How many policemen like you are there in Mumbai?" AG was silent. He knew that Ron was right, and the truth was even more cruel than this. Those policemen would not only release the murderer, they would also bargain with the gang leader for the bail. Once the price could not be negotiated, the police would torture the killer, and let the gang leader listen to the whole process until the other party agreed. "I'll make a copy of this file." Ron shook the information in his hand. "I advise you not to be so impulsive. You know who he belongs to," AG advised. "Of course, Mohsen is a typical nomadic name, the Dawood gang. They are very powerful in Mumbai," AG reminded him. "I heard that Dawood has fled to Babayang. His men are still there, and his left and right deputies have also stayed in Dubai, so they can remotely control the operations here in Mumbai. If you beat them harder, they can't do anything to you, because I'm a policeman, and besides, didn't you see the police car in front of my house? I don't even dare to take my children to the zoo." "I know, relax, I'm just reminding him." Ron motioned him to be patient. "Anyway, if there must be action, send him to me," AG sighed. "Okay," Ron nodded. He felt AG's kindness. It was natural for the police to arrest the murderer, and it was reasonable if there were any accidental injuries in the process. Back in the car, Ron carefully read the file. The person in the photo was the killer. Yes, he remembered that face. Mohsen, born in the Malputan slum, where nomads in Bihar gathered. The young herders in the whole community are in gangs, and this is the case in every household. They have no money and like to hang out in bars, so the gangs can dispatch them at will. The bottom of the Dawood gang is full of young people like this. The Shiv Sena was right. In the slums, herders are indeed more likely to commit crimes. Ron doesn't care about the Dawood gang or the herders. He will kill anyone who wants to mess with him first. There is no reason to be a thief for 1,000 days. He would rather put the palace affairs aside and deal with the killer first. This is a time bomb. If it is not dismantled, he will be hesitant to do other things. Mohsen is not good looking and it is difficult for girls to like him. Because of his short stature, he was bullied by his peers when he was a child. When he grew up, even the nearby gangs were unwilling to recruit him, so he could only smuggle gold near Andhari. After his wallet was bulging, he couldn't wait to go to the bar to spend it. Later, the Indian government fully liberalized the gold trade, and gold smuggling was hit, and Mohsen's source of profit was cut off. He decided to go all out and rob a bank in Gujarat, where he was caught by the police. Many media outlets reported the incident, and his photos were posted everywhere. That was one of the few bright moments in Mohsen's life, and he often boasted about it to others with pride. After being arrested, he paid a bail of 15,000 rupees and was released from prison, but the money he robbed from the bank was kept by the police. While waiting for the trial, his cellmate gave Mohsin a phone number and asked him to talk to Shakir. Shakir was the second in command in Darwood, and he admired Mohsin's courage, so he naturally recruited him. Mohsin's first action was 3 years ago, targeting a liquor distributor who was commissioned by his competitor. Mohsin stabbed him 14 times, but the other party survived, and the murder attempt was unsuccessful, so it could only be considered a half-murder case. Later, he committed more and more murders, but only 7 of them were filed. The Dawood gang is made up of many branches, and the members of each branch are unaware of the tasks of the others. The instructions are issued from Dubai, and they just execute them. Mohsin spends about 10,000 rupees a week, a small half of which is used for phone calls, 5,000 for marijuana, and the rest is sent to his family. When he is in urgent need of money, he will take orders to kill people, 20,000 rupees per life, half of which is paid in advance and the other half is paid after the fact. After several years in a row, he has become a senior killer in the gang and no longer needs to go to the front line. There are only 2 endings for gangster killers, one is to die on the street, and the other is to become a behind-the-scenes staff. Mohsin is on the verge of retirement, and his daily work now mainly involves extortion and kidnapping. The division of labor within the Dawood gang is clear, and there are dedicated people in charge of real estate and entertainment industries, as well as murder and kidnapping for extortion. For many people, the Dawood gang is a disguised tax bureau in Mumbai. Whether it is builders, directors, or investors, they all pay taxes to Shakir. If Dubai has spoken, no matter who comes forward to plead, even if it is a member of Congress, it will be useless. You must pay the money obediently. Mohsin recently took a big job, kidnapping a big shot. The reward is 2 lakhs. The order came from Dubai personally. He needs the money because he is getting married, and his fiancée is his cousin. He has to raise enough money for the wedding. In India, weddings must be grand, and gangsters are no exception. Mohsin plans to retire completely after completing this job. Not to move behind the scenes, but to leave the line of assassins. He plans to find a factory to work in and live an honest life. He heard that there is a good one called Sir Electric. But he doesn't know whether it will accept herders. He hates the crazy people of the Shiv army. Because this time it is not a murder, Mohsin did not do enough research as usual. He just inquired about the other party's itinerary, and then followed along the way to scout, ready to find the right time to kidnap the person. However, the target was very alert, and his security team made it difficult to start. Mohsin ventured closer on the street once and was immediately noticed. The taxi suddenly crashed into them, disrupting all their arrangements. If it weren't for his partner's help, it's hard to say whether he could escape. Mohsin was furious. Kidnapping was too difficult. It would be better to just use a gun next time. 2 days later, the storm had passed, and he was going to find his partner to discuss the next plan. It would be better to ask Dubai to change the order, not kidnapping, but murder, which is much simpler. Mohsin left Mountain's residence and went to a poker club on Grant Road. That was the meeting place they agreed to meet, and the boss was one of their own, a retired gangster. But not long after he went out, Mohsin suddenly stopped. Chapter 221, Hitting the Vital Point. The killer's instinct told Mohsin that something was wrong. There were people coming and going on the street, but that big gaze was like a needle piercing his skin. He was an experienced killer and would stare at his target like this before carrying out a mission. Mohsin turned around without saying a word, but as soon as he turned around, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He was shocked and subconsciously raised his hand to block it. Puff. A slight sound, a shot hit. Silencer. Mohsin, who fell to the ground after being shot, showed an extremely terrified expression. Mumbai gangs never use silencers because they don't have the conditions and it's too expensive. They mostly use homemade revolvers, which are cheap and loud enough. Every time the target hears a loud gunshot, his legs will go weak with fear. The killers enjoy bringing fear to the big guys. But compared to the roar of the revolver, the killer himself is more afraid of the muffled sound of the silencer. That not only means that the opponent is well equipped, but also means that he has been targeted by a more experienced colleague, and he has a strong desire to kill. Under what circumstances would a silencer be used? To ensure the target's death, you can fire a few more shots without worrying about disturbing passers-by. Mohsin was shot in the abdomen and struggled to get up. Puff. Another shot in the right leg, and he fell down. He tried hard to take out the pistol from his waist to fight back, but blood spurted out of his arm. The revolver he had just touched slipped to the ground, and Musin looked desperate. Not all killers are fearless. They are afraid and terrified like ordinary people. They have their own lives, families, and friends. It is more appropriate to call them gunmen. Musin has a fiancée and is about to get married. He is even ready to retire. Everything happened in a flash, and many passers-by on the street didn't notice it. Anand squatted down, and he reached out to hold Musin's head, just like a doctor treating a patient. Who gave you the order? Who are you? Musin's chest rose and fell sharply. He had never seen this person. The person you were going to kill? Anand scratched his chin with the muzzle of the gun. Musin was confused at first, then suddenly realized, so, who gave the order? Anand repeated. I told Dubai that it would be easiest to just shoot, and now, there's indeed trouble. His abdomen was bleeding, and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. Dubai, Anand understood, his master's guess was right. Shakir will not sit idly by and watch this kind of provocation. Businessmen are all lambs. Musin was laughing with gloating. He had such a consciousness when he joined the gang, and it was only a matter of time before he died on the street. But he did not regret it, because after his death, his family would at least get a lakh of pension. If he was hit by a car, his family would not get a penny. Joining the gang is like buying an insurance policy for your family, which is why Mumbai gangs are endless, and this is the way out for the young people at the bottom of Mumbai. Anand covered Musin's mouth with a handkerchief, then put the gun to his chest and pulled the trigger repeatedly until the magazine was empty. He stood up and left, and the men who were responsible for keeping watch around him also withdrew. Musin's body lay on the ground. After a long time, blood-red liquid slowly crawled from under his body to the road. Passers-by began to scream and flee, but no one came forward to watch the excitement. India is not like developed countries, and the killers don't have to worry about the corpse. They just kill people and leave. Anand did not return to South Mumbai immediately. He had another place to go. The Dana Club was opened by a retired herder. It looked ordinary, but in fact it was frequented by gang members. They not only knew Musin's whereabouts, but also his social circle, his family, and his hobbies. The club was near Grant Road, and Ron's first apartment in Mumbai was located on this road. It was not a herder-gathering area, but Anand still didn't plan to go directly to the door. He found a public telephone booth on the side of the road and then dialed a number. Stanley and another partner were playing cards boredly, waiting for Musin to join them. The operation a few days ago had an accident, and they had to ask Dubai for further instructions. He was the person behind the entire operation team, and no one except him was qualified to contact Dubai. Stanley used to be a killer, but later retired and was mainly responsible for planning. Musin was also on this path. He was already 25 years old. The average age of a gang killer is between 18 and 26. After 26, he is no longer an implementer, but moves behind the scenes, provided that he can survive to that day. Stanley looked up at the time. Musin seemed to be late. Suddenly, the owner at the bar called him and said that there was a phone call. Stanley was puzzled, but still walked over and picked up the phone. Playing cards is harmful to your health, men. Who are you? Stanley was alert. Musin should not be able to go. You don't have to wait for him. Stanley immediately hung up the phone and said to his partner, let's go. They came out of the back door of the club and turned into the alley. They froze in place after walking a few steps. There were 4 or 5 people standing there silently with guns in their hands. They wanted to turn around, but the back road was blocked. Stanley and his partner tried to touch the gun, but with a few puffs, they were shot once in the leg and arm. Who are you? He asked, suppressing his cry of pain. Why do you always start with the same opening line? Anand chuckled and walked over. He patted Stanley's face and looked at him carefully. Are you from Rajan Jr.'s gang? Stanley guessed that the Rajan gang and the Dowd gang were hostile. Rajan Jr., Anand was stunned, then shook his head. I don't know him. Then who are you? Oh, we are good people. Stanley didn't say anything. He felt that the people in front of him were playing a trick on them. You are their leader, and you can contact Dubai, right? Anand asked. Who are you? 2 days ago, you were hunters, and now you just exchanged identities. Stanley's eyes widened. This answer was beyond his expectation. Isn't the other party a businessman? Why are everyone in American style? Let's go. Let's make a phone call now and talk to Shakir. You don't know what you are going to face. Stanley was furious. No one paid attention to him. They were gagged and stuffed into a van. Half an hour later, the location was changed to Bandra district. Anand handed over an international calling card, pointed a gun at Stanley's head, and forced him to dial Dubai. The moment the call was connected, Stanley rushed to say a few words. But the microphone was quickly snatched away. Anand only said one sentence, "Dr. Sir, I want to say hello to you." After hanging up the phone, he waved his hand and left with his men. Yes, gone. Leaving behind the injured Stanley and his partner, they left. They looked at each other in disbelief, thinking that they would not be able to escape today. After surviving the disaster, the two did not care about being lucky, and limped to escape. Just as they stood up, there were suddenly several more policemen in front of them. They smiled maliciously, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Bandra, that was AJ's territory. Anand returned to the fortress area and reported the incident to Ron. Of course, the killer could not be left alive. He was a person who had to be eliminated. Ron did not personally kill the other partners, especially Stanley. It would be more valuable to leave him to AJ for interrogation, and his identity as a businessman was not suitable for him to be stained with too much blood. Killing the killer was excusable. Expanding the scale of the fight, not to mention the subsequent troubles from the gangs, other people will also be wary of him in the future. After all, Dr. Sir is a good man. It's okay to show his skills occasionally, and he can completely become a violent element. He is not stupid enough to go to war with the Dawood gang. The latter has thousands of thugs in Mumbai, and it is difficult to defend against them. The most effective way is to pinch its weak spot. After listening to Anand's story, Ron immediately made a satellite call to Vinod, who was far away in Dubai. He was going to go to AJ again later, but just half an hour later, he received an international long-distance call. Is Dr. Sir right? You are the first person who dared to shoot at the Dawood gang. How does the sands in Dubai taste? Ron knew who the other party was without having to guess. You are so arrogant. You dare to talk to me like this. Why? You sent a killer to find me, and you expect me to welcome him in respectfully. We didn't want to kill you. As long as you pay a protection fee, nothing will happen. But you missed a good opportunity. It turns out that I don't need anyone to protect me, especially someone far away in Dubai. Boy, I know where you live. Coincidentally, I also know where you are. Sheraton Hotel, room 714, right. The voice on the other end paused, with some surprise. Do you have someone in Dubai? I suggest you check the door of the room. Ron chuckled. Shakir winked at his men, and soon the door opened. There was a pizza box at the door. The men carefully checked it, fearing that there was a bomb or other dangerous items inside. Don't worry, I'm just reminding each other. Ron seemed to know everything. Shakir got the thing. It was a bullet. You are very brave. I cannot stand threats, and I cannot stand things that are out of my control. I can mobilize thousands of people in the entire Gulf countries, and there are hundreds in Dubai alone. I admit that you surprised me. Don't bother me. I am not interested in your business. Let Stanley go. I can let this matter go. I am not interested in killing people. They are still where they are. As for whether he can escape the police, it depends on his ability. Ron hung up the phone. The exiled godfather, Shakir. The name is quite intimidating, but the effect is greatly reduced after adding the word exile. Exile, a dog without a home. His travel agency business in the past 2 years has not been in vain. Through Vinod, at least tens of thousands of people have flowed to the Persian Gulf countries. They come from various states in India, from Maharashtra to Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. Vinod has gathered a group of subordinates. This business cannot be done without help. The Persian Gulf countries are surprisingly chaotic, and it is very easy to get some arms. You can buy a 56 type rifle at a regular grocery store on the roadside. It costs only a few hundred rials, which is ridiculously cheap. Vinod has plenty of guns, and there is no shortage of people to shoot. It would be even easier to send a bullet. If Shakir is sensible, he should forget about it. Otherwise, Ron doesn't mind making the second-in-command of Dawood state disappear. The gangster business is almost over. Who's next? The palace? Ron stood up. Before he started his plan, he had to go to AJ's place. Chapter 222 Encounter. Stanley had been to the police station before and had been beaten up many times. But most of the time, after beating him up, the police would contact Dubai and ask them how much they were willing to pay to buy their men's lives. Bandra police station was very different. Stanley was tortured right after he came in, before he could say anything. They pulled 2 chairs over, placed them opposite each other, and placed iron bars on the backs of the chairs. Then they bent Stanley's body, handcuffed his hands and feet and hung him on the iron bars. Stanley was like a roasted suckling pig hanging upside down in the air, allowing the police to kick and hide him back and forth, swinging back and forth on the bars. They also propped up his eyelids with matchsticks to prevent him from sleeping. They clamped his fingers, earlobes and lower body with clamps and gave him electric shocks. His scarred body trembled constantly under the impact of the 12-volt voltage, and the handle of the portable generator turned mercilessly, sparks flying. Electric shocks can drive people crazy, especially for people like Stanley who have retired behind the scenes. In order to completely break down his psychological defenses, Aggie ordered someone to take out a sharp knife and a lemon, and then cut a lemon on his head. Looking at the police approaching with a knife, Stanley screamed in fear when the lemon was cut and the juice splashed all over his head and face. No one wants to experience that feeling, the stinging pain, the cold liquid. It seems that his skull was cut. Various methods were used in turn, and the moment they stopped, Stanley told everything. When Ron arrived here, the 2 gang killers were hanging on the hook like dead pigs. They were covered in blood, and their arms and legs were still bleeding. The police had no intention of removing the 2 bullets. "How is it? Did you get anything?" Ron asked. "Everything has been confessed." Aggie took a sip from the cup. "It was Shakir, did you guess it?" Aggie was a little surprised. "I just called them," Ron shrugged. "That's pretty much what happened. Dubai ordered you to be kidnapped and a ransom of 100 lakhs was paid. That's a lot of money, 10 million rupees. You know, the Dawood gang has been attacking everywhere recently, and many merchants in Mumbai have been blackmailed by them." "What happened?" Ron was very curious. "Dawood has almost torn his face with Mumbai. His family, including Shakir's 2 daughters, all went to Babayang in the north. They left their homes and hid like rats, and finally had to live under someone else's roof. They resented the Indian government and ordered their subordinates to be polite to everyone." Ron nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder his reputation is Dr. Sir didn't work. The Dawood gang was now unscrupulous." He remembered the reminder from the financial harass 2 months ago. At that time, merchants in Mumbai had been frequently harassed. Presumably, he was a big fish in the eyes of the Dawood gang because he waited until today to be found. "By the way, your friend also has their share, huh?" Ron looked up. The high-level officials of the palace seem to have reached a consensus to teach you a lesson. One is responsible for getting rid of your most capable henchman, and the other is responsible for getting rid of you. Ron held his breath, then sneered. He really looked up to him. "I don't know much about the palace. They probably bribed the police to do this quietly. There are also doubt people in the prison. Your friend should have received a lot of care." So the 2 gangs joined forces, Ron suddenly realized. At least there is some kind of tacit understanding. I don't understand why. I have almost no conflict of interest with them. The Dawood gang has extorted most businessmen, famous or not. You can't be an exception, understand? This is the contradiction, especially when Dawood was driven to Babayang. He needed a big enough target to establish his authority. Sometimes it's like this, you think you are harmless and no one will come to trouble you, but the fact is not the case. As for the palace, I heard that the woman is crazy. Jealousy is enough to destroy a woman's mind. I didn't expect that even being a good person would cause so much hostility. Ron sighed. "It's not your fault. This city is terminally ill," Ag comforted him. "It's a riot of demons. You have no idea when you will become a thorn in someone's eyes, and you don't know when the hidden arrows hiding behind will shoot at you. How will you deal with these 2 people?" Ron looked at the 2 Dawood assassins. "Use the rules of the underworld." Ag's eyes flashed with an inexplicable look. "Brother Shakir will bail me out. 5 lakhs? Or 10 lakhs? You call him," Stanley suddenly shouted. "I don't have the bail option here." Ag was unmoved. "I have been in court. Don't even think about encountering me." Stanley struggled and shouted. "This is an iron rule followed by both the black and white worlds. If the judge has seen the suspect during the trial, he will not disappear as long as he is in custody for 1 day. You haven't figured it out yet. Your last court appearance was half a year ago. What does it have to do with this arrest?" "No. The last case hasn't been closed yet. I was on bail." Stanley suddenly became extremely frightened and struggled desperately. Even the other partner who didn't say much began to shout and scream, very scared. "What is encounter?" Ron asked quietly. A special extrajudicial method, a gray light flashed in AG's mind. Encounter, what a harmless word it sounds, just like running into someone while walking in the park. But in Mumbai, encounter refers to extrajudicial execution, that is, being murdered on the spot by the police without a trial. Ron guessed something, but didn't say anything. Let's go. This matter must be done quickly. AG decided to act immediately. These two people have a high status in the Dawood gang. According to the file description, they are two of the 5 top gunmen in the gang. Oh, by the way, Mohsin is also there. He has already laid down. In order to prevent Shakir from getting the news in advance and then bribing the higher-ups of the police force, AG must meet quickly. The two prisoners struggled to be stuffed into the police car, and AG climbed onto the passenger seat. Ron followed in his own car. There was no need to hide this from outsiders. It was getting dark outside, and the convoy headed straight to the vicinity of Bandra Beach. There were relatively few people there, and it was a perfect place to meet by chance. It was only a few kilometers away, and it took only 20 minutes to get there. There was a grassland around, with few pedestrians, and the Arabian Sea in the distance. Stanley and his partner were taken out of the car. They struggled and twisted their bodies. Several policemen pointed and talked in the open space, discussing where to put the prisoners and where they would shoot. Rehearsing for killing people was a bit absurd. Just stand here, don't walk around, bullets don't have eyes. AG signaled Ron not to get too close. Are you sure this is okay? Sometimes you have to do this. Our judicial system favors criminals, which makes them feel safe and secure, but it is very discouraging for the police. A killer from the Dawood gang was arrested for murder, and the case was not heard until 4 years later. The witness was threatened by the gang and changed his testimony. You watch the murderer go free and endanger society again. The court not only did not punish him, but also allowed him to be released on bail. Ron had a deep understanding of this. Just before leaving, Stanley was clamoring to pay bail. If it were in other police stations, these killers with countless bloodshed on their hands would probably be released without charge. What they really fear is not being caught, but being encountered by chance. To put it bluntly, encountering by chance is purely a helpless act after the loss of judicial credibility. The probability of AG convicting the gang members he arrested over the years is no more than 10%. Powerful prisoners who can afford the bail or hire a good lawyer do not have to spend a day in the detention room. This is very frustrating for the selfless AG. He knew that chance encounters were not in accordance with procedure, but in a place like Mumbai, a simple and rough pest controller was needed. Yes, the police responsible for chance encounters were pest controllers. Saraska was a pest expert and a most capable gunman under AJ. He came a little late because he had just gotten out of trouble. But as soon as he arrived, someone handed him 2 boxes of candies, which were celebratory candies. Saraska was acquitted in a case of chance encounter with a gang member 2 days ago. That was a bit unexpected. The gang member originally planned to escape Mumbai. He asked his eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law, sister and youngest brother to get in the car together. Their car was stopped by Saraska and his team at an intersection, and the family was forced to get out of the car. The gang member's sister knew what would happen. She fell to the ground and begged the police not to kill him. Saraska ordered people to separate the siblings and shot the gang member in front of their family. His family testified for this and accused Saraska of taking human life. But the family eventually dropped the case because Sarah threatened the sister. You already have one brother dead. Do you want the remaining one to die too? So the brother, sister and sister-in-law of the person who was met by chance changed their words, and 4 identical new testimonies were presented in court. What we said before was not true, and what we saw before was not true. This is Mumbai, where justice has disappeared. The police officers in the same team came over to shake hands with Sarath and congratulate him. Congratulations, one of them even said in Marathi, soon, you can kill again. Sarath listened to the blessings with a smile on his face. As a well-known pest expert in Mumbai, he looked very kind, like a decent engineer. Any questions? AJ came over and asked him. No problem, anytime. Sarath shook his head. He untied a black leather bag from his waist and unzipped it. Inside was a 6-shot revolver with a brown handle and carved with Nordic gods. The barrel was made of fine steel, with a Titan tiger mark on it, and the words .38 caliber and the origin of the gun were engraved below, Miami, Florida. The guns encountered by chance were all specially made, and even the bullets were specially registered. Stanley was so scared that his whole body trembled as he watched Saraska walk over. "I still have children, sir. Please spare my life. I will listen to you in everything. I can be your informant, really, anything." Saraska raised the gun and aimed. Chapter 223 No One Can Escape. Bang! Bang! Saraska pulled the trigger without hesitation, and Stanley fell. This was not over yet. His partner could not escape either. Other onlookers then stood at different angles and fired several shots in succession. They fired while swearing. It seemed that the people they shot were not people, but animals and garbage. In order to kill people reasonably, you must first reclassify the souls of the dead under your gun. You must deny that they are also living people like you. Stanley and his partner were lying on the ground without a sound, but the encounter process was not over yet. A policeman took out a .56 submachine gun and a high-powered revolver from the trunk. They wrapped them in a handkerchief and stuffed them into the hands of the dead Stanley, and fired 2 more shots while holding the trigger. Then they took off the handkerchief and retreated. Click, click, the recorder in the same group took pictures from all angles, with professional techniques. There were pedestrians on the beach in the distance, but they ran away when they heard the first gunshot. After taking the photos, the police waited for another 35 minutes, until they were sure that Stanley and his gang had no signs of life, and then they pretended to take the bodies to the hospital. This was an encounter, and Ron watched the whole process from a distance. Stanley and his gang did not go to court. After being arrested, they were only briefly interrogated and then taken to a public place and shot. "Okay, the matter has been resolved," AG breathed a sigh of relief. "How many of these killers have been encountered by chance?" Ron was curious. "They are the 12th or 13th this year. I have to say, this efficiency is really high. It's only February now, and 1994 has just begun. At this rate, at least 200 gangsters will be encountered by chance every year. Will Ron sympathize with them? What a joke. Just a few days ago, these killers were still targeting him. Mumbai is a city of sin. When the judicial system that is supposed to maintain order is paralyzed, people will give unlimited power to those in power. Some businessmen were murdered by gangs for refusing to pay ransom. They would ask the ruling party, will the government just watch us die? The business and government circles also held a large meeting on the rampant ransom problem. The businessmen were angry, but they dared not be too angry. So their speeches at the meeting were both flattering and threatening. Do you think these businessmen would oppose the police's encounters? No, they would support the police even more and gain the power of life and death to execute people outside the law. Ron is also a businessman. He hates violence, but he does not hate police encounters. This city will probably continue to live in panic. People can only package themselves as more violent than others. Newspaper headlines report this violence, Bollywood movies shoot this violence, and both gangs and police are happy to see it happen. Because of the existence of violence, the gangs are able to grow further. They feed on the fear of citizens and thrive like fish in water. Because of the existence of violence, the people are more reasonable for the police's encounters in order to save their lives. The encounter is over, and there is nothing left at the scene except a few bullet shells. The police killed people in broad daylight without worrying about media coverage. Those reporters knew how to write the script. The gang members always fired first, and the police fought back in self-defense. They never asked for details, just like they never wanted to delve into the logical loopholes in Indian movies. If you believe the media's reports on encounters, you will inevitably think that all gang members are as bad as they can be. On the other hand, the police not only escaped unscathed every time, but also happened to kill the suspect every time. Sure enough, Ron saw the relevant report in the newspaper the next day. AG and his team encountered the vicious gang members, and the persuasion to surrender the guns and not kill them was ineffective. The other party still fired at them, and they had to fight back and shoot the criminals. There were also photos of the gunfight on the scene in the newspaper, and Stanley's .56 submachine gun was particularly eye-catching. AG told Ron that the weapons placed by the police next to the encounter object also hinted at his status in the gang. If it was just a small fry, they would leave a 6-shot revolver next to his body. In contrast, when the small leaders were encountered, they had Mauser rifles at hand. The really important people were buried with submachine guns such as AK-47 or AK-56. Stanley had a high status in the Dawood gang. He was responsible for more than a dozen deaths and deserved a grand funeral. What did the outside world think of this encounter? The public responded indifferently to it, and no one angrily accused the police of being the executioners. Only a few critics criticize if it is true as the police claim that the gang used such sophisticated weapons at the time, that is, the AK-56 rifle with a firing rate of up to 600 rounds per minute and a range of 300 meters. Then it is amazing that no one was injured, whether it was First Superintendent Eager, Third Inspector Saraska, or any other police officer present. Unless everyone in our police force is indestructible, Ron smiled and put down the newspaper. It must be said that encounter is really a wonderful mechanism. If Stanley really died in his hands, it is possible that Shakir in Dubai would be furious and launch endless attacks. Their gang has thousands of members, and a few hundred rupees can make their brothers use guns to kill people, endlessly. There are too many poor people in Mumbai. Someone once planned to kidnap Ron for 200 rupees. Now the police are taking action, fast, accurate, and ruthless, without giving the other party time to react. Unfortunately, Shakir cannot retaliate against the police, and chance encounters are also a method recognized by both the black and white worlds. This is how it will be done in the future. All those vicious gang members will be thrown to AJ. He can not only clear the obstacles, but also help AJ accumulate military medals. It's wonderful. I just don't know if the Dow gang will dare to trouble him again after suffering a big loss this time. The whole operation wiped out the team. 3 of the 5 top gunmen died, which is enough to make them remember. Ron threw down the newspaper and waved his hand, and took Anil and the others out. Today he is going to visit Anand in the hospital and bring him a gift. How is your recovery? Frida said. I was great last night. Anand shook his head proudly. Stop talking nonsense. Frida patted him, then laughed, without any shyness. These few days were one of the happiest times in her life. Her husband was lost and then found again. Nothing could be called a miracle more than this. She had seen too many couples and children around her, and each of them ended up badly, especially the Dalits. Of course, she knew who helped them, so she joked a little and left the ward with a wink. Anand recovered well. Most of the wounds on his body healed, and his round face began to have a sense of flesh. Only his 2 arms were still in plaster, so it was not very convenient to move. I feel that the wards here are more luxurious than the Taj Mahal. He looked around the room. In terms of price, they are indeed similar. Ron smiled and sat down on the side. The floor here is paved with shiny tiles, the bathroom can take a hot bath, and even has a fully functional kitchen. Anand could eat a lot every day and sleep for 10 hours. His weight increased visibly. However, physical injuries can be healed, but the damage to the soul is difficult to recover. The kindness and innocence in his character began to waver, his smile became crippled by his memories of prison. Although he slept on a soft mattress that seemed to be collapsing, he often woke up, waving his arms and punching. He could still smell the wet metal smell of blood in his nightmares. Just as Anand's chest rose and fell faster, Ron held his shoulders. Do you want to go out for a walk? What? Anand seemed to wake up from a dream. You can move now. Ron looked at him. Of course, my arm is injured, not my leg. That's perfect. I have a gift for you today. Let's go. Ron helped him get up. Anand could actually jump and run, except for his 2 arms. He had been in the hospital for more than a week and had long wanted to go out for some fresh air. Ron prepared an SUV for him. It was spacious and he didn't need to bend down to get in the car. Where are we going? Anand looked out the window, and the houses around him seemed familiar. To the place where you stayed before. Ron gave him a reassuring look. He said that no one involved in this matter can escape. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped near Arthur Road. Looking at the familiar buildings, Anand's breathing began to quicken again. I said I would give you a gift. Wait a little longer, it will be soon, Ron comforted him. In Arthur Road prison, several dormitory supervisors who had imprisoned Anand's dormitory were suddenly called to the prison guard's office. Sitting there was still the prison officer from last time. He was wearing a uniform and looked very stylish. You can be released from prison today, now pack up and leave, now. Several dormitory supervisors looked at each other, they were shocked by the sudden news. According to the sentence, they would not be released from prison until 2 years later at the earliest. Why? Do you miss the life in Arthur Road? Do you want to stay for another 10 years? The prison officer frowned. No, sir, we just think it's a little sudden. Several people shook their heads hurriedly. Don't worry, someone will pay for your bail. I'm in a good mood now, so get out of here, goodbye, sir. Several people stepped forward to touch the prison officer's feet. Looking at their backs as they left, the prison officer sneered. In prison, you either eat others or be eaten. He touched the envelope in his pocket. $4,000, 4 people, a good deal. The warden also had some personal belongings to take with him when he was released from prison, but Rajesh urged them impatiently to hurry up, saying it was meaningless. The excitement of being released from prison diluted the dissatisfaction in their hearts, and several wardens followed Rajesh to the gate happily. "That's the cart to pick you up, go ahead," he waved his hand and took 2 steps back. "Is it someone sent by Brother Shakir?" Several wardens didn't doubt him and got on the van stupidly. It's no wonder that they let their guard down. The Dowd gang would indeed welcome their younger brothers who were released from prison. For some leaders, 3 meals a day were even delivered to the prison. Although they were in prison, it was actually more luxurious than living in the great wilderness. Their release from prison was even more grand, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was a celebration. However, after getting in the car, several people realized something was wrong. They didn't recognize any of the younger brothers around them. "Who are you?" Puff, puff, puff. Several wardens' words were not finished before they were injected with strong anesthetic needles in the neck. They rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Rajesh smiled and waved to the car, then leisurely returned to the prison. Oh, Dr. Sir was too kind-hearted and even bought expensive anesthetic needles. But he was a doctor after all, and there was nothing wrong with him liking injections. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Revenge. Anand had long since left the den, the Arthur Road prison where he had been imprisoned. But standing at its door, his body could not help but tremble slightly, and even the wounds that had healed were aching. "Let's end this today," Ron said in a calm voice. Anand moved his lips but said nothing. The van at the prison gate slowly drove over, and the people inside rolled down the window and shook their heads. Anil immediately understood, and he asked the driver to drive to Mumbai port, with a van following far behind. There are many shipyards in Mumbai port, both government and private. The government shipyards have special funding and do not have to worry about unemployment. Faced with the impact of foreign ships, some private shipyards have gone bankrupt and closed. The tower of the dock was empty. Due to lack of care, all the steel frames were rusted under the corrosion of the sea breeze, revealing ugly reddish-brown scars, like dried blood. The sound of footsteps came, occasionally mixed with a sound of heavy objects scraping against the stairs. The 4 house supervisors were dragged up the tower step by step, their faces covered with bruises and rust. Ron stepped onto the top of the tower, which was a platform that was used to hoist flags and lookouts. It was open on all sides, with its back facing the land and its face facing the sea. Under his feet was a floor made of welded steel bars, and through the gaps he could see the turbulent sea water. Anand, supported by 2 big men, approached the railing carefully. "Ron, this is too high, don't you think this is a good place?" Anand frowned. "If you leave it, the sea breeze will blow it all over the place." Ron was stunned, then laughed. Anand laughed too, but his laughter was absent-minded. He kept looking at the house supervisor, who was lying like a dead dog not far from his feet. His memory of them was unforgettable. He remembered their roars, the iron and bamboo sticks they swung, and their sarcastic ridicule. And the moment when they stood on the stone and jumped down towards his arms. Pain, deep pain in the bone marrow. Anand's eyes went dark, but he clenched his teeth, making a creaking sound. Hatred, the most angry emotion of human beings, is suffocating. Fear makes people dry their mouths, and hatred makes people speechless. Anand certainly wants revenge. He is not an angel, he is a human. "Sober them up," Ron waved his hand. Several big men stepped forward and slapped them left and right. After a few slaps, the 4 wardens slowly opened their eyes. In fact, it was almost enough. Ron had calculated the anesthetic dosage. "Who are you?" "Do you know the Dawood gang?" The leader, the bearded man, was timid. "Do you know him?" Ron patted Anand's shoulder. "It's you, the untouchable," the bearded man exclaimed, as if they were extremely surprised by Anand's appearance. "I heard that you were very caring for my friends in there." "Who are you?" The bearded men didn't know Ron. They had been in prison for more than 10 years and knew nothing about Mumbai today. "It doesn't matter who I am. Now it's time to settle accounts." Ron didn't give them a chance to speak and started to act almost immediately. Several men stuffed huge rags into their mouths to prevent them from screaming or doing anything to hurt themselves. The 4 house supervisors sobbed and struggled, but their hands and feet were held down, so it was all in vain. Anand stared at them closely throughout the whole process without saying a word. The best revenge, like the best love, is to take it slowly and with your eyes open, Ron whispered softly. The first one was the bearded man. His arms were forcibly pulled and placed on the iron railing. A big man came forward with a stone hammer, and he grinned. Then he raised the stone hammer and smashed it down without hesitation. It hit the elbow. Crack! There was an audible creaking sound. The bearded man's mouth was blocked and he couldn't scream. His legs shook violently, then spread to his whole body, and finally stopped with a rapid shaking of his head. The remaining 3 house supervisors were terrified, some struggled, some collapsed to the ground, and a wet yellow spot appeared on their crotch. The big man holding the stone hammer did not stop. He hit the other arm of the bearded man in the same way. The sound of bones and fascia rubbing against each other was hard to cover up, even with a sea breeze. When the bearded man was put down, he had fainted, and his arms were as soft as noodles. Ron turned his head and saw Anand crying and trembling all over. The big man walked to another warden, who shook his head hastily, extremely frightened. "It's okay, Ron Baba, it's okay," Anand cried bitterly. He cried so sadly and so happily. His lingering nightmare seemed to go away with the sea breeze, silently. Ron held Anand's shoulders and looked into his eyes. After confirming something, he nodded. "Don't let the devil stay in your heart for too long, Ron Baba, you are a good person, we are all good people." "Yes, we are all good people," Anand cried and laughed. "Go back." Ron hugged his shoulders and went downstairs. The sea breeze blew, bringing bursts of whistles in his ears. The sound of sacks falling into the water came, and they kept walking. Is he a good man? Ron was not sure. The killer and the prison, the 2 thorns in Ron's heart had been removed. The gloom that had accumulated for many days was slightly relieved. He wanted to find someone to talk to, but there seemed to be no suitable person around him, so he finally went to Mary and the others. The other women were either too simple or too well protected, and they had not yet realized the bloody side of this city. Only Mary and the others understood the jungle rules, and they knew more about the palace. Recently, that Abu has been frequently in and out of the palace, and there are more and more people around him, Mary reminded him. Maybe they heard something recently. Ron's eyes were inexplicable. If you really plan to do something, you'd better be careful. I know, I'm not a fool, I will enjoy this process, Ron chuckled. Well, you look in a good mood today, she sat down beside him. Revenge is the best psychological medicine. Ron sat on the sofa and stroked their backs, smooth and soft. He was indeed much more comfortable. It was rare for him to accompany them wholeheartedly for most of the night. I can feel it. It's very powerful. Lena smiled foolishly while lying on his legs. You know, I've been busy with other things recently, and it has accumulated for many days, so, you finally got what you wanted now. No, there's still a long way to go. There are still too many things I haven't figured out. The palace? Hardhome? Johnny? What role did they play when Anand was arrested? Ron needed to figure it out, but there was one thing he could be sure of. The palace was his next target of revenge. Solving the killer only removed the thorn closest to his throat. Several wardens in the prison helped Anand get out of the trauma he suffered. Behind the problem, the culprit who caused all this has not been judged yet, and his revenge will not stop. It will be soon, and it won't be long. How is your movie going? Ron cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. Director Chopra has already started filming. Lena fiddled with his fingers boredly. When did it happen? Ron hasn't paid much attention to Bollywood recently. When you were in Uttar Pradesh, the shooting plan was set. The budget is 47 million rupees, and Sun Entertainment contributed 10 million, accounting for 21%. Wow, it's a big deal. As the main investor, you didn't even watch the scene. The first scenes need to be shot in Punjab and Kashmir, which are too far and too dangerous. We are too lazy to go, Lena complained. That's right, this movie is different from Praise to the Goddess of Mercy. It's not all up to us, Mary agreed. Sun Entertainment is not the largest investor of love in the time of war. Chopra's own film company is, and there are other investors. As co-producers, Mary and the others don't have that much say, so they just need to watch here in Mumbai. Of course, the more important reason is that the two are worried about Ron's recent series of actions, so they stay here to take care of him at any time. This is a rare opportunity to integrate into Bollywood. You don't have to do this, Ron felt their concern. We just don't want to see your little lover every day, Mary smiled. Yes, I still like Urmila more, Lena agreed. Manisha is just a little smarter, she is not a bad person, Ron explained helplessly. The heroine of Love in the Time of War is Manisha, which was inserted by Ron. The two movies she made last year, one was released at the end of last year, and the other was released in February this year. Both of them were flops, disastrous flops. The budgets of the two movies were about 15 million, and the box office revenue was also so much. After deducting the share of the theaters, they couldn't even get back the cost. Manisha cried and said that she couldn't make it in Bollywood anymore and wanted to go back to Nepal. What could Ron do? After enjoying the three-way service she provided, he could only play his role as a financial sponsor again. With the incense of rescuing Sanjay Dutt, Chopra agreed without hesitation. Of course, he was also very satisfied with Manisha. Bollywood female stars, beautiful is enough. This time it was a big investment of nearly 50 million rupees. Manisha was grateful and ate lollipops for a long time. She didn't mind showing off her special relationship with Ron in front of her Bollywood colleagues. 2T. Mary and Lena didn't like her, but Urmila was much simpler and easier to fool. Anyway, we'll stay in Mumbai. Director Chopra is expected to be back in a month, okay, as long as you want. Ron didn't plan to interfere with the film. If this movie is a hit, then our Sun Entertainment will be a well-known production company in Bollywood. Mary was looking forward to it. To be honest, romantic movies are not as popular as action movies, Ron reminded her. Director Chopra is very famous and has won awards, so there should be no problem. And the movie's interlude is very good. Several record companies are already negotiating copyright issues. We are very confident this is true. Regardless of how Chopra's movies are, his music cassettes sell surprisingly well. Often, the music copyrights will be sold long before the movie is released. I don't know how much profit this 10 million rupees can bring us. You know, I'm very short of money recently. Ron recently owed the bank a large loan. I heard that you have a Sir Park plan. 500 million rupees? That's a big deal. It's just a plan, Ron smiled. Before we officially start the construction, we have to resolve one thing. In the palace, Mary and the others had the same idea in their minds. Chapter 225 Decision. Courtyard, which is the office buildings in the northeast corner of Sewer Electric Appliances, has been very restless recently. First of all, the owner suddenly changed. The previous annoying landlord posted a notice at the door. The tenants in the building took a look and no longer cared. As long as the rent did not change, they did not care who is the landlord. Some people even gloated in their hearts, and they did not know which sucker dared to take over the house here. If he dreamed of raising the rent, then everyone would not mind teaching him a lesson. The rent law is their amulet. Strangely, the new landlord did not mention the rent increase when he came. He posted another notice at the door of the building. There are many contents, dozens of them, all of which are various requirements for tenants. What time must you enter the door at the latest? How many guests can you bring to the door? Where the billboards and air conditioner outdoor units must be installed, and don't speak too loudly. The tenants who were watching immediately exploded. They were angry and wanted to find the landlord to argue. Coincidentally, Amar was standing behind them with a group of people. Who are you? The tenant who found himself surrounded asked. We are the property management here. From now on, Courtyard will be under my management, Amar smiled. Property management? The tenant was confused. Did you see the notice on the wall? This is the job of the property management. We are entrusted by the landlord to maintain the living environment of the building. Well, property management in other places provides services to residents. When he arrived in India, Ron decided to turn the tables. The property management and the landlord were in the same group. Anyway, there is no concept of property management in India now, and the right of interpretation belongs to him. Amar is now the property manager of Courtyard. There are a total of 50 or 60 people, wearing the same khaki uniforms, which looks very intimidating. You don't have the right to do this, someone from a law firm immediately objected. Really? Then go ahead and sue, Amar said casually. Does the rent law say that landlords cannot make such regulations? The lawyer was speechless. Of course, the law would not include such trivial matters. Listen carefully. The rules will be implemented today. Those who do not comply will be punished with sticks. As soon as Amar finished speaking, The dozens of uniformed people next to him all hit the iron bamboo sticks in their hands. Boom! The dull sound of the collision startled the tenants and they subconsciously took a step back. This is India, and 6 sticks per second is no joke. The tenants were scattered and did not dare to confront Amor in person. They decided to go back and slowly discuss strategies. Looking at the backs of these people leaving, Amor smiled contemptuously, really thinking that no one can control you? The rent law restricts the rent, not the house management. Of course, not all the various requests made by Amor are reasonable. But this kind of thing is the most difficult to argue, and even the police will not file a case. Besides, Ram has taken care of everything he should take care of, so he is not afraid of these tenants making trouble. So under the extremely harsh new regulations, the tenants in Kama compound became extremely uncomfortable. Many training classes have strict restrictions on the number of people, and they cannot be too late. Once it is over 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the property management in uniform will go to make trouble. They held iron and bamboo sticks and ordered the training teachers to stop the class. When the students saw this scene, they immediately fled. Before long, one after another students dropped out of the class. This is not the end. Amor also let a group of special tenants live in the building. They were cow dung cake suppliers from the slums. Yes, the cow dung cakes pasted on the walls. People in the slums can't afford gas or kerosene, so cow dung cakes have become a good fuel. There are special people doing this business. They will paste cow dung cakes on all the available open space around their residences. You can imagine what will happen after they move into the building. The corridors, balconies, exterior windows, and all the places that can get sunlight are soon occupied by black, fragrant cow dung cakes. How can you let those people from law firms and accounting training classes stand living with feces all day long? They complained to Amor angrily, but it was useless. Others are also residents. Why do you want to drive them away? What? The other party has occupied the public space? Okay, first remove the water pipes and air conditioner outdoor units that you installed randomly before saying this. Those people looked at each other in bewilderment, and finally the complaint was left unresolved. They could see that the property management company was forcing them to leave. The other party's methods were very dirty, but it was difficult to sue. As a result, within a month, law firms and accounting training classes moved out one after another. They couldn't receive guests in such a place, and no one would be willing to hire a lawyer in such a place. It was too disgusting. It was obviously an office building, but Amor turned it into a stinking slum. According to his prediction, most people here would leave on their own initiative in another month. However, just when Amor was about to arrange more troublemakers to enter the building, Ron called him over. How many tenants are still there in Kama courtyard? About 40%. Those methods are effective, Amor smiled. Too slow, Ron sighed. Mr. Sir, Amor was puzzled. This was already a rapid progress in Mumbai. Even the demolition king of the municipal council, Kellner, was not so efficient. It would take at least 3 to 5 years to deal with a slum. It took them less than a month to force 60% of the tenants to leave. The property management company's performance was gratifying. We don't have to do the next thing ourselves, Ron's eyes were determined. Mr. Sir, what do you mean? The Kama compound is not for us. They should also do something. Ron stood up and went to the office window. Standing here, you can see the slums in the north stretching for miles, interspersed with lively transactions. The residents inside have expanded from hundreds to thousands at the beginning, and now tens of thousands. It is like psoriasis parasitic on the city, getting worse and worse, and it is incurable. The men and women living there are free, they are unrestrained, smiling, and enjoying everything in the slums. Ron whispered a few words to Amor, who flashed a look of shock in his eyes, but quickly nodded and agreed. When the office was empty, Ron opened a drawer and took out a light pink envelope. His name was written on it, and inside was a photo of Lady Elizabeth wearing a white evening dress. This was just delivered, different from the one he gave to Hila last time. Mrs. Elizabeth in the photo rarely smiled, a reserved smile, no longer the kind of condescending scrutiny. Ron knew what this meant. Mrs. Elizabeth was showing goodwill, at least on the surface. She probably wanted to invite Ron to the palace, or to negotiate, or to explain what happened before. It was too late. Ron just wanted her to die now. Sometimes a lion has to roar just to remind a horse of fear. What Cadhan said made sense. He decided not to be a horse anymore. Ron looked at the photo and then let go gently. The photo fluttered down and was picked up by a gust of sea breeze. It swirled into the sky, flew over the electric factory, and finally disappeared in the smoke rising from the slums. In early March, the crowds on the streets of Mumbai increased day by day. Holi is coming soon, and people can't wait to experience the excitement. Holi, also known as the Red Festival, is one of the most important traditional festivals in India. This will be a carnival of colors sweeping the whole country, and the flying colored powder will pour down like a rainstorm. On this day, the lower castes can tease the higher castes to their heart's content, and the class barriers will be temporarily broken. Amal is also preparing for Holi. He goes out early and comes back late, shuttling through the alleys of the huge slum. His wife was the first to notice something unusual and was very worried. "Are you going to work in Lafota again? Such a good job and Sir Electric can't tie you down, you know shit?" Amal waved his hand impatiently. "Do you want to live in the slums for the rest of your life?" "What do you mean?" His wife was stunned. "I'm a Brahmin. I can't stay here forever. See that?" Amal pointed to the northeast corner, the building. "That's where we should live." His original ambition was not big, he just hoped to have a large enough area in front of his house to build a balcony. But step by step to today, he can't stop. He has read the recent newspapers in Mumbai, and Sir Park has almost become a celebrity word. The chief minister, newspapers, and television stations were all discussing this plan to revitalize Mumbai's industrial parks. Amal had studied, even economics, and he knew what this meant. When you are on the cusp of the trend, you can't stop. Just lift your foot and you can rise to the top. Seize this opportunity, Amal told himself. This might be his last time to do Lafota. On March 6th, the festival of Holi, the streets outside had already turned into a boiling palette. Magenta, emerald green, bright yellow, and indigo pigments collided in the air, and the crowd's shrill laughter was intertwined with fierce drum beats. The noise came in waves, through the crowd, through the streets, and spread in all directions. In the slums, women and children were all excited and ready to go. They also held various kinds of pigments in their hands, ready to join the street carnival at any time. The men looked at all this with a smile, but their eyes were more focused on the figure in the front. Amar was the organizer of the celebration. He glanced at the huge team, nodded to Anand in the corner, and then waved his strong arm, and set off. The crowd began to move, and the sound of drums, flutes, and trumpets joined in, and the noisy and wild music began. This was music unique to the slums, harsh and noisy. Amar led the way, followed by the musicians, and the crowd surrounded them, stepping on solemn and slow steps, gradually walking out of the slums. Groups of jumping children danced wildly without any hesitation and almost hysterically. Some of them posed in the dance poses in their favorite movies and imitated the stars' walk. Others jumped around like acrobats, or indulged in the spasmodic dance steps they choreographed. The team was huge, tens of thousands of people. A carnival is about to begin. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.